Chapter 2640. Arthur Alberta Haber had long expected that the dragon might of the ancient Dragon Ball would be very powerful. But he didn't expect it to be this powerful. It was exactly the same as his father's dragon might. It was suffocating and oppressive. It was hard to imagine how powerful the owner of this ancient Dragon Ball was when he was alive. Even if he transformed into a dragon form, he could only barely resist the dragon might. Taking a step forward was so difficult. But Haber Timur Haber was more relaxed than him. At least relatively speaking, Haber Timur Haber's speed was much faster than Arthur Alberta Haber's. However, the closer he got, the stronger the oppressive feeling brought by the dragon might. Even Haber Timur Haber found it difficult to walk too fast. Although the prosthetic arm formed by the ascending dragon magic tool behind him shared most of the dragon might, the ascending dragon magic tool was not immune. However, the ascending dragon magic instrument was not immune. It could only weaken a portion of a dragon's might. Time passed minute by minute. Arthur Alberta Haber was also doing his best to get close to the ancient Dragon Ball, but he still couldn't keep up with Haber Timur Haber's progress. Haber Timur Haber approached from another direction. He was more than twice as fast as Arthur Alberta Haber. About 30 minutes later, both Arthur Alberta Haber and Haber Timur Haber felt that they could no longer move forward. However, at this time, Haber Timur Haber was less than 100 meters away from the ancient Dragon Ball. At this time, Haber Timur Haber finally revealed his true body. He turned into a gray dragon, and the ascending dragon magic tool on his body turned into a metal dragon head, side by side with his original head. In an instant, he was only 30 meters away from the ancient Dragon Ball. Arthur Alberta Haber's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately moved forward with all his strength. However, he had only advanced a few meters. The distance to the ancient Dragon Ball was still far away. Haber Timur Haber's metal dragon head stretched out its neck. The metal dragon head was originally transformed from the ascending dragon magic tool, and it had an extremely strong resistance to the dragon might. So at this moment, it was extending towards the ancient Dragon Ball unimpeded. Finally, the metal dragon head bit the ancient Dragon Ball and retracted. Haber Timur Haber's head had received the ancient Dragon Ball. At the moment of contact, countless knowledge, memories, and terrifying power poured into Haber Timur Haber's body. Haber Timur Haber understood a lot of things and understood a lot of things. He now knew why dragons appeared in this world. He also knew many secrets that even the Dragon King did not know. He also learned about the dragon language magic that the Dragon Clan did not inherit. The former owner of this ancient Dragon Ball was called Arilak Haber, a dragon that was even more powerful than the current Dragon King. He was once a great lord who dominated a region. Later on, he also became a member of the resistance against the progenitor dragon army. However, the resistance failed. Many of his clansmen were slaughtered. He was also one of them. However, he was luckier than his companions. He had his own children and his own inheritance. He didn't come to the human world, but his children brought his inheritance Dragon Pearl to this world. This was the only inheritance Dragon Pearl of the Haber Dragon clan that was left before the progenitor dragon launched the bloodline prohibition. But unfortunately, his descendants did not become the leaders of the Dragon Clan after coming to the human world. At that time, the Dragon Clan that was exiled to the human world also had their own factions. One of the branches became the leader of the exiled. Furthermore, he became the Dragon King without borrowing the ancient Dragon Ball. The Dragon King, the common ancestor of Haber Timur Haber and Arthur Alberta Haber, directly hid this ancient Dragon Ball. On the one hand, he didn't want a second Dragon King to appear, causing internal strife in the Dragon Clan, and also to avoid other Dragon Clans fighting for power with him. But he didn't want to completely destroy this ancient Dragon Ball, when his descendants couldn't become the Dragon King, or when there was a great crisis in the Dragon Clan. In that case, this ancient Dragon Pearl would play a crucial role, and this secret was only known by the Dragon Kings of the past. But now, this ancient Dragon Ball didn't play a key role. Haber Timur Haber became the beneficiary of the ancient Dragon Ball. The oppressive feeling on Arthur Alberta Haber's body suddenly disappeared. He didn't have any joy, but his face changed dramatically. Arthur Alberta Haber immediately turned around. Go. Leave here. Haber Timur Haber felt that the ancient Dragon Ball was constantly releasing a terrifying power, and this power was becoming a part of him. It was merging into his Dragon Ball. Haber Timur Haber's originally gray dragon scales were now gradually covered with red lines. His body grew larger, and his aura became even more terrifying. Haber Timur Haber glanced at Arthur Alberta Haber, and a sneer appeared on his face. My dear brother, do you want to escape? Arthur Alberta Haber was terrified. From Haber Timur Haber's body, a brand new dragon aura had begun to spread. It was exactly the same dragon aura as the ancient Dragon Ball, but it was more autonomous than the ancient Dragon Ball. Father has always regarded you as the heir, and now it has been proven that I am the most suitable heir. Haber Timur Haber said proudly, but now I don't need to prove anything to him. The next time I return to Dragon Island, I will seize his royal power with my own hands. What Haber Timur Haber obtained was not only power, but also the dragon language magic that his father had never mastered. Dragon language magic did not completely disappear, but the dragon language magic that the current dragons mastered was far less powerful than the ancient Dragon Ball. It was because the exiled dragons had lost a large part of it. Haber Timur Haber was confident that he could defeat his father, the Dragon King, whom he once had to look up to. Everyone here must die. Haber Timur Haber shouted. In an instant, a terrifying dragon aura burst out. This dragon aura was like a substance, and everyone present vomited blood in an instant. The ground was directly trampled by the dragon aura. This was the Dragon King's dragon aura, which was completely different from ordinary dragons. He only needed to rely on the dragon aura to directly cause damage. Arthur Alberta Haber turned pale with fright, and his wings quickly caught Varian Marks and the others. However, there were still a few people who were not protected by him and fell from the collapsed ground. Under the huge cubic space, it was not solid but suspended in the air. Everyone was falling down. At the same time, huge rocks were falling from above. Everything was developing in an extremely bad direction. Chapter 26:41. Arthur Alberta Haber finally saved 7 or 8 people. In fact, he only wanted to save Varian Marks, and the others were just saved in passing. Below was a huge karst cave, and the space was larger than the cube above. Thousands of meters below, there was a huge magma lake. Arthur Alberta Haber threw the people he saved on his back and found a rock floating on the magma lake to stop. At this moment, the terrifying grayish-red figure was descending from above unhurriedly. Arthur Alberta Haber showed fear at this moment. Varian Marks looked at the huge body that protected her under her body with some confusion. She had never been protected by a dragon. In the past, she would only kill a dragon, and the giant dragon she encountered would only kill her. No dragon would protect her voluntarily. However, at the moment when she fell, she clearly felt that Arthur Alberta Haber was looking at her. Jane Fankel was also one of the people who were saved. At this moment, she was still in shock. At that moment, she almost thought she was going to die. She saw with her own eyes that many people fell into the magma lake from above. They didn't even have the chance to scream. At this moment, Refra suddenly found that the interference of the phone had disappeared. The collapse above seemed to have destroyed the source of interference. Haber Timur Haber unscrupulously released a terrible dragon's power. Arthur Alberta Haber trembled under Haber Timur Haber's dragon's power. It was too powerful. Haber Timur Haber didn't even need to make a move directly. Even just relying on the dragon's power could kill him. Is this still the pride of being regarded as a genius by father? Haber Timur Haber looked at Arthur Alberta Haber mockingly. The current you is just like an ant in front of me. As long as I think about it, you will be crushed by me. From now on, I will destroy and tear all your pride and confidence little by little. Arthur Alberta Haber lowered his body, but he still tried to raise his head. He opened his mouth and let out 2 dragon roars. Haber Timur Haber transformed into human form. Under absolute power, Even if he was only in human form, he was still countless times stronger than Arthur Alberta Haber. Let me show you my new magic. Haber Timur Haber raised his right arm. Just then, lava tentacles suddenly stretched out from the lava lake around them. The lava tentacles wrapped around Arthur Alberta Haber's wings. After the silver dragon scales were burned by the lava, they were charred black. Arthur Alberta Haber couldn't even avoid Haber Timur Haber's firebird. This was the difference between dragon kings and those below them. Even numbers couldn't make up for such a huge gap. First, your daughter. Haber Timur Haber looked at Varian Max. Varian's expression changed. Varian, how long has it been since we last saw each other? Haber Timur Haber grinned and looked at Varian Marx mockingly. Has it been 100 years? Let me remember. Sorry, I really can't remember. At that time, the last time we saw each other, you were trembling in front of me. Remember? Varian's expression was one of shock and bewilderment. She was still immersed in what Haber Timur Haber had just said. Arthur Alberta Haber was her father? How is this possible? Arthur Alberta Haber suddenly broke free from the magma tentacles restraint. He suddenly rushed toward Haber Timur Haber. Shut up, bastard. Haber Timur Haber's finger pressed down gently. In an instant, Arthur Alberta Haber was pressed down on the rock. At this moment, two figures that looked like giant dragons slowly landed in front of Haber Timur Haber. One was 7 or 8 meters long and looked like a big lizard with wings. The other still retained its human form, but it also had a pair of dragon wings. Master! The two figures were Old Max and Caesar Max. Haber Timur Haber looked at the two of them. Very good, you did very well, Haber Timur Haber said. Doing my best for Master is what I should do. As a reward for you, before I give you the reward, you can make a request that doesn't conflict with the reward I want to give. Master, I want. Caesar Max couldn't wait to speak, but he was interrupted by Old Max. Master, I don't need a reward. I just want to be able to continue serving you. Old Max was, after all, a shrewd old man. Of course, he wouldn't be so loyal and generous to give up the reward. He just wanted to make his attitude clear. Haber Timur Haber laughed. Very good, very good. I like people like you. Old Max lowered his head even more, while Caesar Max looked at his father with a bit of dissatisfaction. Old Max lowered his head and glanced at Caesar Max out of the corner of his eye. This idiot, all right. In that case, as a reward, I've decided to make you a part of me. Old Max and Caesar Max looked at Haber Timur Haber with puzzled eyes. Master, I don't understand. Father, brother, and Jane Fankel screamed at the top of her lungs. Run? Why? Old Max and Caesar Max didn't understand what Jane Fankel meant by that. But in the next moment, the two of them felt as though something was trying to break through their bodies. The first was Caesar Marx. A bowl-sized hole suddenly appeared in his chest. A large amount of blood burst out his chest and gathered in front of him. Old Max followed closely behind. His huge body caused him to suffer even more pain. A large amount of blood burst out of his chest and gathered in front of him. Why? Why? Old Max roared with the last of his strength. Why? It seems that you are far less intelligent than your daughter. Haber Timur Haber said with a mocking tone, I once told you that what I left in your bodies is a seed. What is the purpose of planting the seed? Of course, I hope that one day it can bloom and bear fruit, and then I will collect the fruit. You lunatic! Arthur Alberta Haber growled. Their strength is nothing to you. Chapter 2642. I never waste any bit of power. That's my strength. Haber Timur Haber smiled. He watched as the two balls of blood, one big and one small, came in front of him. He gently caught them with his palm and absorbed them. He liked this feeling very much. He had even become addicted to it. However, it was not easy to cultivate descendants. It was too troublesome for dragons to reproduce. He had spent most of his time breeding or on the way to breeding, but there were not many who really succeeded. Jane Fankel looked at her two closest relatives who had fallen into the magma. She had collapsed and knelt on the ground. Haber Timur Haber looked at Jane Fankel and grabbed at her through the air. At that moment, Zephyr made her move. Zephyr pulled Jane Fankel over and threw out a dragon blood grenade at the same time. This dragon blood grenade was made from the blood of dragons. In a sense, the dragon blood grenade was a magic weapon of the dragon ascension. Of course, it was more like a modern thermal weapon. After all, the principle was the same. It was just that dragon blood was added. And the dragon blood added to the dragon blood grenade was actually not real dragon blood. After all, that thing was very precious. Even the Dragon Slayer organization would not use dragon blood to make a high-consumption dragon blood grenade. Haber Timur Haber stood where he was. He could completely avoid the dragon blood grenade, but he had no intention of doing so at all. The dragon blood grenade exploded on his body. In an instant, the dragon blood grenade exploded with a crimson flame impact and instantly shrank. A large pit, several meters deep, was left on the ground. However, after the explosion of the dragon blood grenade subsided, Haber Timur Haber stood there unscathed. Haber Timur Haber looked at Zephyra with a playful gaze. Do you like to play like this? Then let's play. Haber Timur Haber took a piece of dragon scale from his arm and threw it away. The dragon scale turned into a dragon beast. Arthur Alberta Haber's expression changed. What kind of magic was this? Summoning magic? No, this dragon beast had the aura of Haber Timur Haber. It was not summoned from other places. It was a part of Haber Timur Haber. But how'd he do it? Turning a scale into a dragon. Generally speaking, the offspring of the dragon clan and other species were called half-dragons, which meant that they were the descendants of the dragon clan. The half-dragon would then interbreed with other creatures to give birth to draconic beasts. Most of the dragons were very powerful, although it was definitely not comparable to the dragon race. But compared to the vast majority of creatures, dragon beasts were already invincible. Jever did not think so. She took a step forward as if she was going to face the dragon alone. Varian Marks pulled Jever back. Don't worry, Zephyr said calmly. Varian looked at the Cyclops and then at Zephyra. In the end, she could only say one word, be careful. Zephyra bent over and drew out her pair of daggers. The daggers were hidden in her boots. Throughout the journey, Zephyra had never used it. Haber Timur Haber looked like he was watching a show. At first, Jever's footsteps were just a stroll, but gradually her speed became faster and faster, and in the end it became a sprint. The daggers were placed in front of her and behind her. The dragon suddenly leaped forward, opening its mouth and pouncing towards Zevra. Zevra's figure changed. She leaped high into the air, somersaulted in midair, and stabbed the daggers in her hands down. Ding! Sparks flew, but the dragon was unharmed. Zevra's reaction was also very fast. After her attack failed, she immediately retreated. However, the dragon chased after her and swung its tail. Be careful, Varian Marks exclaimed. Zevra was in a dangerous situation. If the dragon swung its tail hit her, she would probably be smashed into meat paste. Just then, Zevra crossed the two daggers in front of her. When the dragon swung its tail, Zevra used the flexibility of the daggers to retreat even faster. Zevra's feet kept retreating on the ground, and she finally stopped. What amazing combat skills! She actually withstood such a heavy attack. Varian exclaimed in astonishment. What she did not know was that Zafra had only recently developed her fighting skills. She was able to develop this combat skill because she had an imaginary enemy. And this imaginary enemy was Chun Zhao. The development process was even smoother than she had imagined. Together with this pair of specially made weapons, Zevra could easily defeat an enemy. Although it was her first time using this combat skill with the daggers, it was shockingly effective. Zevra moved her shoulders. Her muscles and bones started to relax. Haber Timur Haber raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the little girl did not use her full strength. She seemed to still have some leeway. Haber Timur Haber did not intend to interfere. He watched Zevra's next performance with interest. This time, the dragon attacked first. Zevra moved and charged at the dragon. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the dragon's right eye was suddenly pierced by Zevra. Zevra, on the other hand, avoided the dragon's huge body in the blink of an eye. The dragon howled in pain. It turned around and spat a mouthful of saliva at Zevra. However, This attack could not even reach Zevra's shadow. Zevra flashed again and appeared under the dragon's abdomen. The dragon was still wondering where Zevra had gone. Zevra's two swords had already cut open the dragon's abdomen. The battle ended with Zevra's easy victory. Clap, clap, clap. Haber Timur Haber clapped his hands. Beautiful, what a beautiful combat skill. There's a dragon called the Combat Master among the dragons. I suspect that you're his descendant. Zevra wiped away the blood on her sword and pointed at Haber Timur Haber. Haber Timur Haber looked at Zevra. You don't think that your skill will work on me, do you? Zevra calmly looked at Haber Timur Haber and shook her head. If that's the case, why are you pointing your sword at me? Are you going to fight me to the death? Zevra shook her head again. I just want to tell you that my boss is here. Your boss? Who's your boss? The leader of the Dragon Slayer organization? Haber Timur Haber asked in confusion. He was not the only one confused. The others were confused as well. Varian's face was full of greetings. The leader of the Dragon Slayer organization? That guy did not seem powerful and was very short. Would he dare to come? Chapter 26:43. Thud, thud, thud. The loud sound came from above. It was like a pile driver pounding the ground. At first, it was a bit light, but the next time, it would be heavier, heavier, heavier. More rocks began to fall from above. It was as if a pile driver was really working on it. Bang! Suddenly, a hole appeared in the cubic ceiling above. Then, a figure descended from the sky. Everyone looked at the figure and realized that it was an Asian man holding a round pig. Seeing Chun Zhao, Jane Fankel had a strange expression. Wasn't that Chun Zhao? To be honest, her appearance here was largely related to Chun Zhao. Boss, Zephyr called. Everyone froze. Boss. Was this guy Zephyr's boss? Chun Zhao nodded and scanned the scene. Which side is the enemy? Which side is on our side? Chun Zhao asked. Or are both dragons enemies? Zephyr glanced at Arthur Alberta Haber and said, He's on our side, at least for now. So this guy is the enemy? Chun Zhao pointed at Haber and asked, You're the leader of the dragons. I'll soon become the leader of the dragons, Haber said confidently. Haber Timur Haber said confidently, Human, you better show me some respect. That way, I will forgive your sins after you die. Sorry, Chun Zhao said, relaxing. I've killed a lot of dragons, so it's hard for me to show some respect to an unfamiliar dragon. Haber Timur Haber's face darkened, and his finger pressed down. Instantly, a terrifying dragon's might pressed down on Chun Zhao's face. A huge pit instantly appeared in the ground around Chun Zhao. However, Chun Zhao hovered in place. Even the round pig in Chun Zhao's arms was unharmed, let alone Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao also raised his finger and pointed at Haber Timur Haber. A small black ball appeared before his finger. Pop! Haber Timur Haber's entire body was sent flying, crashing into a rock wall in the distance. It really isn't the Dragon King, Chun Zhao muttered to himself. I heard that the Dragon King is powerful, but this guy is too weak. However, Chun Zhao's words made everyone speechless. Weak? This guy said that Haber Timur Harper was weak? In what way did he know that Haber Timur Haber was weak? Jane Fankel did not expect Chun Zhao to be so powerful. Don't be careless, human. Your attack has no effect on him. Arthur Alberta Haber said seriously. Silver Dragon, are you an ice elemental? That doesn't seem to be the case. I once killed an ice-type silver dragon, but I didn't feel any chill from your body. Are you interested in becoming part of my collection? Arthur Alberta Haber's face darkened. He was speechless at the human in front of him. He suddenly felt that it would be better if Haber Timur Haber killed this guy. Roar! Haber Timur Haber jumped up from the rubble and instantly transformed into his dragon form. His body was close to 1,000 meters long, and he was covered in grayish-red patterns. There were also many pairs of dragon horns on his head, making him look even more sinister and terrifying. Arthur Alberta Haber's expression changed again. Both Haber Timur Haber's power and body were becoming stronger. I'm going to kill you. Human I want. Kill. You. Dozens of magic formations of various sizes appeared around Haber Timur Haber. All of them pointed at Chun Zhao. Every single one of the magic arrays was brewing a terrifying spell. Everyone's nerves were tense to the extreme. Some even blamed Chun Zhao. After all, Chun Zhao had only appeared for a minute. He had successfully angered Haber Tim Moorhaber. This also made them face a more serious and dangerous situation. Chun Zhao stood where he was and looked at Haber Tim Moorhaber in the distance. "You're weaker than I thought." "Very well. Then I'll show you my puny strength. Go to hell." In an instant, all the magic formations burst out with terrifying spells. Dozens of terrifying magic beams blasted at Chun Zhao. However, when the magic beams were within 1,000 meters of Chun Zhao, they began to visibly weaken. When they were within 100 meters, they had weakened to only 1/10 of their original power. When they reached Chun Zhao, they were no more powerful than inferior fireball. Chun Zhao laughed. "Are you kidding me? Or did you not eat breakfast?" Haber Tim Moorhaber flew into a rage. His power had increased tenfold, but his IQ seemed to have increased in the opposite direction. Or rather, he had inflated. Using his huge body, Haber Tim Moorhaber pounced at Chun Zhao. In everyone's eyes, he was like a flying mountain. Haber Tim Moorhaber's body might be 1,000,000 tons. The oppressive feeling brought about by the overwhelming aura made it difficult for everyone to breathe. At this time, Chun Zhao also moved. Moreover, Chun Zhao was much faster than Haber Tim Moorhaber. Everyone felt their vision blur. Then they realized that Chun Zhao had disappeared. The next moment, they saw Haber Tim Moorhaber's lower abdomen cave in. His huge body fell down too, his back smashing heavily into the ground. Then, everyone saw Chun Zhao appear above Haber Tim Moorhaber. Haber Tim Moorhaber was shocked. He wanted to climb up, but he realized that he was controlled by a terrifying power. Without hesitation, Haber Tim Moorhaber spat out a mouthful of dragon breath at Chun Zhao. The terrifying dragon breath traveled thousands of meters in an instant and swallowed Chun Zhao. But the power controlling him didn't weaken. "Roar!" Haber Tim Moorhaber screamed in pain. Everyone saw that Haber Tim Moorhaber's left forelimb had been strangely torn off. Chun Zhao stood there unharmed. He was still holding Roundy with one hand. Right now, Chun Zhao was looking down at Haber Tim Moorhaber with a condescending gaze. "Among my many opponents, you should be the weakest. You seem to be very unfamiliar with your power." Everyone was speechless. Haber Tim Moorhaber? The weakest? What was this guy's standard? However, at this moment, no one could raise any objections, because Chun Zhao seemed to be one-sidedly beating Haber Tim Moorhaber. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperor. Chapter 2644. This wasn't because Chun Zhao was being arrogant, or perhaps it was because he was humiliating Haber Tim Moorhaber. He truly felt that Haber Tim Moorhaber was very weak. Haber Tim Moorhaber's aura wasn't weak. At the very least, he was considered average among the great Lord Shifeng had fought before. However, the strength he displayed was definitely an insult to Chun Zhao's power level. "I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Kill you." Haber Tim Moorhaber roared crazily. He'd obtained supreme power, but on the same day, he'd lost a claw. Terrifying magic power brewed inside Haber Tim Moorhaber's body. "I told you, you're too immature when it comes to using power. You shouldn't have brewed your magic power in front of the enemy." Chun Zhao waved his hand. Thousands of black balls appeared around him. Chun Zhao didn't even have to use his full strength. The thousands of black balls were like a bullet storm. They shot directly at Haber Tim Moorhaber at an astonishing speed. These black balls weighed tens of thousands of tons. One could imagine how terrifying the power would be under such high-speed shooting. Thousands of small black balls shot out crazily. Haber Tim Moorhaber actually didn't die. Chun Zhao was amazed by Haber Timur's tenacious vitality. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this still the insufferably arrogant Haber Tim Moorhaber? At the moment, Haber Tim Moorhaber was covered in wounds. Haber Tim Moorhaber didn't even have a chance to fight back. Chun Zhao still held Roundy in one hand and controlled the battle with the other. He controlled the entire situation. But for Zephyra, she only had one feeling. Chun Zhao had become stronger again. Haber Tim Moorhaber didn't want to wait for death like this. He unleashed his dragon's might at full power. Chun Zhao's hand paused. All the black balls lost control and fell. Next, Haber Timur Haber opened his bloody mouth and bit at Chun Zhao in the sky. However, Chun Zhao dodged Haber Timur's attack at an even faster speed. Chun Zhao's lips curled into a smile. You're more like it now. Right now, Haber Timur's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Chun Zhao with hatred. His strength increased again, and anger and madness caused his fusion with the ancient Dragon Ball to become even more radical. This was a good thing, but also not a good thing. The surrounding magma began to boil and gather towards Haber Timur Haber. A magma dragon claw grew out of Haber Timur Haber's severed limb. I'm no longer afraid of you. Haber Timur Haber moved his magma dragon claws. Chun Zhao smiled. You still have a lot of room for improvement. I'm already strong enough. The lava was repairing his body. Even his uninjured skin was covered in lava. This was the power of a domain, completely different from the domains of the past. To be precise, his domain was replaced by this scorching hot domain. Not enough. Chun Zhao moved again. A punch pierced through Haber Timur's magma body. Haber Timur's huge body flew backward at a shocking speed. When it fell into the magma, it set off huge waves. The lava covering his skin didn't protect him at all. Even against Chun Zhao, the lava didn't have a desired effect. Suddenly, the lava lake exploded, and a terrifying lava dragon appeared in front of everyone. The dragon's upper body was already 3,000 meters long. Its entire body was probably over 5,000 meters long. Before the lava dragon, Chun Zhao was as small as an ant. This was definitely the largest enemy Chun Zhao had ever faced. There was no other. Tremble under my power. Haber Timur Haber roared. Everyone was completely shocked by the scene before them. Even Arthur Alberta Haber was no exception. Was there really anything in the world that could fight against such power? Chun Zhao was still calm. He turned to look at Refra. Help me hold it. With his hands free, Chun Zhao could finally put his heart and soul into the battle. To be precise, Chun Zhao had thought of a good idea. An idea that Chun Zhao had rejected. Zhang Ting had mentioned it to Chun Zhao before. However, Chun Zhao had rejected it back then. Chun Zhao didn't walk fast. He strolled toward the magma dragon. Haber Timur Haber seemed to think that he would definitely win. He wasn't in a hurry to attack. While he was displaying his power, he was also enjoying it. Such a powerful force brought him an unprecedented pleasure. Feel my anger. Haber Timur Haber raised his huge claw and slapped at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao raised 2 fingers and swiped at the air. In an instant, Haber Timur Haber's claws separated from his huge body once again. The claw turned into lava and scattered, but Haber Timur didn't care. This was because there was enough lava here for him to repair his damaged body. Chun Zhao was just trying out a small part of it. He just wanted to see how effective this move was. He had to admit that this move was indeed quite effective. At least, it was effective against a newbie. Actually, this move was a modified version of Neutron Star. Originally, it compressed air into an extremely small volume. This move, which Chun Zhao had named Scalpel, was essentially Neutron Star. It was just that the shape was changed to that of knife. Because it was mainly made of air, the knife couldn't be seen. Chun Zhao waved his hand lightly, and the magma dragon's head was cut off. However, it still didn't hurt Haber Timur Haber at all. The magma dragon's head grew back. It's useless. I'm immortal now. You can't kill me. Chun Zhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the past, people had said that they were immortal before Chun Zhao. They'd all be ravaged by Chun Zhao and then slapped into the wall. Now, there were people saying such things, especially people at Haber Timur Haber's level. Was he really a newbie? He actually dared to say such a stupid lie in such a solemn manner. What are you laughing at? Haber Timur Haber was like a mouse whose tail had been stepped on. He questioned Chun Zhao angrily. Next time you make up a lie like this, you have to hide your real body first. Don't hide under my feet and use a fake body made by magic to fool me. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 2645. Haber Timur Haber's performance was indeed extremely stupid. He thought that by hiding in the lava, he could avoid Chun Zhao's senses. He used a huge lava body to deceive Chun Zhao's senses. On the other hand, the lava dragon was basically unkillable. He felt that he could just use the lava dragon to continuously consume Chun Zhao's power. That way, he would be invincible. Chun Zhao sneered. You still want to run now? Chun Zhao's power of the universe seeped into the lava. They caught Haber Tim Moorhaber. Then, everyone saw Haber Tim Moorhaber's huge body being dragged out of the lava. Haber Tim Moor was astonished. The human before him was so strong that he didn't seem human. It was a completely unreasonable kind of power. Haber Tim Moorhaber struggled to break free from the bindings. He used his strongest dragon's might to shatter the power that bound him. Chun Zhao also let go of the restraints. Trying to completely restrain an enemy of the same level with just the power of the small world was indeed wishful thinking. Chun Zhao was stronger than Haber Tim Moorhaber. While Haber Tim Moor was weaker than Chun Zhao, he wasn't much weaker. At least, they were at the same level of power. Haber Tim Moor lost more because he wasn't familiar with his own power. It wasn't just that he wasn't familiar with the power of a great lord. Haber Tim Moor's control and use of power was something that even a normal lord would find difficult to achieve. He had created the lava dragon with his power. It had looked mighty and extraordinary, but it was just an empty shell. Even if Chun Zhao stood there and let the lava dragon hit him, he might not even break a layer of skin. Haber Tim Moor's performance was basically at the level of a middle school student who had gotten a master's degree. When he walked out, he told people that he had a master's degree. In the end, he was as fierce as a tiger. He wasn't even at the level of a high school student. At this level, he could only fool Arthur Alberta Haber, who was also a middle school student. In front of Chun Zhao, he would be beaten into a pig's head. After breaking free, Haber Tim Moorhaber immediately flapped his wings and flew away from Chun Zhao's small world. Immediately after, Haber Tim Moor's body shook violently, and the scales on his body started to fall. When those scales fell, they turned into dragon beasts in midair. The big ones were dozens of meters long, and the small ones were only a dozen meters long. Some could soar in the sky, while others fell directly into the magma. In an instant, Haber Tim Moorhaber had created an army of countless dragons. Even Chun Zhao was dumbfounded. This method was similar to Huaxia's magic arsenal. However, quantity was useless in front of Chun Zhao. In a normal battle between great lords, no one would use such a method. Even if Shi Feng had an endless supply of troops, he wouldn't use them in a battle between great lords. No matter how many soldiers they had, they could not withstand a massacre by a great lord. But now, Haber Tim Moorhaber had used such a stupid method. Even more stupid was that the dragon army was made from Haber Tim Moorhaber's flesh and blood. To put it bluntly, Haber Tim Moorhaber had created them with his own flesh and blood. It was a spectacular scene. The sky was filled with dragons. Chun Zhao twisted his neck and glanced at Haber Tim Moorhaber. I suddenly don't want to kill you anymore. Be my breeding pig, and I'll keep you alive. How about that? Human, you're dead. I'll definitely kill you. Such words were a great insult to anyone, not to mention Haber Tim Moorhaber, who had already become arrogant. When 100,000 black balls appeared in the surroundings, both friend and foe were dumbfounded. The densely packed black balls were no weaker than the dragon army, especially Haber Tim Moorhaber. He had already experienced the power of those little black balls. Now that the countless black balls had appeared, he had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. In an instant, all the black balls shot out. The battlefield became a slaughterhouse. The black balls would die with one knock or become crippled with one touch. How could he fight? At that moment, Haber Tim Moorhaber also felt that his move was stupid. The dragon army couldn't even attack Chun Zhao. They couldn't even get close to Chun Zhao's small world. The magma lake churned, setting off terrifying waves. However, this attack wasn't enough to kill Haber Tim Moorhaber. Primordial Regression Technique, Level 2. Chun Zhao stomped on the ground. The ground he stepped on cracked instantly. Chun Zhao shot out like a fleeting shadow. In a thousandth of a second, Chun Zhao had pierced through Haber Timur Haber's abdomen and shot out from his back. At the same time, a Dragon Ball appeared in his hand. Haber Timur Haber was still in a daze. The result was already out. He turned back to look at Chun Zhao and his Dragon Ball. He reached out with his claws, trying to grab Chun Zhao. He wanted to take back his Dragon Ball. However, his body continued to fall. At this moment, everyone was silent. The insufferably arrogant Haber Timur Haber had finally been defeated. Suddenly, Chun Zhao grabbed Haber Timur Haber, who was about to fall into the lava lake. The body of the Dragon King was a good thing. How could Chun Zhao let go of Haber Timur's body? But at that moment, an unfamiliar yet powerful aura appeared without warning. Chun Zhao immediately felt that Haber Timur's body was being pulled by another force. Chun Zhao saw a shadow appear in front of him. He was 100 meters away from Chun Zhao. At the same time, one of his hands was grabbing at Haber's body. Although the shadow's aura was very faint, Chun Zhao could still vaguely feel it. Another giant dragon, and a Dragon King too. Father, Arthur Alberta Haber exclaimed. Arthur Alberta Haber didn't expect his father to come as well. Or rather, he had always been here. You want to steal my spoils of war? Or do you want to be my spoils of war too? Human, he's my child. The Dragon King's tone was somewhat angry. I don't care whose son he is. I only know that he's my spoils of war. Do you want humans to start a war with dragons? Do you? Chun Zhao wouldn't be threatened. He was just a nobody among humans. But the other was the leader of the dragons, so he could say whatever he wanted. Would the other dare? Zhu Qian Divine Emperor. Chapter 2646. Of course, the Dragon King didn't want to start a war. The dragons didn't have the advantage in the first place. Now, such a monster had appeared among the humans. Even he wasn't sure if he could defeat Chun Zhao. So if a war really started, then the dragons might really be wiped out. Maintaining the current situation was beneficial to both the dragons and humans. Threats were fine, but it was impossible to start a real war. For beings of their level, any threat was meaningless, unless he could truly be free from all attachments. The Dragon King stared at Chun Zhao. He seemed to be trying to force Chun Zhao with his eyes. Unfortunately, he was the one who compromised in the end, although he was very unhappy that his child's body was taken as a trophy. But as the leader of the dragons, he couldn't be stubborn to the end. Of course, in the end, it was still because he wasn't strong enough. Strength was the most important factor in judging each other. If he was strong enough, it would be nice even if the other's words were bullshit. If he wasn't strong enough, then compromise was the only choice. For example, the situation the Dragon King was facing now. The Dragon King glanced at Arthur Alberta Haber and said, "Come back with me." The Dragon King was really afraid that Chun Zhao would kill his last son too if he was too careless. Arthur Alberta Haber glanced at variant marks behind him. He pursed his lips, but didn't say anything in the end. The Dragon King didn't care if Arthur Alberta Haber was willing or not. He waved his hand, and an unpredictable chain shot out from his hand. It wrapped around Arthur Alberta Haber's neck and then pulled hard. Arthur Alberta Haber's body also followed into nothingness. Chun Zhao didn't stop Arthur Alberta Haber from leaving. After all, he could tell friend from foe. Then the Dragon King and Arthur Alberta Haber disappeared before Chun Zhao's eyes. Chun Zhao didn't know how they left. But thinking about it, a dragon leader who had been a leader for thousands of years must have a lot of tricks up his sleeve. At least he wasn't a dabbler like Haber Timur Haber. Chun Zhao glanced at Haber Timur's huge corpse. With a wave of his hand, he put Haber's corpse away. Then he looked at Refra and the others. "I'll send you out." Everyone felt their bodies lighten, and then they floated up. At first, it was quite novel. But then, the feeling didn't feel good. Chun Zhao would never consider the feelings of the passengers. So, when Chun Zhao sped up, they felt quite uncomfortable. The powerful air pressure directly squeezed and deformed the skin on their faces. Moreover, Chun Zhao had created an even bigger hole in it. He returned to the surface in the most barbaric way possible. When everyone returned to the ground again, everyone had a surreal feeling, especially Jane Fankel. She did not expect the Asian she had interacted with before. He actually had such a terrifying side to him. She had originally thought that Haber Timur Haber was the most terrifying existence. But when Chun Zhao appeared, Haber Timur Haber was like a child before Chun Zhao. He was beaten up and humiliated. Haber Timur Haber seemed really weak. But everyone knew that Haber Timur Haber was very powerful, so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end. However, Chun Zhao's power was dominating. He was unreasonably strong. Jane Fankel thought of her father and brother. They had even provoked Chun Zhao before. If they died now, Chun Zhao would probably kill them with a slap. Chun Zhao looked at Refra and took the round ball from her hands. After you're done with your personal matters, hurry back. I still have many things to do. Portia can't handle them all by herself. Got it, boss. Then I'll go back first. With that, Chun Zhao disappeared into the night sky. Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief, as if they had just woken up from a dream. Even Varian had mixed feelings at the moment. Chun Zhao looked easygoing, but she felt that he was like a volcano. He was a human who dared to go against the Dragon King. He was far more dangerous than any of the giant dragons. The next day, Refra and Portia came to work together. Chun Zhao was a bit surprised that Refra came back so early. Refra, you didn't rush back overnight, right? Chun Zhao asked. There's a flight to L.A., so I came back on the way. I thought you needed a day or two off. It's a festival in your hometown, Refra said. Okay, Chun Zhao said. I have a lot of things to do at home today. I need to prepare clothes for the kids. In some aspects, Chun Zhao was more traditional. Even though he was in a foreign country, he still followed Chinese traditions. He had been abroad for more than 2 years and 3 Chinese New Years. He didn't miss any of them because of other reasons. He didn't buy firecrackers that could go off in the tens of thousands, but he did get some that could go off in the thousands. Also, no one would care if he set them off in his own territory. Kids loved to set off firecrackers. Even foreign kids were no exception. This was because firecrackers could stimulate their senses and vision. Although they were a bit scared, the boys still gathered their courage to light the firecrackers. Chun Zhao even gave them some firecrackers for fun. Since it was New Year's Eve, the more lively the better. Chun Zhao prepared a lot of food and beer in the yard. Drinking beer in February was definitely not bad. Chun Zhao didn't want to have a reunion dinner like in China. He wanted to have a reunion dinner, but he wanted a more relaxing way. The kids were playing with firecrackers. When they were tired, thirsty, or hungry, they would come over to eat something. Then they would continue playing. Then Clive, Ampa, and their kid arrived. Chun Zhao had invited the whole family. He had also invited Murphy, Rebecca, Bant, Mary, and Ken. He had invited all the people in town who were close to him. Other than preparing red packets for his kids, he also prepared red packets for Clive and Ampa's kids. There wasn't much money inside, just 2 $20 bills. Too much wasn't suitable. Around $40. That was around $200 in China, less than $300. Clive and Ampa roughly knew Chinese customs, so they didn't let their kids reject Chun Zhao's red packets. Then everyone sat together and chatted. The men went in groups, and the women went in groups. This lasted from the afternoon until it was almost midnight. Then everyone left one by one. Chun Zhao also let Refra and Portia go back after a busy day. Chapter 26:47. Before and after the New Year were 2 completely different feelings. Before the New Year, he felt like he had a lot of things to do. But after the New Year, he felt like everything had disappeared. He just lay there doing nothing every day. Chun Zhao believed that he wasn't the only one who felt this way. It seemed like every Chinese had the same feeling. Of course, Chun Zhao would enter the river diagram to cultivate every day for different lengths of time. As the small world continued to be refined, Chun Zhao felt that it had gone through a complete transformation. The growth and power level was nothing now. Chun Zhao was now more than 10 times stronger than before he started cultivating the small world. This kind of improvement couldn't make Chun Zhao happy anymore. What really excited him was that the small world seemed to be growing in a certain direction, but that feeling couldn't be described with words. It was that kind of conjecture and specious feeling. This kind of growth didn't come from an instant epiphany. It had to be accumulated over a long period of time. Moreover, it couldn't be done in a day or two. To put it bluntly, Even after Bifla, Zhang Tianyi, and the 23rd Blood Mary activated their small worlds, they might not have enough time to refine them. This slow speed made Chen Zhao speechless. Even in the river diagram, Chen Zhao still felt that the speed was 1,000 times faster. Compared to the continuous increase in his combat power, Chen Zhao cared more about the growth of the small world. In the past, Chen Zhao had never actively cultivated. Most of the time, he just passively increased his power. But now, Chen Zhao was looking forward to the growth and changes of the small world. Chen Zhao had a feeling that if the small world improved, there would be a very special change. "Hey, Zhang, what's up?" Chen Zhao was meditating by the lake when he received Zhang Tianyi's call. It was called meditation, but he was actually daydreaming. These days, Chen Zhao was really bored to death. Before the new year, Alex would call Chen Zhao many times a day. But recently, there hadn't been a single call. Chen Zhao didn't know if Alex had picked the right time to make things difficult for him. "When are you coming back?" "In a few days." "You're not coming back earlier?" "Why would I go back earlier? I'm not going to make it through the Spring Festival." Actually, the Spring Festival traffic has eased a lot in the past 2 years. Huh? Chen Zhao did not believe it. It was a slogan from 20 years ago. The pressure of the Spring Festival had not decreased. Instead, it had increased year by year. This was a dividend brought about by the country's population, but at the same time, it also brought about a burden. Unless the various types of transportation in the country increased by 3 times, the pressure would still be the same. "I said to wait for a few days." "It's only a few days. Why are you in such a hurry?" "I just missed you." "Bullshit." Chen Zhao answered the call and studied the sparkling lake. No one knew what he was thinking. "You really don't plan to return to China soon? Why do you have to make life difficult for these few days? Isn't it just a few days? Won't it be over after you sleep? Get lost. How many days do you need to sleep? Anyway, I'm just going back to my country to have some fun and visit some scenic spots. You're urging me to go back, so you must have some hard work to do. Anyway, you better give up on this idea. I won't help you with any hard work. My Great Dragon Tiger Mountain is a national special tourist attraction. It's enough for you to play. Even if you want room service, I'll arrange it for you. You get lost too. You really don't plan to come back early? To tell you the truth, I've booked a plane. The flight is next Friday. I've already paid the deposit. If you help me pay the deposit, I'll go back early." "How much?" $2 million. "Fuck off. Come back whenever you want." Zhang Tianyi hung up. "Fuck off. You hang up as soon as we talk about money. So practical." Chen Zhao cursed and put the phone away. Because there were quite a lot of people returning this time, Chen Zhao's whole family was out. This was why Chen Zhao planned to book a private plane back. Plus, there were so many kids to take care of, so Vara and Portia had to come too. 2 days before the return, Chen Zhao got busy again. There were more than 20 suitcases of various sizes. Although they were only going out to play, they brought quite a lot of things. On the day of their return, Chen Zhao's family went to the airport in a grandiose manner. After boarding the connecting flight, the kids started to make a ruckus. To them, this place was like home. When the plane was about to take off, the stewardess calmed them down for a while. For the flight attendants of this flight, it was simply a flight to hell. When the stewardess was on a mission, the thing they were most afraid of was kids on the plane. However, there were only a few adults on this flight. The rest were all kids. However, they couldn't afford to offend these kids. After all, if their parents could charter the plane, it meant that their parents were rich. Just then, Chen Zhao received a call from Zhang Ting. Chen Zhao had already switched to the satellite phone, so he could use it even on the plane. "Boss, are you on the plane?" "Yes, we're on the plane," Chen Zhao said. "Okay, I'm only going back to play. No need to trouble you. Have a good New Year." "Boss, I've been cooped up at home for more than 10 days. I'm being urged to get married every day. Please pity me." Zhang Ting purposely sounded pitiful. Actually, it wasn't that she had to work. Even if she didn't want to stay at home, she could go anywhere. In fact, she had the awareness of an employee. Her boss was coming back to play. As his #1 trusted employee, if she didn't accompany him, she might be replaced. Okay. If you really want to come, then come. But I won't pay you during the holidays." "Boss, doesn't that count as overtime? Then you should stay at home for the blind date." Chen Zhao joked with Zhang Ting for a while. After telling her the estimated arrival time of the flight, he hung up. Both Zhang Ting and Portia were Chun Zhao's employees, but their work attitudes were completely different. Portia only treated it as a job. She was Chun Zhao's employee. On the other hand, Zhang Ting had the awareness of becoming Chun Zhao's trusted employee. Under normal circumstances, there was no difference between the two. They were both doing their jobs within their scope. But there were differences. Simply speaking, anyone could do Portia's job. For example, Zephyra could even do it better. Zhang Ting was different. While she was doing her job, she could also help Chun Zhao complete tasks outside of her job. Of course, Chun Zhao didn't need Portia to change. At least within her job scope, it was enough for her to do her own job. Chapter 2648. Yo, you look so pretty today. Are you going out to receive a guest? Zhang Ting didn't turn around. From the tone, she knew it was her best friend and roommate, Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing always called herself a demoness and was used to speaking sarcastically. Yi Ziqing was also a top student in Shuimu and was the technical director of a listed company. The two had a lot of common topics. They lived together in an upscale apartment. The rent for this apartment wasn't cheap. It was $56,000 a month. Including property, utilities, heating, and other expenses, it added up to nearly 60,000 yuan. The two of them shared 30,000 a month. With such a high standard, it would be hard to maintain without a stable income. Yi Ziqing didn't even go home during the New Year. Zhang Ting only went back a few days before and after the New Year. My big boss is back in the country, Zhang Ting said. The big boss you said is rich enough to throw money at people. Yi Ziqing's eyes lit up and asked in surprise. Don't get any ideas. He has a family. He even has 2 children, Zhang Ting said. I'm not planning on seducing your big boss. I just want to see if he's interested in investing in any projects. I have a lot of good projects on hand, Yi Ziqing said. I'm just lacking rich people who have nowhere to spend their money. Yi Ziqing heard Zhang Ting mention her big boss before. During a trip abroad, this big boss spent millions of US dollars for her and his employees. He would send warmth to the company's employees every few days. In just a month, he had already sent out millions of US dollars. He closed his eyes to make decisions and casually mentioned an animation company that was worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Yi Ziqing had come into contact with many rich people. Even the top tycoons in the country had come into contact with a few. But she had never seen such a rich person. Are you going to the airport now? I'll go with you. No, you don't know him. Introduce him to me. We've been sisters for so many years. No, I feel like you're going to seduce my big boss. Think about it. Who paid for you back then when you didn't have money to pay rent? Think about it. When you were working overtime every day and night, who was the one who sent you supper? Think about it. Who helped you vent your anger when you were played by a scumbag? Okay. I'll take you there. Okay? Yi Ziqing was complacent as if her scheme had succeeded. Zhang Ting was already used to Yi Ziqing's temper. If they didn't get along, they wouldn't have shared a room for so many years. Shanghai Airport was even busier than Los Angeles International Airport. 2 years ago, Chun Zhao also boarded the plane at Magic City Airport when he left the country. More than 2 years had passed, but the Shanghai airport had not changed much. Chun Zhao and his family walked out of the arrival gate. From afar, they could see Zhang Ting waving a sign. Chun Zhao walked up. Long time no see. Boss, it hasn't even been a month. All right, who is this? My friend, Yi Ziqing. I'm afraid I can't carry the luggage by myself, so I call my friend over to help. With that, Zhang Ting looked behind Chun Zhao. There was a foreign woman, so beautiful that she was stunned by her beauty. She carried 2 children in her arms, and behind her were foreign children of various sizes. Further behind them were 2 foreign women who were pushing a highly stacked luggage on a cart. Zhang Ting recognized one of them. Chun Zhao had brought Portia to meet her once when he'd traveled abroad. Also, she'd seen Portia a few times during their video calls. However, she hadn't seen the younger foreign woman. Hello, Miss Yi. Chun Zhao shook hands with Yi Ziqing. This is my wife, Fei Lai. They're my children. You've met Portia and Zhang Ting. Also, that's Refra. She's also my assistant, but she asked for leave. This time, she's coming back with me. Yi Ziqing was dumbfounded when she saw this big family. It was much, much bigger than she'd imagined. Thankfully, Zhang Ting was prepared. She knew that Chen Zhao had a big business and a lot of family members. She'd also booked a floor of the hotel. "Miss Yi, what company do you work at?" "I wouldn't dare to say that," Yi Ziqing said, smiling. "I work at Xiangrong as their technical director." Chen Zhao had never heard of this so-called Xiangrong company. However, from Yi Ziqing's tone, it should be a really cool company. "Mr. Chen, do you plan to invest in China?" Zhang Ting's current company is my investment. I mean business. Animation company is also business, right? Okay. Yi Ziqing understood that Chen Zhao was trying to brush her off. It seemed that this man wasn't as brainless as she'd heard from Zhang Ting. At least, this man wouldn't reveal anything before knowing the exact situation. "Mr. Chen, do you have any plans after coming back?" "Play," Chen Zhao answered honestly. Yi Ziqing felt that she couldn't continue this conversation. In the past, she didn't need to bring up topics when she interacted with the rich that basically couldn't leave their industry after 3 sentences. They'd talk about the current situation in 5 sentences, or they'd find a good project or something. This was one of the basic qualities that allowed them to become rich. It was completely different from Chen Zhao before her. We're all banana people, so hard to communicate with. Yi Ziqing completely treated Chen Zhao as a banana person. In reality, she didn't know that Chen Zhao had only made it in 1 or 2 years. It wasn't a problem for Chen Zhao to become one of the richest people. However, Chen Zhao didn't have that kind of mentality. When they arrived at the airport, Didi helped take care of the siblings. The others were in charge of moving the luggage onto the bus. While they were moving the luggage, Zhang Ting came to Chen Zhao's side and said, "Boss, Yezi has some good projects. If you're interested, you can ask her." Okay. In fact, this was how the so-called network was built. When Chen Zhao was in Los Angeles, he'd occasionally introduce himself like this. Although Zhang Ting only said 1 sentence, it was enough to help Yi Ziqing. After Chen Zhao arrived at the hotel, Zhang Ting immediately arranged a meal for his family. Of course, since they'd just returned from abroad, their first meal had to be Chinese. The restaurant Zhang Ting chose was also very particular. First, it had to be high class. After all, Chen Zhao's family couldn't go to a roadside restaurant. Secondly, the environment and location were all very meticulous. Zhang Ting, "Miss Yi, it's my wife and 2 assistants' first time in China. Take them to the mall tonight." To be honest, they didn't really go shopping when they were abroad. It was mainly because the security abroad wasn't good. Unless Chen Zhao was with them, even Fei Lai didn't dare to go out. Although the business district was bustling, once you left the business district, it was basically a blind spot for public security. Chapter 2649. The adults went to the mall, of course. The kids went to Disneyland. What was the best place to show how many people there were in China? One was the train station, and the other was the amusement park. The next day, Fei Lai, Portia, and Zephyra continued shopping. Chen Zhao brought the kids to the amusement park. In China, Chen Zhao really didn't need to worry about their safety. Apart from the fact that they were unfamiliar with the area, they had no other problems. Yi Ziqing also went shopping with Fei Lai and the others. She was a high-income person, but she was still shocked when she saw Fei Lai shopping. How did Fei Lai shop? When she saw something she liked, she didn't pick the color. Instead, she bought one of all the colors. She bought a Chanel handbag that cost more than 80,000. It was the same style with 3 colors and patterns. Fei Lai bought 3 of them. The salesgirl was so happy that she was about to blossom. As for Zephyra and Portia, their expressions were as calm as the clouds in the wind. They both knew how much money Chen Zhao could make. Even if Fei Lai tried her best, she probably wouldn't be able to spend all of Chen Zhao's money in a day. Yi Ziqing was already a bit dizzy. Fei Lai had already spent 1 million yuan in just one store. Plus, the amount on her black card was frighteningly high. Of course, Fei Lai didn't just buy it for herself. She would also buy it for Chen Zhao and the kids at home. Occasionally, she would turn around and ask Zephyra, Portia, and Yi Ziqing if they liked something. Yi Ziqing really wanted to maintain her composure. But when she saw the prices and the luxuries, there were many things that she could only drool over. Those luxuries could almost buy a toilet in Shanghai. Thus, Yi Ziqing reluctantly accepted them. Fei Lai had already spent a few million yuan in one shopping mall. Yi Ziqing felt as if she had just experienced a soul-stirring battle. There was only one thought in her mind. Evil capitalists. A Lancome lipstick with 16 colors in one color series. They were all bought in one go. Was this something a human would do? The rich women she had met in the past didn't do this either. Fei Lai, there's a Baroness store over there. Do you want to go? Baroness? The Baroness's boss is Chen's good friend. Every season, their new designs will be delivered directly to our house. Chen's and my daily suits are all custom-made by their designers. Chen seems to have gotten some of the Baroness's shares a while ago, so he's her boss now. Yi Ziqing hissed as she felt a toothache. The more she knew, the more dizzy she felt. Baroness had just entered the Chinese market. However, because of the brand's reputation, it had already gained a certain status in the international market. Last year, the Baroness was ranked 16th on the list of luxury goods. This was mainly related to their market share. However, their sales ratio could be ranked in the top 3 of similar luxury goods. Baroness was currently a private property and not a listed company. However, its brand value had already become a golden asset. Yi Ziqing had a good understanding of international finance. A gold asset like the Baroness would definitely know better. He didn't expect Chen Zhao to be able to buy the Baroness shares. She did not know that Chen Zhao and the Baroness boss, Zola, were close friends. Moreover, there was an exchange of interests. Furthermore, Zola did not have a lot of cash. She also did not want the shares to fall into the hands of strangers. Instead of selling to strangers, she might as well sell it to Chen Zhao. At least she knew Chen Zhao's background. Chen Zhao hugged little Larissa and Jerlin. As for the other children, they could do whatever they wanted. Chen Zhao's little world had been locking onto their positions. They could not run away. In fact, they could not even run out of the range of Chen Zhao's little world. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao had to admit that Huaxia was indeed the largest region in the spiritual world. Chen Zhao felt that there were at least 30 spiritualists in this amusement park. Of course, most of them came to play by themselves or with their families and children. Just then, Chen Zhao realized that one of the spiritualists seemed to have sensed something. It was a middle-aged man. He looked very tall, and there was a little girl sitting on his neck. However, the middle-aged man seemed to be looking around, as if he was looking for something. Finally, the man's gaze landed on Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao really did not expect that someone would be able to discover his little world. When the man saw the child in Chen Zhao's arms, he was stunned. Then, the man calmed himself down and walked over. "Hi, did you cast the sensing spell just now?" "Yes, did it affect you?" "Sir, that's not good," the man said. "Your actions will affect many people in public." "Sorry, my children are scattered in the amusement park. I was afraid that they would get lost, so to ensure their safety, I used a sensing spell." It seemed that the man had sensed Chen Zhao's little world with his sharp senses. He did not really discover the existence of the little world. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao had to admit that the man was quite skilled. At least, Chen Zhao could feel that the man's cultivation was very high. The magic rippling from him was even stronger than Norma, Halley's, and Jalanash, who were the strongest in the supernatural organization. Was this the spiritual world of Huaxia? Chen Zhao had encountered such a powerful person in an amusement park. "You're sensing me again? Who are you? How come I don't know you at all?" The middle-aged man quietly took 2 steps back. For some reason, he felt a bit creeped out when facing this young man. "I'm a Ritter. Chen Zhao grinned. "I'm married a foreign woman." The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Zhao's 2 mixed-blood children. He actually believed Chen Zhao. "No wonder I've never heard of you in China," the middle-aged man said. "Then you have to follow some local rules. I only came into contact with the spiritual world overseas, so I don't really know the local rules." "I see. How about we find a place to sit?" the middle-aged man asked. "Sure, wait a moment. I'll call the back." Chen Zhao nodded. At the same time, he sent a signal to his children, telling them all to come over. The middle-aged man looked at the foreign children surrounding Chen Zhao. "You're not a nanny overseas, right?" "They lost their parents, so I adopted them," Chen Zhao said casually. "Let's go." There's a roadside restaurant. Let's sit there. Chapter 2650. While talking to the middle-aged man, Chen Zhao found out that his name was Wang Hai. Chen Zhao carried little Larissa while the other kids ran around and played in the open-air restaurant he'd booked. Xiao Chun, can I call you that? Of course. Xiao Chun, what system are you in? Me? I'm more inclined towards strengthening. I learned some Western spells overseas, but I'm not good at them. Wang Hai reached out and pinched Chen Zhao's arm. Smiling, he said, strengthening isn't good in China. Why? Enhancers are more suited for martial arts. They aren't popular in the spirit world. There are too many spells in the spirit world that can restrain enhancers like you. Moreover, in the spirit world, enhancers are almost completely excluded. Chen Zhao rubbed his nose. Was he excluded from the spiritual world, just like that? But is your perception spell also Western? Nope, Chen Zhao said. My foundation is Taoism. That doesn't count. Chen Zhao had previously received the legacy of Qingyi's sect, and the cultivation method of Qingyi's sect had also helped him a lot. However, the Qingyi sect was still a bit weak and basically couldn't help Chen Zhao anymore. Of course, Chen Zhao still admitted that he was from the Qingyi sect. Chen Zhao had entered the Qingyi sect, but it had always been passed down from generation to generation. Chen Zhao had also joined the sect with skills. Normally, he couldn't be considered a disciple. Del should be a true Qingyi disciple. Chen Zhao was more like a guardian elder of the Qingyi sect. Chen Zhao's cultivation was high enough, and he was trusted by Li Qing. He wouldn't covet the Qingyi sect's techniques or take them for himself. Therefore, Li Qing gave Chen Zhao the identity of a guardian elder. Actually, the Qingyi sect only had 1 or 2 descendants now. They didn't care about disciples, leaders, or guardian elders. Chen Zhao could become a guardian elder with just a word from Li Qing. No one agreed or disagreed. It was like a shell company. Then the boss would appoint someone. Chen Zhao would be the company manager. This appointment was meaningless. Oh, your perception spell was a Taoist spell? Sort of. Your perception spell is impressive, but don't use it in public. Why? I'm not in anyone's way. Do you mind if people use pinhole cameras to spy on you? These are 2 different concepts, right? No, to the people of the spirit world, they're just a concept. All right, I'll be careful. Also, pay attention to the 3 Don TS in the country. What are the 3 no's? Do not attack in front of ordinary people. Do not kill demons. Do not discuss the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism. Chen Zhao could understand the first 2, but he really didn't know that there was a conflict between Buddhism and Taoism in China. You can't make a move in front of ordinary people. This is a universal rule. Previously, during the Battle of Holy Glory, he had heard Zhang Tianyi talk about the general situation of the spiritual world in the country. Demons were also members of the supernatural world and had a close relationship with the government. However, Chen Zhao had never heard of the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism in Huaxia's supernatural world. Is the hostility between Buddhism and Taoism in the country very serious? Although they appear to be harmonious on the surface, in reality, they are at loggerheads with each other. They even kill each other in private. Someone died? Chen Zhao asked, curious about the gossip. It's normal. Last time, during the Buddha Mother Conference in the capital, a group of Taoists came to provoke them. The 2 sides fought and 3 people died. Then there was the Immortals Seeking Conference in Tsingtao. Brother Wang, are you a Buddhist or Taoist? I'm nothing. I'm just an amateur like you. Back in the day, I encountered something unclean at home, and it made the whole village restless. Later, a beggar came and took care of that unclean thing. After that, I learned from that beggar for more than 2 years. A few years ago, the old beggar was getting old, and in the end, I sent him on his last journey. Wang Hai sighed. My cultivation is neither good nor bad. There are too many capable people in the spiritual world in the country. I've been here for more than a decade. Now, I'm counting on her, Wang Hai said, carrying the child. This made Chen Zhao feel like some parents who wanted their children to fulfill their unfulfilled wishes. It seemed like they wanted their children to be successful, but it was actually an irresponsible shirking. Of course, Chen Zhao wouldn't say this out loud. At the end of the day, it was Wang Hai's own business. Xiao Chun, are you planning to come back to develop your career? Chen Zhao was about to speak when Wang Hai said, "If possible, I'll stay abroad." Nowadays, as long as the cultivators from the spiritual world have some tricks up their sleeves and aren't scammers, they can make a name for themselves abroad. They also believe in cultivators like us abroad. The competition in the country is too fierce. Then why don't you go abroad? I want to, but I don't have any connections. It's easy, but I can't just stand on the streets. Wang Hai paused and said, "Oh, there's an operation tonight. Are you interested in joining?" "What operation?" "Hanwang Mountain was dug up by a group of grave robbers 3 months ago. Several archaeological teams went in, but only one came out alive. But he was also crazy." Then, the higher-ups reported this matter to the paranormal organizations of all levels. Then, the paranormal organizations in the city assigned a task. Whoever can pacify the things in the ancient tomb of Hanwang Mountain can go and claim the reward. Hanwang Mountain? It's a mountain in the northern suburbs of Shanghai. It's empty, but the things inside are really fierce. It's said that an ancient spirit has revived. Last time, they organized a group of cultivators to clear out Hanwang Mountain, but they were defeated. Tonight's the second operation. Anyone can join. Basically, it's getting rid of evil for the people. Why can't you? As long as you're not a beggar, it's fine. Plus, you just came back from overseas. Let me take you to broaden your horizons tonight. No matter what Wang Hai was thinking, Chen Zhao was really interested. Chen Zhao really wanted to broaden his horizons. He planned to go play with Wang Hai. Chen Zhao treated Wang Hai to a meal and then returned to the hotel with the kids. At night, Chen Zhao planned to leave the kids with Portia and Remy and then go out to broaden his horizons. The two agreed to meet at midnight. At 11:30, Chen Zhao arrived at the agreed place. They were all modern people. It wasn't some wilderness, just a roadside stall. However, Chen Zhao noticed that Wang Hai was even earlier than him. Apart from Wang Hai, there were two other people, one tall and one short. They seemed to be a group. At the moment, the three were drinking beer and eating skewers. "Brother Chen, you're here. Let me introduce you. These two are my old friends from Taiying Mountain in Jin Province, Zhou Nan and Li Ke." "Hello, Brother Chen." The short Li Ke held Chen Zhao's hand with both hands. "Brother Chen, where are you getting rich now?" Jiuqian Shenwang. Chapter 2651. Li Ke looked like a merchant on the street. His first reaction when he saw Chen Zhao was a professional smile and politeness. Of course, Chen Zhao didn't dislike this. After all, everyone had their own way of survival. The taller Zhou looked much more honest. Chen Zhao noticed that his hands were rough and not very clean. Zhou probably did some heavy work in a construction site. Both of them had good cultivation. After Wang Hai's introduction, the three got to know each other. Li Ke was a small merchant. His net worth was probably a few million. However, his cultivation method was passed down in his family. Although he'd been doing business these years, he hadn't slacked off in his cultivation. He often sparred with cultivators in the spiritual world. He also had his own circle. Zhou was also part of this circle. Among ordinary people, he was just a construction worker. His income was actually quite good among ordinary people. So, he didn't need anyone to pity him. Plus, he had a happy family and a peaceful life. Moreover, his sect could be considered a prestigious one, although it wasn't famous now. However, he was quite famous in the Jin province. Zhou also cultivated the 5 elements sect's cultivation method, the 5 elements divination technique. Combined with his job, it was a good fit. "It's about time. Let's go now." Chen Zhao glanced at the three. "You've all drunk. I'll drive." "Okay, Brother Chen, you're smart. You drink and don't drive." "Huh." In the car, they went straight to the suburbs. After a few turns, they entered a small village road. However, the car didn't enter the village. Instead, it drove into the mountains. In the end, the car broke down at the entrance of a valley. The road was too difficult to drive on. They could only get out and continue. "There's too much yin qi in this mountain," Zhou said. "There must be many ghosts here. They probably all escaped from the tomb." Chen Zhao didn't see any yin qi here. After all, he'd mostly dispelled the Western spiritual world. Chen Zhao only felt that it was a bit cold here. Everyone take a few of these talismans. Don't let the yin qi invade your body and ruin your cultivation. Chun Zhao reached out, but the talisman suddenly burst into flames as soon as it touched his hand. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Yinan looked deeply at Chun Zhao, but didn't say anything. Little brother Chun, your yang energy is very strong. Even if the yin energy here was 10 times stronger, it would not be able to invade your body. You don't have to use these talismans. Oh, all right then. Chun Zhao guessed that Zhou Yinan must have seen something. It probably had something to do with the spontaneous combustion when he took the talisman. On the way up, Zhou Yinan was clearly avoiding Chun Zhao. Chen Haiquan pretended not to notice and continued walking behind Wang Hai, chatting and laughing. Li Ku and Zhou Yinan walked together. Li Ku seemed to notice something and asked in a low voice, "Old Zhou, what's wrong with you? That kid didn't do anything to you. Why are you acting like a different person all of a sudden? Just now, when he took my true yang talisman, it suddenly combusted. Didn't you see it? I saw it. Your true yang talisman was refined by you using yang fire. It contains a trace of true yang fire force. As you said, that kid's yang qi is heavy. The true yang fire force did not enter his body. It was directly released from the talisman. Do you remember the big incident in Huaxia 20 years ago? Yes, what about it? My master and I also participated in that incident, Zhou Yinan said. We were lucky enough to meet Celestial Master Zhang of Dragon Tiger Mountain. At the time, he had just experienced a demon-slaying battle. It said that Celestial Master Zhang killed thousands of demons alone, but Celestial Master Zhang was still in high spirits. When he saw my master, he even came over to say hello. Only then did I know that my master and Celestial Master Zhang were old friends. Celestial Master Zhang even asked my master for a few true yang talismans, saying that he needed to disperse some of the evil blood qi on his body. What does that have to do with that kid? Li Ku asked, confused. It said that after killing demons, there will be evil blood qi left on one's body. It will either dissipate gradually with time or be burned by true yang fire. When Celestial Master Zhang asked for the true yang talisman, it also combusted on its own, Zhou Yinan said in a low voice. Zhou Yinan said in a low voice. At that time, Celestial Master Zhang also said that he killed too many demons in those days, and his body was actually contaminated with such a heavy blood aura that he didn't even need to activate the true yang talisman, and it actually ignited. It's possible that the kid had just killed some demons and ghosts. After all, he is also a cultivator. It's not surprising that he killed a few demons, right? Li Ku said with slight hesitation. In that big incident, my master gave a lot of true yang talismans. Basically, the stock that he had stored for decades was used up in that big incident. If others want to get true yang talismans, they all need to activate them. Only Celestial Master Zhang doesn't need to activate them, Zhou Yinan said. Zhou Yinan said. At that time, my master said that other people only have a little bit of evil blood qi, but Celestial Master Zhang's evil blood qi can directly scare away the most ferocious evil spirits and evil spirits. You mean the evil blood qi on that kid surnamed Chun is comparable to that of Celestial Master Zhang? Probably even more, Zhou Yinan said. At the same time, he secretly glanced at Chun Zhao, who was far behind them. All in all, that kid isn't the kind person we thought he was. We don't want to hurt anyone, but we have to be careful. Li Ku had been in business for many years and was also a smart person. He had basically seen all kinds of people. He even had contact with demons. He also secretly looked back at Chun Zhao. I can't tell what this brat is capable of. Behind them, Chun Zhao and Wang Hai were chatting happily. Anyway, they were all bragging. Wang Hai was also very supportive. In his opinion, Chun Zhao was just bragging. How could he be familiar with a Hollywood director? It was a piece of cake for him to be the main character in a Hollywood movie. Wang Hai's face was full of envy and joy. He kept saying that he wanted to rely on Chun Zhao and suck up to him. Regardless of what he was thinking, at least his expression and tone were very good. I invested in that kidnapping. To be honest, if you don't have any connections, you can't invest in Hollywood movies even if you have the money. Brother Chun, you're the best. When can you introduce Director Steven to me? He's not free. He's shooting a new movie right now. It'll probably be released next year. Do you know what the limit of this credit card is? How much? I don't know either. Anyway, The bank said that there's no limit. Chen Zhao really enjoyed the situation. He even felt like he was bragging. But the other party kept praising him and didn't want to expose his bragging at all. This was the benefit of talking to adults. They were all fake. Chapter 2652. After entering the Hanwang Mountain, the group slowed down a bit. It was the middle of the night, and this was a barren land. There was really nothing fun to do. There were also many mosquitoes. They couldn't chase them away fast enough. Only Chen Zhao wasn't disturbed by the mosquitoes. The mosquitoes couldn't wait to avoid him. However, the deeper they went into Hanwang Mountain, the stronger the cold air. Even mosquitoes couldn't move around in such an environment. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura approached them. Chen Zhao raised his eyebrows and stopped. What's wrong? I feel something coming. Chen Zhao pointed ahead seriously. It seems really strong. Huh? How do you know? Li Ke asked, somewhat doubtful. Brotherly, you don't know, but Brother Chen's perception spells are really good. He can even cover a place as big as the amusement park. Really? Li Ke raised an eyebrow. Zhou Nan had been silent the whole time. He looked at Chen Zhao with a strange expression. Brother Chen's cultivation isn't weak. Don't look down on him. Wang Hai hadn't seen Chen Zhao fight, but he'd pulled Chen Zhao into the team. He naturally had to support him as much as he could. Soon, Chen Zhao realized that the powerful aura was actually hundreds of evil spirits. However, judging from their clothes, they were all evil spirits that had lived through the ages. They looked like palace maids in movies. They wore the same clothes, but their faces were ferocious and scary. Apart from Chen Zhao, everyone else was happy to see these evil spirits instead of being shocked. It's actually spirits, and there's so many of them. What's that? Chen Zhao asked, looking at the three, confused. Spirits? Don't they exist overseas? Wang Hai asked, turning his head. No, at least I haven't heard of them. You know, I haven't been in the spiritual world for long. Although they're also a type of evil spirit, their spirit bodies have been soaked in the spirit spring. So their spirit bodies are also contaminated with the spirit chi of the spirit spring. Although they are fierce, they are excellent materials for refining tools. Some cultivators even directly extract their spirit bodies and extract the spirit liquid from them. That thing can even prolong one's life. Wang Hai paused and glanced at Chen Zhao. But an enhancer like you won't be able to deal with spiritual enemies. If I get enough, I'll give you a few. Thanks, Brother Wang. Chen Zhao did not refuse. At this time, Zhou Nan and Li Ke couldn't wait any longer. Even though there were many of them, their individual strengths were barely passable. Perhaps it would be a little stronger than the average evil spirit, but only a little stronger. Whether it was Wang Hai, Zhou Nan, or Li Ke, they all had some real skills. Against hundreds of spiritual Buddhas, he was still able to handle the situation with ease. To be honest, this scene was indeed much better than that of the foreign spiritualists. Take the supernatural organization, for example. The supernatural organization before Chen Zhao became the president. At that time, the first batch of members had almost been wiped out several times when they surrounded an evil spirit community. In fact, the strength of spiritualists in North America was generally the same. As for the supernatural organization, they were the real antisocial ones. He believed that Wang Hai, Zhou Nan, and Li Ke weren't ordinary people either, but they weren't the best either. Plus, he'd only been back for a day. He'd already met the three before him. This meant that the spiritualists in the country were all very strong. Wang Hai claimed to be unorthodox, but his methods weren't normal at all. He gathered mana in his palms and kept slapping out strange runes. They looked like the hieroglyphs of the Shang dynasty. He also muttered, bind, break, destroy, break. The shapes of the runes didn't match what he was chanting, but the effect was quite similar. Zhou Nan was even more direct. He formed a seal with his hands and pointed at a group of spiritual Buddhas. Large amounts of black water shot out from between his palms. When the spiritual Buddhas came into contact with the black water, their bodies turned pitch black as if they'd been splashed with ink. He fell from the sky as if he was carrying a weight on his body. Li Ke didn't use any spells. Instead, he took out a gourd. Come into my gourd, Li Ke yelled. A strong suction force appeared at the mouth of the gourd. sucking the spiritual Buddhas into it. Chen Zhao watched the battle before him and exclaimed. He'd completely become an outsider. None of the spiritual Buddhas approached him. He just stood where he was like a spectator. Chen Zhao realized that the spiritual Buddhas were afraid of him. Even though he didn't do anything, the spiritual Buddhas still avoided his side. They seemed to have sensed something from him. But Chen Zhao didn't take it to heart. Someone had already sensed the smell of blood on him in the past. Zhou Yinan glanced at Chen Zhao. But he wasn't idle either. It was rare to see such a large number of spiritual Buddhas in 100 years. If he missed this chance, there might not be a next time. In just 20 minutes, the number of spiritual Buddhas was reduced by half. The remaining spiritual Buddhas seemed to be afraid too. They all scattered and fled. Wang Hai, Zhou Yinan, and Li Ke couldn't do anything to the escaping spiritual Buddhas. If they attacked first, the three would be happy to see it happen. To them, the spiritual Buddhas were just walking into a trap. It wouldn't take much effort to deal with them. But if the spiritual Buddhas wanted to escape, they could only watch and sigh. After all, there were too many spiritual Buddhas. They could also fly. This was the spiritual Buddha's only advantage. When everyone returned to Chen Zhao's side, they were all happy. It seemed that they had gained a lot this time. Li Ke patted his gourd. Chen, what do you think of my gourd? There are more than 100 spiritual Buddhas in it. Li Ke's methods were extraordinary, but Zhou Yinan and Wang Hai weren't weak either. Wang Hai took out a blank scroll and threw the spiritual Buddhas with runes imprinted on them onto the scroll. Then, they turned into pictures on the scroll. There were more than 100 spiritual Buddhas of different shapes and sizes. Zhou Yinan condensed the spiritual Buddhas with the black water into a small black ball and stuffed it into his pocket. He didn't make a sound, but Chen Zhao saw that he was the one who had gained the most. I'm impressed, Chen Zhao replied, chuckling. Chen, don't be discouraged. I'll give you a few later. Wang Hai patted Chen Zhao's shoulder, treating him like his little brother. Brother Wang, these things aren't cheap on the market, right? You're my brother. Why bother? Actually, it's not impossible to find them on the market. It's just that there aren't many of them. One spiritual Buddha costs around 10 or 20,000 yuan. Chapter 2653. Chen Zhao more or less understood what Wang Hai meant. To put it bluntly, they'd caught so many spiritual Buddhas to exchange for cash. Wang Hai thought that Chen Zhao was rich, but he might not be as rich as he claimed. But he was definitely rich. He wanted to get some money from Chen Zhao directly. Li Ke and Zhou Yinan glanced at Wang Hai. Zhou Yinan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But Li Ke pulled Zhou Yinan subtly. He didn't let him speak. Wang Hai's price was too high. On the market, a spiritual Buddha would sell for 10,000 yuan at most. Wang Hai clearly knew that Chen Zhao didn't understand the market. Chen Zhao had already noticed Li Ke and Zhou Yinan's actions. But he didn't plan on turning against Wang Hai. Then give me 10. I still don't know how to use them. Give me an account, and I'll transfer 200,000 to you. Wang Hai was instantly overjoyed. He'd achieved his goal. But Wang Hai didn't know that Chen Zhao's impression of Wang Hai had decreased. You guys wait here. I'll go scout ahead, Wang Hai said. Wang Hai said, those Ling's shop probably ran out from the ancient tomb. Maybe we can meet them up ahead. Li Ke, Zhou Yinan, and Chen Zhao stayed where they were. Brother Chen, Li Ke hesitated for a while, wondering if he should remind Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao found a rock and sat down. Smiling, he said, are the spiritual Buddhas that Brother Wang sold me too expensive? They're a bit expensive, but Wang Hai doesn't have any bad intentions. He's just greedy. No, it's not easy for everyone. Huh? Chen Zhao waved his hand, smiling. Brother Chen, what cultivation method do you practice? Li Ke asked. What I practice is a Taoist technique, but the path I take is of the strengthening system. How's your cultivation? Li Ke didn't hide his probing anymore. It should be okay, Chen Zhao said casually. You guys know that I spend most of my time abroad. The level of the foreign spiritual world is SOSO. There are experts, but not many of them. With my cultivation, I don't have many opponents overseas. Then there should be many demons and ghosts abroad, right? How's his strength? Of course, there are strong and weak people, but I'm an enhancer. To put it bluntly, I'm just fighting those things head on. The reason I'm still alive is because I'm stronger and faster than them. Hee hee, that's true. Li Ke nodded with a smile. Chen Zhao's answer was clearly perfunctory. He had completely changed his question. You've killed many demons abroad, right? Yes, quite a few. Chen Zhao nodded. That evil blood chi of yours can't be explained with just a few. Zhou Nan abruptly interrupted. I just need to join a few more Scarlet missions and kill a few more monsters, Chen Zhao said indifferently. Zhou Nan was stunned. Of course he knew about the Scarlet mission. He even looked up the Scarlet missions, hoping that he might be lucky enough to find one that was easier to complete. After a few days of research, he realized that none of the Scarlet missions were easy. Each Scarlet mission was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Many of them were exterminating demon lairs in certain places. Zhou Nan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He completely believed Chen Zhao. As for Chen Zhao's cultivation, it shouldn't be low, but he definitely wasn't at Zhang Tianyi's level. So it could only be that he had participated in many Scarlet missions. If he participated in enough Scarlet missions and killed a few more monsters each time, it wouldn't be impossible to explain his evil blood chi. Zhou Nan heaved a sigh of relief. Now that he thought about it, it made more sense. A while later, Wang Hai came back. Wang Hai, how's it going up ahead? There seems to be another group of people here tonight. Wang Hai frowned. When I went over, they noticed me too, but they didn't attack. I think they're also here for the Han King's tomb. More people? They look like people from Taoism. Which sect? Zhou Nan asked sensitively. Zhou Nan was a disciple of the Taihang Divination Five Elements sect, which was also a Taoist sect. However, they only cultivated Taoist spells and not Taoist scriptures. So, they could only be considered a Taoist sect, not a Taoist sect. In reality, Taoism and Taoism were two completely different concepts in Huaxia's current spiritual world. As for Taoism, it could be a Taoism, but a Taoism would forever be a Taoism. For example, Mount Longhu was a Taoist holy land and also a Taoist holy land. I'm afraid he's a Taoist priest from Mao Mountain. Mao Mountain? Li Ku and Zhou Nan frowned. The Mao Mountain sect was one of the top Taoist sects in the Huaxia spirit world. Mao Mountain was also a Taoist holy land. However, Mao Mountain's Taoist sects and Taoist schools were separate. Mao Mountain also had a celestial master Zhang. However, this celestial master Zhang was not that celestial master Zhang. Mao Mountain's celestial master Zhang's real name was Zhang Ding, also known as Taoist Zhang. In addition to distinguishing Zhang Tianyi, it was also because the Maoshan sect had once been conferred a title by the imperial court during the Ming dynasty. The sect leader was conferred the title of the Great Light True Art Taoist of Cheongtian. The title of Tao Lord had been passed down to this day. Although this Tao Lord could be considered one of the most supreme figures of the otherworld, he was still a Tao Lord. But compared to Celestial Master Zhang of Longhu Mountain's Celestial Master sect, he was still a far cry. The spirit world only knew of Celestial Master Zhang, not Daojun Zhang. Of course, it would be an exaggeration to say that no one knew of him at all. However, Zhang Ding was far inferior to Zhang Tianyi in both cultivation and fame. That was true. Zhang Ding was one of the leading figures of the Huaxia otherworld, and there were many others who were on the same level as him. Zhang Tianyi, on the other hand, was widely recognized as the most powerful person in the entire spirit world. The Maoshan sect had expressed a lot of dissatisfaction with the difference in status between the two. However, the world would not change just because of the Maoshan sect's dissatisfaction. As for Zhang Ding, he had never directly expressed his dissatisfaction with the Maoshan sect. His subordinates could complain, but he could not. That was because he knew that Zhang Tianyi would very likely confront him directly because of this. He also knew that Zhang Tianyi would definitely do something like that. Although they were of the same generation, the difference in power between the two was huge. That was why everyone thought that Zhang Ding was Zhang Tianyi's junior. No one knew what the Maoshan sect was doing there. However, that also cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Although the spirit world was not like the cultivation world, where people killed and looted, but the conflict between factions was real. It was a matter, of course, for the strong to bully the weak, no matter which era it was. The forces behind Li Ku, Zhou Nan, and Wang Hai combined probably could not compare to the Maoshan sect. As such, they were extremely reluctant to have a conflict with the Maoshan sect. Chapter 2654. The four didn't walk for long before they saw 5 people dressed like Taoists standing in front of a cave. When they saw the 4, they immediately acted as if they were facing a great enemy. "My friends, we are not enemies. You're not allowed to enter this place. Please," the leading Taoist with a goatee said arrogantly. His eyes were filled with arrogance. "Everyone, this is not private territory, nor does it belong to any sect. You have no right to stop us," Li Ke said, trying to control his tone. "The Maoshan sect is doing business here. Outsiders should leave." The goateed Taoist clearly didn't want to explain further. "Isn't the Maoshan sect a bit too overbearing?" Zhou Nan was a nice guy. "The Maoshan sect doesn't need to explain to outsiders," the goateed Taoist said nonchalantly. "What if we insist on going in? Don't think that you can compete with the Maoshan sect just because you have some unorthodox skills. I advise you to be sensible and back off. Don't humiliate yourself." "Fuck." Zhou Nan was suddenly enraged. Everyone was stunned. Shouldn't Zhou Nan be the most obedient? Moreover, Zhou Nan wasn't just talking. His body was also acting. He immediately attacked the Taoist priests of the Maoshan sect. Filthy earth. A patch of black mud suddenly appeared under the Taoist's feet. "How dare you, kid?" the goateed Taoist yelled. The Taoists had thought that the people before them were just wandering wild cultivators. As long as they used the Maoshan sect's name, they could completely suppress them. They didn't expect to run into a lunatic. The filthy earth dared to attack them first. The filthy earth was quite vicious. In the past, it would have been considered an evil spell. The black mud on the ground seemed to have a life of its own. It pulled the Taoists on it wildly. The goateed Taoist moved and broke free from the filthy earth. He then performed a seal with both hands. Duong, a wooden coffin fell from the sky. Then the green wooden coffin opened, and a ferocious-looking green-faced zombie walked out of it. The zombie breathed out foul air. Its eyes were black, and its 10 fingers were as sharp and long as a beast's. The canine teeth in its mouth were also different from those of ordinary people. Although it was in human form, its body was abnormally tall and sturdy, exceeding 220 centimeters. And this green-faced zombie wasn't like the ones in Xiangjiang movies who were jumping around and wearing Qing Dynasty official uniforms. He was dressed in tattered hemp garments, and his steps were unsteady. His body was slightly arched forward, and his arms hung low. "Old Zhou, retreat. That's a green corpse," Li Ku hastily shouted. Although he did not understand why Zhou Nan would attack the Taoist priest of the Maoshan sect. But looking at Zhou Nan's expression, there was most likely some grudge between them. He and Zhou Nan had known each other for more than 20 years. If they were to fight, he would naturally stand on Zhou Nan's side. Zhou Nan reacted quickly when he saw the green corpse. Summon the 5 Skundas, Grand Thunder. At this time, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and crashed onto the green-faced zombie's head. The huge body of the green-faced zombie collapsed with a loud rumble. Everyone couldn't help but look at Wang Hai. No one had expected Wang Hai to be so decisive. Wang Hai grinned. "If we're going to fight, then there's no need to waste time. Stupid cow knows a Maoshan. I happen to have some grudges with you people that need to be settled." Everyone realized that Wang Hai also had a grudge with the Maoshan sect. No wonder he was so decisive. Seeing this, Li Ke no longer hesitated. He took off the treasure gourd from his back. "Little Chun, this has nothing to do with you. You don't have to get involved." Chun Zhao smiled and stretched his body. "We're all here together. Even if I say that it has nothing to do with me, they won't believe me. Since these people want to die, we don't need to hold back anymore. Let's attack with everything we have. Don't worry about casualties," the Taoist priest with a goatee said. "There are 9 layers in the earth, and 9 layers in the sky, and 9 mysteries in the sky. The world is the guide, and the great path is the spirit. It illuminates the heavenly path, gathers my 9 spirits, and contains my 9 lives." The ground gradually cracked open, and a bronze coffin rose from the ground. A huge zombie walked out of the bronze coffin. The zombie was almost 3 meters tall. Its body was covered in black hair, making it look like a savage. It carried a huge axe that was as big as a door. Zombie King. Everyone's expression changed drastically. They didn't expect the goateed Taoist to be so powerful that he could nurture a zombie king. Chun Zhao frowned. Chun Zhao frowned. This zombie king was very strong. Even spiritualists couldn't touch the aura of death on its body, let alone regular people. The other Taoist priests also summoned their coffins one after another. Green-faced or red-faced zombies walked out of the coffins one after another. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame us for killing you. The goateed Taoist snorted coldly. He pointed at the four and shouted, "Go." Li Ke raised the treasure gourd and shouted at the zombie king, "Take it." But the zombie king didn't move at all. Then it spat out a mouthful of murky air at Li Ke. The murky air carried a fishy smell as it whizzed toward Li Ke. Old Li retreat. Zhou Nan made a hand seal. A stone palm grabbed Li Ke and dragged him back. The zombie king's murky air was filthy water poison. Once hit, it was extremely difficult to expel. The poison could seal one's spiritual power. They needed help and might not succeed. Wang Hai and Li Ke made hand seals. Thunder spell, 5 essence true thunder. 5 bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. They all hit the zombie king's head. Moreover, each bolt of lightning was much more powerful. When the 5th bolt landed, there was already a huge pit where the zombie king was standing. But the zombie king still didn't move. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a powerful and terrifying thunder spell couldn't hurt the zombie king at all. "How dare you embarrass yourself before me with such a small trick?" Chun Zhao glanced at the goateed Taoist. His cultivation was clearly similar to Wang Hai's, but he could summon such a powerful zombie king to fight for him. On the other hand, Wang Hai was powerful, but a zombie king alone was enough to render them helpless. Roar! With a deafening roar, the zombie king finally moved. With a terrifying sense of oppression, the zombie king instantly appeared before the 3 of them. It raised its giant axe and slashed at Wang Hai. "It's over." Wang Hai's face paled. The zombie king was too powerful. It was completely beyond their limits. Chun Zhao moved and suddenly appeared before Wang Hai. He reached out and accurately grabbed the handle of the zombie king's axe. Everyone stared at Chun Zhao in disbelief. A human grabbing the axe of a corpse king that possessed the strength of 10,000 kilograms? Was there a mistake? Chun Zhao suddenly raised his leg and kicked the zombie king's abdomen, sending it flying more than 10 meters away. "I'll deal with this big guy. I'll leave the rest to you." Zhu Qian, Divine Emperor. Chapter 2655. What great strength! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Usually, the most effective way to deal with a zombie king wasn't to fight it head-on with one's own body. Instead, it was a summoning spell to summon a creature with the same powerful body. Otherwise, it was a powerful attack spell that would hit the target. But Wang Hai, Li Ke, and Zhou Nan didn't have this ability. They thought that they would most likely die in this battle. Unexpectedly, Chun Zhao, a bystander, suddenly intervened. He also displayed great strength in an instant. Chun Zhao grabbed the axe he'd snatched. This is pretty handy. The zombie king wasn't injured. After regaining its footing, it roared at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao twisted his neck and stared at the zombie king. "Brother Chun, you be careful." Wang Hai's way of addressing Chun Zhao had changed from Little Chun to Brother Chun. "I can't help with other things," Chun Zhao said coolly. "But physical work is my specialty." The goateed Taoist was also surprised. This person clearly walked the path of strengthening the body. However, there was a limit to this kind of body-strengthening technique. He didn't believe that someone could train their body to the point where they could fight a zombie king. The zombie king was refined and merged with his primordial spirit, so it was also a part of him. He naturally knew how terrifying the zombie king's combat ability was. It could even easily lift a 100-ton object. But just now, Chun Zhao had blocked it with his bare palms. He found it hard to accept, but he didn't think that his zombie king had lost. He felt that Chun Zhao had used some secret technique. He'd obtained extraordinary power in a short time. But this secret technique couldn't last for long. Go! Kill him! The zombie king roared and pounced at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao swung his axe and swung it 360 degrees. The axe landed heavily on the zombie king's shoulder. The corpse king staggered a few steps, but it was completely unharmed. What tough body! Chen Zhao didn't use too much force. He was curious about the zombie king. How strong was the zombie king's strength and defense? The zombie king spread its arms and gave Chen Zhao a bear hug. Chen Zhao didn't plan on hugging a corpse. He lifted his body and somersaulted in midair to escape. The corpse king's arms snapped the tree behind Chen Zhao. Wang Hai, Zhou Yinan, and Li Ku broke out in cold sweat. The corpse king's terrifying power was undeniable. If that bear hug had landed, Chen Zhao's body would have been crushed into a pulp. As soon as Chen Zhao steadied himself, the zombie king pounced at him again. It swung its arm at his back. "Be careful!" Everyone shouted at the same time. Chen Zhao pulled the handle of the axe and swung it across, smashing it into the zombie king's face. The zombie king's jaw was smashed crooked, but the zombie king straightened its jaw by itself. Chen Zhao followed up with a windmill. The axe spun 3 times and landed heavily on the side of the zombie king. The undead king's huge body flew more than 30 meters before it was finally stopped by a tree with a diameter of at least 1 meter. Roar! The zombie king stood up again, still without any injuries. The zombie king actually turned around and hugged the trunk of the tree. In front of everyone's eyes, the tree trunk was actually broken by it. Next, the zombie king actually swung the trunk at Chen Zhao. Dragging the handle of the axe, Chen Zhao charged at the zombie king. The moment the trunk was about to hit Chen Zhao leaped up. Chen Zhao leaped up suddenly. The moment the tree branch missed, he swung the axe down heavily. Hiss! The axe split the zombie king's head in half. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The goateed Taoist suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward. Martial uncle! The Taoist priest hurriedly supported the goateed Taoist priest. Wang Hai, Zhou Yinan, and Li Ku were all dumbfounded. They didn't expect Chen Zhao's power to be so terrifying. Now, no one treated Chen Zhao as a bumpkin who had just returned from abroad. At least, no one dared to underestimate Chen Zhao's power anymore. Just then, 2 Taoists walked out of the Han King's tomb. One of them had a clean face and looked to be in his early 20s, but he had a head of white hair. He wore a black Taoist robe and held a sword in one hand. His eyebrows were like swords, and he had an imposing appearance. Behind him was an old Taoist who was the complete opposite of the Taoist. He wore a blue and white Taoist robe and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He looked like an immortal. "What's going on?" the young-looking Taoist scolded coldly. "Grandmaster, we don't know where those people came from. They attacked us without a word. I tried to stop them, but they killed my own corpse." Everyone's expressions changed when they saw the 2 Taoists who came out from inside. Chen Zhao didn't know the 2 Taoists, but he knew the other 3. Especially when Zhou Yinan looked at the young-looking Taoist priest. His eyes were bursting with monstrous fury. Zhang Ding. Everyone could even hear the sound of Zhou Yinan's teeth grinding. When Zhang Ding looked at Zhou Yinan, his gaze turned even colder. "Zhou Yinan, it's you." Zhou Yinan didn't act rashly this time. He knew who he was facing. Zhang Ding was a man of his word in the Huaxia's supernatural world. The number of people who could stand on equal footing with him could be counted on one hand. It was the same for his cultivation. Apart from those old monsters who lived in seclusion, there was definitely a place for him among the top people in the world. Compared to Zhang Ding, they couldn't even be considered bugs. Zhang Ding drew a rune in the air with his right hand and lightly touched the rune. The rune shot toward Zhou Yinan. Zhou Yinan couldn't resist and fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. "For the sake of your ancestors, I've already tolerated you many times, but you don't know what's good for you. It looks like I have to cripple your cultivation today, lest you use your magic to commit crimes." Pop! Suddenly, a gust of wind brushed past Zhang Ding. Zhang Ding froze, then touched his cheek. There was a bloody mark on it. He looked at Chen Zhao in shock. "You undo the spell on him," Chen Zhao said coolly. "Kid, you Pop." Another black ball whizzed past Zhang Ding's side, the gust of wind cutting through his skin. The old Taoist standing next to Zhang Ding had a smile on his face. After Chen Zhao made his move, he took a step back. It was a show of his attitude that it had nothing to do with him. Zhang Ding's expression darkened. Do you know what you're doing? I do, but do you know what you're facing? Chen Zhao gestured with his right hand. Chapter 2656. Zhang Ding's cultivation was very high. However, he still hadn't reached the Shangqing realm. To Chen Zhao, this kind of opponent could be easily crushed. Wang Hai and Li Ke's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There weren't many people in this world who dared to go against Zhang Ding. Zhang Ding was burning with anger. You think you can really threaten me? You could try. Then I'll really have to give it a try today. Come, let me see what other abilities you have. Chen Zhao loosened his fingers. With a whoosh, a black ball shot out. But this time, the black ball exploded 3 meters away from Zhang Ding. A loud sound rang out in the air. Zhang Ding stood in place, unmoving. You don't know how to hold back after a successful sneak attack. You think you can beat me? Ignorant kid, Zhang Ding snorted. Wang Hai and Li Ke's expressions changed drastically. Was it too much? This time, Zhang Ding formed a seal with both hands. In half a second, he completed it. Then he raised his palms. 5 bronze coffins rose from the ground. Li Ke and Wang Hai's expressions changed when they saw the 2 coffins. The goateed Taoist bronze coffin was already difficult enough for them to handle. Even Chen Zhao had barely defeated the Corpse King in the bronze coffin. Now that Zhang Ding had summoned 5 coffins at once, it was too much. But just then, Chen Zhao suddenly charged forward and kicked one of the coffins away. The bronze coffin flew directly at Zhang Ding. Zhang Ding stared at the coffin in shock. He almost couldn't react. Fortunately, the Taoist behind him pulled him over, allowing him to avoid the coffin. Zhang Daojun, be careful, the Taoist said with a chuckle. At the same time, he looked at Chen Zhao. The Taoist realized that Chen Zhao was looking at him with narrowed eyes. The Taoist hurriedly waved his hand. Kid, I'm not familiar with Zhang Daojun. If you want to cause trouble, go to him. Zhang Ding was seething with anger. Was it embarrassing to know him? If it was someone else, Zhang Ding would have captured them and turned them into a poisonous corpse. But the Taoist beside him wasn't easy to deal with. No matter how unhappy Zhang Ding was, he couldn't do anything. Thank you, immortal Wu Su. You're welcome, Taoist Master Wu Su smiled and stepped back. But this is my limit. I don't want to fight with that kid. What happens next is up to you. There's no need for you to do anything. It's just an accident. Zhang Ding looked at Chen Zhao with a sinister look in his eyes. At this time, the other 4 bronze coffins had already been opened. 4 even more terrifying Corpse Kings walked out of the bronze coffins. These 4 Corpse Kings were respectively holding a giant sword, a giant blade, a spear, and a pair of scissors. They were like ancient generals or swordsmen. In fact, they were indeed ancient generals and swordsmen when they were alive. Chen Zhao's attention wasn't on the 4 Corpse Kings. Instead, her gaze lingered on the old Taoist. He couldn't see through the old Taoist cultivation. Even his small world was unable to penetrate the protective barrier around the old Taoist. The old Taoist seemed to have sensed Chen Zhao's gaze. He turned his head and smiled at Chen Zhao. On the other hand, Li Ke and Wang Hai were extremely nervous. They didn't believe Chen Zhao could take on 4 Corpse Kings at the same time. Just then, the 4 Corpse Kings attacked Chen Zhao at the same time. But this time, Chen Zhao didn't move. He just stood where he was. The 4 Corpse Kings flew backward without any warning. It was as if they'd been hit by an invisible force. Li Ke and Wang Hai were dumbfounded. What happened? Why did the 4 Corpse Kings fly backward without any warning? The old Taoist lifted his eyelids. When he looked at Chen Zhao, a strange light flashed in his eyes. Zhang Ding's pupils constricted. Just then, Chen Zhao hooked his finger. Zhang Ding was pulled in front of him. Chen Zhao strangled Zhang Ding with one hand. Undo my friend's spell. What if I don't? Do you dare kill me? Zhang Ding couldn't back down now. To him, being in the hands of Junior was already a great humiliation. But with his status, he was confident that Chen Zhao wouldn't dare kill him. If he knew Chen Zhao better, perhaps he wouldn't be so confident. After all, Chun Zhao didn't know what kind of trouble killing him would bring. With a smile on his face, Chun Zhao increased the strength of his hand. Zhang Ding's mouth gaped open. His face was flushed with blood, and his eyes were about to pop out. Chun Zhao's strength was still increasing. Just then, the old Taoist suddenly laughed. "Ha ha! I heard that Celestial Master Zhang invited a top expert from abroad. That must be you, my friend." When everyone heard that Chun Zhao was related to Zhang Tianyi, their expressions couldn't help but change. To be called a top expert by Zhang Tianyi, one's strength was undeniable. "I didn't believe it at first. That old man likes to brag, but now it seems that you really are a top expert. I wasn't invited back by him. I just came back to play for a few days. I knew that old man wouldn't find me for anything good." "Then do you know why Celestial Master Zhang invited you back?" "I don't know, and I'm not interested." Chun Zhao had wanted to go to Dragon Tiger Mountain to play for a few days. Now it seemed that going there would be big trouble. "Forget it. I'm suddenly tired of playing. I'm going home. A peerless demon king will appear in the Qinling Mountains, and I'm afraid the scale will be even greater than the one 20 years ago. If we can't stop the peerless demon king, then putting aside the problem of the impact, nearly 1 million people will suffer, and the number of people who will die will be incalculable. Little friend, do you have the heart to let your reports suffer?" Chun Zhao's expression twisted. "Old Zhang has his ways. Plus, there's still a master like you in the country. My cultivation isn't as good as Celestial Master Zhang or you. Plus, Celestial Master Zhang and I are different from you. You reach your current level purely with your combat ability. In terms of pure combat ability, I'm afraid Celestial Master Zhang and I together are no match for you. Did old man Zhang bring me back this time to make me his fighter? I want to defend Celestial Master Zhang, but this is the reality." The old Taoist glanced at Zhang Ding, who was about to be strangled by Chun Zhao. "Can you let Zhang Daojun go? He didn't agree to my request. Your friend's spell isn't weak, but I can undo it. As for Zhang Daojun, he's still useful." This was undoubtedly the most hurtful thing to Zhang Ding. Was he able to live because he was still useful? Chapter 2657. Li Ku and Wang Hai were completely confused by the conversation. This Chun guy knew Celestial Master Zhang? From his tone, the two seemed to be very close. Also, this kid was called back to deal with a powerful demon that was about to be born. The fuse of the legendary event. Li Ku and Wang Hai couldn't help but gulp. They felt like they'd heard something terrible. The old Taoist seemed to have noticed their thoughts. He casually glanced at the two of them. "Don't say another word after you get out of here. Otherwise, you two won't be able to escape." Both of them shuddered. The old Taoist had spoken in a very gentle tone. However, there was a trace of bone-chilling coldness in his eyes. Chun Zhao let go of Zhang Ding. Zhang Ding's face turned red and white. His limbs felt uneasy. His eyes flashed. He seemed to be hesitating about whether he should take this opportunity to attack Chun Zhao. "Daojun Zhang, don't make a mistake," the old Taoist suddenly said with a snort. The old man seemed to be able to read people's minds. Zhang Ding sneaked a glance at the old Taoist and put his thoughts away, embarrassed. "Go and undo the spirit vessel seal on that person. Spiritual Master Wushu, this person and his ancestor have a grudge against me. I don't care what grudge you have with him, but I know that if you don't undo it, you won't be able to get through this." The old Taoist glanced at Chun Zhao. "Zhang Daojun, this is a person who once beat up a peerless great demon to the point that he couldn't even take care of himself. In terms of means, you can't beat him. Moreover, he doesn't hang around in the country, so your influence is useless against him. If you push him too far, he might really kill your entire family." "Whatever," Zhang Ding said. "As long as this kid agrees not to be an enemy of the Maoshan sect, I won't make things difficult for him." "I won't agree on his behalf," Chun Zhao said coolly. The old Taoist chuckled. "Daojun Zhang, now is not the time for you to ask for conditions. You can't even protect yourself. There's no point in talking about conditions." Chun Zhao didn't know what kind of grudge Zhou Yinan had with Zhang Ding. Perhaps he would agree on his side. Zhou Yinan would turn against him. In that case, he would be in a terrible situation. Zhang Ding's eyes flashed. He unwillingly removed the spell on Zhou Yinan. Zhou Yinan woke up in a daze. Then, He looked at the strange scene in a daze. He knew what kind of person Zhang Ding was. The only reason why he didn't kill him when he saw him was because he was suddenly kind. How could he suddenly undo the spell? Also, why was everyone's expression so strange? What had happened while he was under the spell? Zhang Ding's face was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Looking at the three people on his side, they all had different expressions on their faces. Especially Wang Hai and Li Ku. They kept avoiding his gaze. What the hell happened? Let's go. Zhang Ding was the first to leave. He didn't even look back as he left in a carefree manner. However, in Li Ku and Wang Hai's eyes, there was a hint of embarrassment behind his calm demeanor. One of the most powerful beings in the Huaxia spirit world had been beaten by a nobody. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Brothers, what exactly is going on? Zhou Yinan asked. No one answered Zhou Yinan's question. Since Chen Zhao didn't explain, Li Ku and Wang Hai didn't dare to talk about what had happened. After all, they had just been warned by Taoist Wushu. Let's talk about you first, Chen Zhao said. What kind of grudge do you have with that Zhang Daojun? Zhou Yinan lowered his head, not really willing to speak. Old Zhou, we're all on the same side. There's no need to be so secretive. Yeah, old Zhou, we went through thick and thin just now, Wang Hai said. Also, I won't hide it from you. I also have some grudges with the Maoshan sect. Everyone's eyes focused on Wang Hai. Wang Hai continued, I told you that my master was an old beggar. I was the one who sent him off in the end. Everyone nodded. Chen Zhao had only met Wang Hai today, but he did mention this to Wang Hai. A few years ago, I went to his grave and found that the old beggar's grave was empty. After investigating, I found that a few days after the old beggar was buried, people from the Maoshan sect wandered around the area. The Maoshan sect is best at refining corpses. Moreover, the old beggar was not weak when he was alive. I don't even need to think to know what they're going to do with the old beggar's body. Did this really need to be said out loud? Of course it was for refining corpses. The higher the cultivation of a cultivator, the more powerful the zombies they could refine. Moreover, some cultivators' corpses could even be refined into certain spells. Everyone was in the industry, so there was no need for evidence. As long as there was a suspicion, then it was very likely. Moreover, the Maoshan sect had a history of doing such things. Their viciousness was abhorrent in the Huaxia spiritual world. Unfortunately, the Maoshan sect was too powerful. Lone cultivators and savages couldn't beat them at all. Moreover, they had political backgrounds and influence. This made them somewhat unscrupulous in their actions. They were also smart enough not to touch the corpses of important figures or people with powerful backgrounds. Forget it. Since you guys want to know, I'll tell you about me and the Maoshan sect. Zhou Yinan sighed and made up his mind. I'm a descendant of the Mai sect, Zhou Yinan said. Everyone was confused. Only Chen Zhao looked at Zhou Yinan with a meaningful look. That was because the Qingyi sect was derived from the Mai sect. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a branch of the Mai sect. Chen Zhao also learned from Li Qing that the Mai sect was actually a branch of the Maoshan sect. This meant that Chen Zhao and the Maoshan sect actually had a connection. It was just that the connection was a little distant. That was all Chen Zhao knew. The Maoshan sect is divided into 3 sects. The White Cloak sect, the Mai sect, and the Black Cloak sect, Zhou Yinan explained. The White Cloak sect can observe the wind and water, detect the veins of dragons, and search for the secrets of heaven. The Mai sect specializes in exorcising ghosts and demons, and also protects the sect. They are the Maoshan sect protectors. As for the Black Cloak sect, they raise ghosts and refine corpses, reverse life and death, and invert human relationships. The Maoshan sect has always been led by the White Cloak sect, but in recent years, there have been many scammers using the Maoshan sect's name in the Jianghu. This caused the Maoshan sect's reputation to plummet, so the White Cloak sect retreated and went into seclusion. That's how the conflict between the Black Cloak sect and the Mai sect started. My grandfather, Zhou Sangyan, was the leader of the Mai sect back then. He was also a protector of the Maoshan sect. Is it the famous Mai divine lord from 30 years ago? Wang Hai asked. I didn't expect someone to know my grandfather's name. I thank you on his behalf. Chapter 2658. Chen Zhao looked at Zhou Yinan. In the past, Chen Zhao only knew about the Mai sect. He didn't know that there were also the white and black cloak sects. My grandfather led the Ma-robe sect and Zhang Ding's master, the black robe sect, in a heated argument. Originally, it was a fight between fellow sect members, and both sides restrained themselves, not going overboard. But Zhang Ding broke the rules and slandered my grandfather, saying that he had stolen the Maoshan treasure, the Tiangang demon suppressing sword. Then, they tried to judge my grandfather, and without any evidence, and just based on Zhang Ding's words, they judged my grandfather guilty. My grandfather's cultivation was crippled according to Maoshan's sect rules, and he passed away a month after his cultivation was crippled. My family was also expelled from Maoshan. Didn't your grandfather fight back? Since he was framed, I don't think he would obediently accept the verdict or even punishment. Chen Zhao's thoughts were too presumptuous. He felt that if he was faced with such a thing, he definitely wouldn't obediently accept the verdict. At that time, they claimed that they would investigate the matter thoroughly, but before that, they had to first seal my grandfather's cultivation. At that time, my grandfather cared about his juniors, so he did not plan to resist. He felt that since he did not do it, he would naturally be able to investigate it thoroughly. But then, they found a secret compartment in his room, and in the secret compartment, they found the Tiangang demon suppressing sword. At that time, my grandfather could no longer explain himself. This was Zhou Yinan's one-sided story, but Chen Zhao was more willing to believe him. Along the way, whenever Zhou Yinan mentioned this, his face would be filled with hatred and unwillingness. "Oh, do you know about the Qingyi sect?" Chen Zhao asked. Zhou Yinan froze and turned to Chen Zhao. "Why did you mention it? What sect is this Qingyi sect?" Li Ku and Wang Hai had never heard of the Qingyi sect. "It's a branch of the Mai sect," Zhou Yinan explained simply. "How come I've never heard of it?" Zhou Yinan glanced at Chen Zhao. "Brother Chen, where did you hear about it?" "While I was overseas, I met a friend. She called herself a descendant of the Qingyi sect," Chen Zhao said calmly. "Abroad?" Zhou Yinan's brows furrowed vaguely. "Is that person okay?" "When I met her, she wasn't doing well." "What about now?" "She's doing fine now. She accepted a foreign disciple and plans to let him inherit her mantle." Zhou Yinan's complexion improved a little. "Can you give me your contact number?" "Sorry, I don't have her contact number." Chen Zhao shook his head with a smile. "I'm not that close to her." Sighed. Zhou Yinan sighed. Chen Zhao had Li Qing's contact number, but before he could figure out their relationship, Chen Zhao wouldn't give Li Qing's contact information to someone else. Zhou Yinan was obviously hiding something from him. This was why Chen Zhao wouldn't give out his contact information so easily. He planned to ask Li Qing first. After returning to the city, everyone went their separate ways. However, as soon as Chen Zhao returned to the hotel and entered the lobby, he heard screams behind him. "Brother Chen." Chen Zhao didn't expect Zhou Yinan to follow him here. "Brother Zhou, what's up?" "Brother Chen, I want to ask you something. Is it about Qingyi sect?" "I would like to ask, is the successor of Qingyi sect surnamed Li?" "Yes." Chen Zhao nodded. "You really don't have her contact number?" "No." "Brother Chen, you don't know my relationship with her, right?" "I'm all ears." "She's my aunt." Chen Zhao couldn't help but stare at Zhou Yinan, trying to figure out if he was telling the truth. Unfortunately, Chen Zhao wasn't good enough. He couldn't tell if Zhou Yinan was telling the truth either. Even if it was true, Chen Zhao wouldn't give his contact number to Zhou Yinan easily. "Brother Chen, you're close to my aunt, right?" "We just know each other," Chen Zhao said calmly. "Is that so?" "When I first saw you, I felt that you were close. I didn't think too much about it, but now that I think about it, it's because you cultivate Qingyi sect's Qingyi technique, right?" Chen Zhao fell silent. He didn't know if Zhou Yinan was related to Li Qing. Even if he was really Li Qing's nephew, he wasn't sure if it was a good relationship. My Lini sect cultivates the Lini divine technique, which complements Qingyi sect's Qingyi technique. Chen Zhao sensed carefully. There was a faint aura on Zhou Yinan that seemed to be connected to him. Of course, even so, Chen Zhao still had the same thought. He couldn't prove that he had no ill intentions with Li Qing. Chen Zhao first contacted Li Qing, then decided if he should give Li Qing's contact number to Zhou Yinan. "I understand your concern, Brother Chen. but I really need my aunt's contact number. Brother Chun, you're my aunt's successor, right? Chen Zhao didn't deny it. If he had to clarify their relationship, he had benefited from Li Qing. Therefore, Chen Zhao wouldn't deny that he was Li Qing's successor. So, you and I aren't outsiders. Why did Sister Li go abroad? Her children and daughter-in-law had all gone abroad at the time, and the situation in the country was not very good at the time. That was why she chose to go abroad. Fortunately, she went abroad and avoided some things in the country, Zhou Yinan said. The people of the Maoshan sect were actually looking for her at the time. Looking for her? Why? The techniques of the Lini sect, the White Cloak sect, and the Black Cloak sect are all incomplete. Only the Qingyi sect's needle thread connecting can make up for it. The Qingyi sect isn't just a branch of the Lini sect, right? After all, the spells of one branch can't make up for the techniques of the three main sects. You know about the Qingyi sect, but do you know about Shangliu Qingyi? I've heard of her. Chen Zhao nodded. He'd read the records of the Qingyi sect before. It was founded by Shangliu Qingyi. Shangliu Qingyi was also from the Lini sect. Secondly, Shangliu Qingyi's personal life. That was all Chen Zhao knew. In reality, Shangliu Qingyi was the leader of the Lini sect at the end of the Tang dynasty. The situation back then was very similar to now. The Lini sect and the White Cloak sect were at a stalemate for the position of the Maoshan sect's leader. In the end, the White Cloak sect won, and Shangliu Qingyi left the Maoshan sect in anger. Shangliu Qingyi said something before he left the Maoshan sect. I can't decide the current leader, so I'll decide the future leaders of the Maoshan sect. Then he founded the Qingyi sect. The victorious Maoshan sect leader didn't think much of it, but he soon realized that Shangliu Qingyi's words came true. Shangliu Qingyi took away the most important technique of the Lini sect, which is the foundation of the three sects of the Maoshan sect. It's also the Qingyi sect's spell, needle thread connecting. In the following 1,000 years, there were 32 Maoshan sect leaders. Every time they took over, they had to ask the successor of the Qingyi sect to complete the technique. In other words, without the approval of the Qingyi sect leader, the Maoshan sect leader wouldn't be able to learn the complete technique. Wait, didn't any of the leaders pass down the complete technique? Chapter 2659. Do you know why there's a need to use the needle thread to complete it? It's not the technique itself, but the flaws of the cultivator's body. The technique can be passed down, but the body can't, Zhou Yinan explained. Zhou Yinan explained, Shangliu Qingyi fused the complete cultivation method into the needle threading technique. And in order to prevent the cultivation methods and spells of Qingyi sect from being leaked, Shangliu Qingyi set down a rule that only one generation of Qingyi sect can pass it down. Hearing Zhou Yinan's words, Chen Zhao frowned. In other words, Zhou Yinan wanted finally Qing to complete the flaws in his technique. Brother Chun, since you can learn the Qingyi sect spells, you must have a close relationship with my aunt. So please give me your contact. Chen Zhao looked at Zhou Yinan. I have her contact, but how do I know you're telling the truth? Since he'd already said this, Chen Zhao didn't plan on hiding anymore. If he said he didn't have her contact, Zhou Yinan wouldn't let it go. I'm telling the truth. It's not up to me to give you her contact. I need to ask her. If she agrees, I'll give you her contact. If she doesn't, I can only say sorry. Zhou Yinan looked troubled. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Sorry, I need to go back to my room to rest. I'll let you know if there's any news. Chen Zhao had already asked him to leave, so Zhou Yinan could only leave awkwardly. After leaving the hotel, Zhou Yinan took out his phone. Li, is Wang with you? Yes, we're at my restaurant on Horizontal Street. Are you coming over? Yes, I'll go over now. Zhou Yinan hurried to the restaurant the two were at. The restaurant wasn't small. It was Li Ke's private property. With Li Ke's skills, the restaurant was still doing well even at 2 in the morning. Zhou Yinan pushed open the door and saw Li Ke and Wang Hai drinking. Seeing Zhou Yinan, Li Ke poured him a glass of wine. Zhou, sit. Have a glass. This is good wine. Zhou Yinan took the glass, tilted his head back, and drank all the liquor in the glass. Ah, this is really good wine. This bottle of wine should be at least 2,000 yuan, right? The refined Wuliang, yeah. The purchase price is 3,800 per bottle. If you put on the counter of my restaurant, the price is 4,888. Take 2 bottles home. Zhou Nan licked his lips. Li Ke looked at Zhou Nan. He had known Zhou Nan for the longest time. Although there was a huge difference in their wealth, they were both insiders. Therefore, they had a lot of common topics, and the two of them helped each other many times. Although Zhou Nan had concealed his background. But who didn't have a little secret? Where did you go just now? Li Ke had invited Zhou Nan and Wang Hai for a drink after they left the mountain. But Zhou Nan said that he had something to take care of. In just a little more than an hour, he had already finished his business? Old Wang. How about doing me a favor? What kind of help? If you want money or people, just say the word. Li Ke's answer was filled with the air of a gangster, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Zhou Nan looked at Wang Hai. Old Wang, are you familiar with that Chin kid? I guess so. We don't have a deep relationship. That's good. Wait, old Zhou, what do you mean? Li Ke asked. I have some history with him. I want you guys to help me take down that kid together. How can we do that? Li Ke immediately stood up and said agitatedly. Old Li, what's wrong with you? Do you have to be so agitated? Zhou Nan looked at Li Ke in surprise. He didn't understand why Li Ke was so agitated. Is that kid your illegitimate son? Don't talk nonsense. We don't have any history with him. Why would we attack him? It's not moral. I won't do anything to him. I just want to know some information from him. That won't work either. Why? How many years of friendship can't compare to that kid? Li Ke and Wang Hai looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Do you remember why Mao Shan's sec Zhang Ding had such a strange expression and left unwillingly? Why? He was forced to leave by that Chin guy. Li Ke smiled bitterly. Also, he didn't want to reveal his cultivation. It was only because you were hit by Zhang Ding's spell that he had to reveal his cultivation. He suppressed Zhang Ding with his own strength and couldn't fight back. In the end, he had to be persuaded by another old Taoist to remove the spell on you. What you're doing right now is the equivalent of biting the hand that fed you. Also, even if we were willing to help, the three of us together might not be able to defeat him. Zhou Nan's face turned green and red when he heard Li Ke and Wang Hai's words. I have my own difficulties too. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. I can't help you with this, Li Ke said. He was loyal, but he didn't say that he would sacrifice his life for Chun Zhao. He was already being extremely benevolent by explaining this matter clearly. If South Africa wanted to die on Monday, there was nothing he could do, but he wouldn't go to his own death by fighting Chun Zhao to the death. He didn't think he had the right to do so. Wang Hai had the same thought. His relationship with Zhou Nan was just average. Therefore, he couldn't help Zhou Nan fight that fiend. He had heard from the old Taoist that Chun Zhao wasn't just friends with Celestial Master Zhang. Even Celestial Master Zhang acknowledged Chun Zhao's strength. He had even invited Chun Zhao from abroad to help him fight against the unborn Demon King. After talking with Li Ke, he realized that Chun Zhao's murderous aura was very strong. He wasn't a good person. It would be fine if Wang Hai could kill Chun Zhao in one move. But if he couldn't, Chun Zhao would definitely counterattack with lightning speed. Wang Hai didn't think that a small body could beat Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao was someone who had pressed the famous Zhang Daojun to the ground. Zhang Daojun's cultivation was also very famous in the Huaxia spiritual world. Therefore, Wang Hai felt that he couldn't provoke Chun Zhao. Old Zhou, let's end this here. We'll pretend we never heard of this. If you want to know something from that Chun, then talk to him nicely. He might not reject you, but if we use force, I'm afraid this path won't work. Even if we help, we'll just be sending ourselves to our deaths. That Chin's strength is tyrannical. Even Zhang Ding isn't his match, so how can the three of us defeat him? Wang Hai said, Old Zhou, let's stop here. He was trying to persuade Zhou Nan, but Zhou Nan didn't seem to listen. He was a bit hot-headed. In the end, you guys just don't want to help me. Whatever, if you don't want to help, then don't. Chapter 2660. Hey, old Zhou, why don't you listen to me? Seeing that Zhou Nan was about to leave, Li Ke immediately stood up and pulled him back. Old Zhou, listen to me. If I can help, I'll help. We really can't afford to offend that kid. Zhou Nan didn't believe that Chun Zhao could be that strong at his age. He thought that Chun Zhao probably had something to do with Celestial Master Zhang. That was why Zhang Ding had backed off. As for Chun Zhao beating Zhang Ding, he didn't believe it either. He knew better than anyone how strong Zhang Ding was. In this world, the number of people who could match up to Zhang Ding could be counted on one hand. Chun Zhao was definitely not one of the characters on this hand. Zhou Yinan had sunk into his own hysteria. He felt that Li Ku would be betraying him if he didn't help him. However, he had no power or money now. He wasn't strong enough either. He didn't believe what Li Ku and Wang Hai said, but that Qingai definitely wasn't weak. After thinking about it, Zhou Yinan couldn't think of a good solution. If Li Ku and Wang Hai were willing to help, that would be much simpler. They weren't weak in the first place. What was different from him was that both of them had a wide range of connections. They also had a lot of spare cash. Zhou Yinan's main job was a heavy worker in a construction site. It wasn't hard to make a living, but it was hard to make connections or make friends with people. Because of his personal problems these years, Zhou Yinan had always kept a low profile. Therefore, Zhou Yinan didn't know many people, apart from a few in his small circle. Only a few of his fellow disciples from the Five Elements sect had some contact. Zhou Yinan had entered the sect with skills, and the Five Elements sect didn't require someone with a clean background to join. In fact, the Five Elements sect was more open-minded in accepting people. It could be someone who had just awakened or someone who had skills like Zhou Yinan. Moreover, as long as they didn't commit crimes, as long as they weren't wanted by the public security, and as long as certain basic conditions were met, they could be apprenticed into the sect. The Five Elements sect also knew about Zhou Yinan's background and current situation. However, it did not matter to them, even though the Five Elements sect was not a top-notch sect like the Maoshan sect. However, the Five Elements sect had a large number of people. Even within the country, there were only a handful of people who had more people than the Five Elements sect. Of course, most of the people in the Five Element Divination sect were outer disciples, and Zhou Yinan was one of these outer disciples. But the Grand Evolution Five Elements sect also had core members, just that their numbers were rather few. For a period of time, Zhou Yinan had always wanted to become a core member. If he could become a core member of the Grand Yin Five Elements sect, that way, the safety of him and his family would be more guaranteed. Moreover, the resources that core members could obtain were naturally not something that the outer members could compare with. In fact, the outer members of the Five Element Divination sect were only able to obtain a set of the Five Element Divination technique. This thing couldn't be said to be very precious, and practically everyone in the Grand Evolution Five Elements sect had a set. Secondly, it carried the name of the Grand Yin Five Elements sect. Zhang Ding had always known where Zhou Yinan was. He also knew that he had joined the Five Elements sect. However, it was precisely because he was afraid of the Five Elements sect. That was why he didn't attack Zhou Yinan. But tonight, Zhou Yinan took the initiative to appear before Zhang Ding. Zhang Ding naturally wouldn't be polite with Zhou Yinan. Right now, Zhou Yinan was at his wit's end. Therefore, he was considering if he should ask for help from his fellow sect members. Of course, even if he did, he would still have to pay a hefty price. Zhou Yinan thought about it, and finally decided to ask for help from a few fellow sect members. And Zhou Yinan wasn't the only one who wanted to harm him. Regarding what had happened tonight, Zhang Ding was the one who was even more worried. He had been pressed to the ground in front of his own disciples. To Zhang Ding, this was a great humiliation. For a long time, Zhang Ding had always been at the peak of power. How could he endure such humiliation? He enjoyed the fawning of his subordinates and the flattery of his disciples. He couldn't put down the shelf he was holding. Therefore, he needed revenge. He needed to wash away this humiliation. Perfected Wu Su had already warned him. But how could Zhang Ding listen to Perfected Wu Su's warning? Perfected Wu Su's seniority was extremely high, but he was an idle savage without a sect. He only hung out in a Taoist temple. Therefore, Zhang Ding's warning was like a fart to him. The only person he was worried about was Zhang Tianyi, who was behind Chun Zhao. He even suspected that Chun Zhao's humiliation today might have been incited by Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Ding returned to his lodgings. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. After thinking about it, Zhang Ding finally made a decision. He would get revenge on Chun Zhao. Of course, he couldn't do it openly. After all, he still had to consider Zhang Tianyi's feelings and thoughts. But if it was done by someone other than the Maoshan sect, in that case, he couldn't be blamed for it. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Ding picked up his phone and dialed a number. "What's up, Zhang Daojun?" A teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Ding didn't care about the person's tone. After all, they were old acquaintances. They had also worked together many times. "De Kuei, I have an enemy here who is very strong, much stronger than me. Do you have any plans?" "Strength means nothing to me. What do you want me to do? Other than sparing his life, you can do whatever you want." "Me? Is it okay for me to kill him?" "Of course, if you can do it. How much are you going to pay?" 1 million yuan. If you can cripple that guy and bring him to me alive, then I can add another 1 million yuan. I want detailed information on the person I'm dealing with, as well as his identity. No, I need to investigate. The guy came back from abroad, so there won't be much information about him in China. I don't like to act without knowing the enemy. It's too risky. Plus, the person you're dealing with is stronger than you are. This makes the mission even more difficult. As long as you do this for me, we can sit down and talk about the price again. I don't like to talk about money after the fact. I want it before the mission. Otherwise, who knows if I'll still get the money after you've completed your mission. After all, I've met scammers before. Then how much do you think is suitable? One price, 5 million yuan. You're asking for too much. Chapter 2661. Chun Zhao was about to go upstairs when he saw Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing walk out of the elevator. "Boss." Zhang Ting was a bit surprised. "It's so late. You're still not going back?" "I was a bit crazy today," Zhang Ting said, chuckling. "It's not safe for you girls to go home," Chun Zhao said. "I'll send you back." "No need, boss. The security here is much better than abroad." In L.A., Chun Zhao had warned them not to go out alone after 8 at night. They couldn't even go out in a group because L was very unsafe at night. Every night, the various police departments in L.A. had to deal with more than 300 cases. LAPD had more than 500 customers every night. In comparison, Shanghai was also an international metropolis. Its security was countless times better. It was already good if there were a few cases in a night. Even so, it was still very irresponsible to let the two girls go home alone at night. "Let's go." Chun Zhao had rented the car for the time being. It would be more convenient for his family to go out. In the car, Chun Zhao asked, "Where did you go today?" "The mall, and the mall." Yi Ziqing felt that the foreign woman Chun Zhao had found was really a wastrel. She really enjoyed it, and Fei Lai would occasionally buy things for them. But seeing Fei Lai spend money like water, the two of them were really shocked. It was too scary. In just one day, that wastrel had spent at least 10 million yuan. Even if she was rich, she probably couldn't afford that woman's wastrel, right? Fei Lai bought a lot of things today, right? Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing glanced at each other. A lot? It wasn't something that could be described with just a few words. Fei Lai had almost moved the entire mall home. Fei Lai had spent 2 million in 2 luxury stores. A lot. It'll probably be troublesome to even get on the plane when we go back. While driving, Chun Zhao rubbed his forehead. "Is there anything fun around here? How about going out to play?" Yi Ziqing asked. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Fei Lai's job is to be a coastal rescue team member. Her job is to soak in the water every day. Also, when we're overseas, we go out once or twice a month. I don't think it's attractive to her. Is this the right way?" Chun Zhao asked. "That's right. There's a turn up ahead. Drive another 500 meters and you'll reach Jingli Garden. We're here." The car stopped at the entrance, and the two girls thanked him profusely. "All right, let's go in. I'm going back to rest." Boss, do you want to go upstairs for a cup of tea?" "Forget it." Seeing Chun Zhao drive away, Zhang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. "Why do I feel like you're a little disappointed?" Yi Ziqing teased. Zhang Ting certainly knew what Yi Ziqing meant. She mocked back. "I think you're the one who's disappointed. He's definitely a rich husband." Just as they were about to enter the neighborhood, a man suddenly jumped out from the roadside. The man was dressed decently in a suit, tie, leather shoes, and a 3-piece suit that was the symbol of a successful person. "Ziqing, who was the man who brought you back?" "Yu Keming? Why are you here?" Yi Ziqing looked at Yu Keming, who had suddenly appeared. "I ask you, who is that man?" Yi Ziqing frowned. Zhang Ting was about to speak, but her hand was pulled by Yi Ziqing. However, his hand was pulled by Yi Ziqing. Yi Ziqing took 2 steps forward and said, "Rich man, did you see the car he was driving? Rolls-Royce Phantom, market price 8 million." The man's face turned red and white. Gritting his teeth, he pointed at Yi Ziqing. "Ziqing, when did you become so materialistic? So realistic? You don't even care about your face for money?" Slap. Yi Ziqing threw a slap at the man. "Who are you to me? What right do you have to criticize me? What right do you have to criticize me? Know your place. Ziqing, it's been 2 years. Can't you forgive me?" "Forgive? Forgive you, M.B." Yi Ziqing cursed. "I've raised you for 3 years, and you made me a cuckold. How am I not comparable to that? Is my chest not big enough? Or but not perky enough?" Yi Ziqing scolded loudly, causing the man in front of her to take a few steps back. Yi Ziqing, on the other hand, pressed forward step by step, as if she wanted to skin this man alive. "You're not even professional when you're living off a woman. What do I expect you to do?" Yi Ziqing and Yu Keming were classmates. When Yu Keming was in school, he was considered a famous person. He was talented and had a family background. But the year he graduated, Yu Keming's family went bankrupt. Yu Keming could only start his own business. After 3 years, he lost his last bit of capital. At that time, he met Yi Ziqing. At that time, Yi Ziqing was just an ordinary employee in the company. They met each other and fell in love. Yi Ziqing worked hard for her own business. She supported Yu Keming's business. Yi Ziqing basically gave all the money she had saved to Yu Keming. However, Yu Keming was still useless in his business. However, his feelings soared. Yi Ziqing personally put on a show of catching the adulterer in bed. Of course, Yu Keming couldn't defend himself. Yi Ziqing was indeed infatuated with Yu Keming in those years. Basically, Yi Ziqing would agree to anything he said. But in essence, Yi Ziqing was still a smart and capable woman. After catching the adulterer in bed, Yi Ziqing directly let Yu Keming leave the house. Although she couldn't get back all the money she had invested in the past, but she got back most of it. As for Yu Keming, he would look for Yi Ziqing to get back together with her every few days. This wasn't the first time. Zhang Ting was already familiar with it. While you're still hard, go out and be a gigolo for a few years. Don't appear in front of me, or I'll kill you. Ziqing, forgive me. I don't mind you and that man. Forgive me. Let's call it even, okay? Hearing this, Yi Ziqing was furious. Scram. Now. Immediately. Scram right now. Ziqing, help me, please. I'm begging you. My employees haven't been paid for 3 months. I only need 1 million. 1 million, and I can solve all the problems. No, Scram. Yi Ziqing looked at Yu Keming in disgust. Zhang Ting looked on coldly. She was an outsider. She never took the initiative to be Yi Ziqing's relationship mentor. Yi Ziqing was an adult. She knew what decisions were right. You don't. That man does, right? Ask that man for a sum. He can drive a luxury car worth 8 million. So 1 or 2 million should be easy, right? Chapter 2662. Even Zhang Ting, who had always been a bystander, was shocked. They were all stunned by Yu Keming's words. Although she had never interacted with Yu Keming in the past, but at least she had heard Yi Ziqing talk about her past with Yu Keming. Zhang Ting felt that Yu Keming's biggest problem was that he made a mistake that all men would make. Of course, this was mainly because Zhang Ting wasn't as domineering as Yi Ziqing. Therefore, she even felt that it was not a big problem. But now, she felt that Yi Ziqing's explanation to Yu Keming in the past was too one-sided. Scumbag wasn't enough to describe Yu Keming. Other than being a scumbag, he had everything. Yu Keming, on the other hand, had nothing but dregs. A man's courage and dignity were completely gone. Yi Ziqing wasn't surprised by Yu Keming's words at all. She used to think that love was everything to her, so that she couldn't see it clearly. But when she caught Yu Keming in the act, when she recalled the past, she realized that Yu Keming was not only full of emotions. He was a scumbag in all aspects. Yi Ziqing sneered, turned around, and walked into the neighborhood. Zhang Ting immediately caught up to Yi Ziqing. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that this was a high-class neighborhood. After all, the 20 yuan per square meter property management fees were not paid for nothing. This was also why Yu Keming had been waiting for Yi Ziqing at the entrance. Yu Keming wanted to follow Yi Ziqing into the district. However, Yi Ziqing directly said to the security guard, "I don't know him, and I have nothing to do with him." Then Yu Keming was stopped at the gate. Yi Ziqing, come back. You scapegoat. You scapegoat. Don't think this is over. I'm telling you, it's not over. It's not over yet. No matter how loudly Yu Keming shouted at the door, Yi Ziqing pretended not to hear anything. In fact, she didn't need to do anything at all. The security guard at the door had already stretched out his fist of justice. At the same time, it was accompanied by insults such as scum, bastard, and bastard. He must have heard a lot of gossip when he was arguing with Yi Ziqing at the door. "Yi Zi, is it really all right? You allowed that bastard to spout nonsense at the door and tarnish your reputation. What can I do? Call the police to arrest him? The police will only treat it as an ordinary emotional dispute." Yi Ziqing also had Yi Ziqing's helplessness. In the end, it was still a problem of the strength of the government's judicial procedures. If this was overseas, using insulting words to attack others on the streets would basically send them to jail. In China, it would be difficult to even punish public security. There was nothing Yi Ziqing could do about it. This was the compromise that ordinary people had with scoundrels. Scoundrels were feared because they had no bottom line. And the reason why ordinary people were ordinary people was because they were helpless against scoundrels. How about asking my boss for help? Haha. No matter how capable your boss is, what can he do in the country? His connections and power are all overseas. He's just a rich man in the country. Most of the people Yi Ziqing interacted with were rich. Therefore, she understood the difference between the rich and the powerful. The rich were commonly known as the nouveau riche. In terms of social connections and qualifications, they were no different from ordinary people. However, it was different for people with power and influence. Perhaps to them, just a word or the time it took to eat a meal was all it took for an ordinary person to run around for a few months, use connections everywhere, and spend a large sum of money to get things done. Yi Ziqing did not doubt that Chun Zhao had huge connections and resources overseas. After all, it was very difficult to obtain such a large amount of wealth without connections and resources. However, overseas resources were useless in the country. Even the black card, known as the Wishing Dragon Ball, could not be used in the country. Back then, Citibank had claimed that all users with a black card needed to call their financial butler and say that they wanted to spend the night with a Hollywood movie queen. Basically, by the time they got home, the movie queen would already be lying on the bed after washing up. However, in the country, no one would give a damn if they called. Therefore, Yi Ziqing did not believe that Chun Zhao had a solution at all. Yu Keming was a scoundrel, so he was invincible right now. When the two girls entered the lobby of the apartment building, the lights flickered. However, the two did not care. They thought that it was just a problem with the power supply. However, when they reached the elevator, they realized that the elevator did not open even after pressing it for a long time. Damn, did the 2,000 yuan a month feed the dogs? Yi Ziqing was clearly in a bad mood. Usually, she would not say something like this. The elevator door still did not open. Yi Ziqing's patience had run out. She had not gone berserk yet, which meant that Yi Ziqing was well-mannered. Let's take the elevator. It's 3:25 in the morning, and we live on the 21st floor. Then what should we do? Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing were both in despair. 21st floor. It was a path to heaven. Even if they found the property manager now, they would only be able to fix the elevator tomorrow at the earliest. Hey, boss, what's up? Are you home? Boss, are you back at the hotel? On the way. Can you come over and pick us up at the door? We plan to stay at the hotel for the night. Okay. Chun Zhao did not ask why. When Chun Zhao drove back to the entrance of the neighborhood, Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing were waiting for him there. After getting in the car, Chun Zhao noticed that Yi Ziqing's expression did not look good. What's wrong? Not comfortable at home? You want to stay at the hotel for the night? The elevator is broken when you get to the door and you can't go up. Or you can climb the stairs to the 21st floor. That's why living so high up is the most troublesome. Luckily, my house is not that high. Yes, Chun Zhao's house was so high. Mirror Lake Manor had 4 floors above ground and 3 floors below ground. Mingwei Villa was slightly higher. After all, it was built on a cliff. However, Chun Zhao saw something else on Yi Ziqing. It was a very strange thing. He had only seen it in Xiangjiang movies. More accurately, he had only heard of it in Xiangjiang movies. Her glabella was black. There seemed to be a black cloud covering the center of Yi Ziqing's brows. Oh, look at Ms. Ye's expression. You probably met someone and something unpleasant happened, Chun Zhao said casually, seeming to be unintentional. Don't mention that person to me. It's bad luck. Yi Ziqing was still angry. I also think that you're full of bad luck. Haha. After returning to the hotel, Chun Zhao personally checked the 2 girls in. Boss, we don't have to stay that long. You don't have to book us that long. I've already restrained myself a lot. If I don't book them for a year, I'll be letting down these 3 rich people. Chapter 2663. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing both smiled bitterly. Then the 2 went to their room. They confirmed once again that Chun Zhao really wasn't interested in them. Chun Zhao didn't go back to his room to sleep. Apart from Fei Lai, Portia was also in the room. Zephyr slept in the suite with the kids. Chun Zhao couldn't go back to his room to rest at all. Chun Zhao wanted to get another room, but after thinking about it, he realized that there were only 2 hours until dawn. He didn't have to get another room. Plus, for Chun Zhao, there wasn't much difference between sleeping and not sleeping. Chun Zhao didn't need to rely on sleep to recover his energy. He just sat in the lobby and started playing on his phone. Just then, a group of people entered the lobby. 2 burly bodyguards led the way. In the middle was a fair-skinned man with a few assistants around him. While the assistants were checking in, the man walked to Chun Zhao's table. The 2 bodyguards were about to chase Chun Zhao away and let their employer sit down. Suddenly, the man shouted, "Mr. Chun." Chun Zhao looked up. "Wang He, why are you here?" "Mr. Chun, why are you here?" The 2 bodyguards thought that it was a close call. They'd almost bumped into their employer's friend. Chun Zhao glanced at the 2 bodyguards. "They're your bodyguards?" Yeah. Perhaps it was because of their low status, but Wang He always felt like he couldn't raise his head before Chun Zhao. They were afraid of Chun Zhao abroad. Technically, Chun Zhao's influence in the country should be gone, but he still instinctively feared Chun Zhao. "Do you have such a big lineup in the middle of the night?" Wang He's team had 12 bodyguards and assistants. Wang He became even more embarrassed. "It's because without such a big lineup, we probably wouldn't even be able to get out of the airport," he explained. "It's so late. Are there still fans picking you up?" "Can't help it. It's all arranged by the company," Wang He said with a wry smile. "Actually, our whereabouts will be disclosed by the company to our fans, and then arrange for our fans to come and pick us up at the airport. If there are no fans to pick us up at the airport, the next day, the entertainment news will probably report that a certain celebrity's popularity has plummeted. So even at night, other than a small number of true fans, there are also some professional fans who have been hired by the company. They're there to cheer for us, celebrities." "Okay, looks like it's hard on you too." Chun Zhao could understand. The seemingly glamorous superstars also had their own unknown hardships. Of course, even so, there were still many young people who wanted to become famous. "By the way, Mr. Chun, why are you here?" "I'm coming back with my family for a few days," Chun Zhao said. "But shouldn't you be resting now?" "The bed's been taken," Chun Zhao said helplessly. Wang He couldn't help but chuckle. That made sense. This was the only reason why Chun Zhao would sit here. At this time, a woman wearing glasses walked over. "Ahi, pay attention to your image. Don't interact with strangers for no reason. The check-in procedures are done. Let's go back to our rooms. We still have activities tomorrow." "Sisterly, this is my friend, not a stranger." "Ahi, you have to understand that you're an international superstar now. Don't make friends with just anyone. It's easy to be led into a ditch." Wang He thought that he was already very close to Chun Zhao. There wouldn't be any cracks just because of a few stupid words from others. However, his own manager's words still made him feel very embarrassed. That's right, it was extremely embarrassing. It was fine if Sisterly talked to clients like this normally. After all, as his own manager, he had to maintain a certain style most of the time. Therefore, an arrogant attitude would often have different effects. But Chun Zhao was different. Chun Zhao wasn't his fan, nor was he his client. On the contrary, he was indebted to Chun Zhao. Wang He, did you change your manager? Chun Zhao asked. Chun Zhao had an impression of Wang He's previous manager. She seemed to be a little girl. She probably wasn't as old as Wang He, but she had 3 artists, including Wang He. Sisterly, it was arranged by the company, Wang He said calmly. From his tone, Chun Zhao could vaguely sense that he was dissatisfied with the company. If he could, Wang He would rather have the previous manager. Although she was a little unfamiliar with the business, she was still better than the current Sisterly. Sisterly was a very domineering manager. To put it bluntly, she was very controlling. And with Wang He's current status in the entertainment industry, to put it more arrogantly, he was the movie superstar with the most box office appeal. What he needed was a manager who could serve him. He didn't need a manager who treated him like a toy and controlled his actions constantly. No matter how good Sisterly was, she wouldn't be accepted by Wang He. Actually, in the entertainment industry, big artists usually had mid-level managers. Mid-level managers had certain connections and business skills, but they weren't bad-tempered and were easy to get along with. Most of the time, they would listen to the artist's decisions. Big managers, on the other hand, worked with newcomers because they had the means to control them. Moreover, they had a higher chance of helping newcomers debut or even become famous. These were all industry conventions. It wasn't like there weren't big-name managers working with big-name artists in the entertainment industry. But the best outcome was to work together for a year or 2 and then break up peacefully. Most of the collaborations ended in a heated argument and ended on bad terms. It was understandable that the manager had the most resources and connections in the company and was also the best at business. But Wang He was already the number 1 in the company now. In terms of status, he was even more popular than Chen Ku, the actress. Of course, the two didn't have conflicting resources, and Chun Zhao was the middleman. So, the two had a good relationship. After all, they were both the number 1 brother and sister in the company, so they didn't have any conflicts in private. On the other hand, Wang Yi's popularity and charisma were much stronger than Chen Ku's. So, he wouldn't be submissive to his manager and the company like before. He could express his emotions and thoughts at will. But the company had arranged a manager like Sisterly for him. He couldn't accept this. Both of them had their own tempers. So, it was only a matter of time before this team disbanded. Are you going to change managers? Or change companies? Chun Zhao asked. Chun Zhao remembered that the head of this company was also Chun Ku's manager. Wang He glanced at Sisterly. Hearing Chun Zhao's words, Sister Li's expression changed. But she didn't soften. Instead, she stared at Wang He coldly. She wanted to see how Wang He would answer. Chapter 2664. Of course not, Wang He said, chuckling. It was an adult conflict of interest, unless he had a 100% chance of winning. Otherwise, he wouldn't say what was on his mind in front of Chun Zhao. Compared to the young and energetic Wang He from a year ago, he wasn't just more famous in the past year. Even his words and actions were much more mature. However, from the look in Wang He's eyes and face, it was obvious that he was unhappy. Mr. Chun, didn't we agree in L.A. to let me know when you come back? I'll be your host. You sound like I'm not from China. Host. Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. What's your next plan, Mr. Chun? Okay, superstar. You have a lot of work. I can reject them. Wang Yi's attitude was very sincere. Wang Yi blurted out without any hesitation. Beside him, Sisterly panicked. Chun Zhao chuckled. Don't. I'm not in the entertainment industry, nor do I have any projects related to it. I can't compensate you. Mr. Chun, you must be joking. I just want to give myself a break. Wang Yi didn't think that Chun Zhao was worthless. After all, it was all thanks to Chun Zhao that he was where he was today. Next time, Chun Zhao shrugged. Chun Zhao had a few friends in Hollywood. Chun Ku was also his cousin in the Chinese entertainment industry. He knew how busy these celebrities were. For others, New Year was a big break, but for celebrities, it was the best time to earn money. If Chun Zhao took Wang He on a break in just a few days, he would lose at least 10 million. If Wang He really wanted to, Chun Zhao wouldn't mind asking him to go somewhere else to play for a while after some time. Sisterly stopped talking. She just stood at the side and watched Chun Zhao and Wang He chat. She already knew that Wang He was very unhappy with her. If she interfered with his private life again, then he might flip the table with her. Actually, she had also guessed why the company had arranged for her to be Wang He's manager. That was to control Wang He. Complete control. After all, it was rare for the company to raise a superstar like Wang He. Naturally, she didn't want Wang He to be out of control. However, Wang He had already soared to the top. His stay and departure were no longer restricted by the company. If it was a small artist or a small celebrity, the company would directly ban them, and they would become a missing person. However, it was useless on Wang He. Wang He could just forcefully terminate the contract and pay a penalty for breaching the contract. There were even quite a number of companies that were willing to help Wang He pay the penalty fee. Furthermore, the company had arranged for a powerful agent like Sister Li to work with Wang He. The final outcome would definitely not be Wang He coming to a compromise. Instead, it would be Wang He breaking up. It's getting late. Go get some rest. Chen Zhao patted Wang He's shoulder. It was already past 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sky would be bright in an hour. To be honest, even if Wang He still had the energy, his bodyguards wouldn't. This time, Wang He did not reject it. In fact, he was also waiting for a way out. After all, he was just an ordinary person and needed rest. Mr. Chun, rest early too. Chen Zhao nodded with a smile, but he didn't plan on resting. Just as Wang He and his men left, a man came over. This person was Yu Keming. He had been sitting in a seat not far away. It was only after Wang He left that he walked over. "Hello, sir, may I know you? My surname is Yu Keming. This is my name card." Chen Zhao noticed this man. When he was chatting with Wang He earlier, this man had been sitting not far away. In fact, it was hard not to attract attention if Chen Zhao did not return to his room to rest at this time, especially when this man kept glancing at her from time to time. Chen Zhao did not take the name card because he had a very bad impression of this man. During his 2 years abroad, Chen Zhao had learned many foreigners' habits, but he hadn't learned how to be familiar with others. Chen Zhao remained sitting in his seat with his legs crossed. He looked up at Yu Keming. "What's the matter?" Yu Keming put away the name card awkwardly. He sat in the seat that Wang He had been sitting in. "Sir, I'm Yi Ziqing's boyfriend. What's the matter?" Chen Zhao replied calmly. "Sir, don't you think you should give me some compensation?" Yu Keming didn't beat around the bush. "My girlfriend didn't come home last night and was brought to the hotel by you. If you don't give her some compensation, I think it'll affect your reputation greatly." "Oh, then how much do you want?" Chen Zhao still had the same indifferent attitude. Yu Keming hesitated. After a while, he said 10 million. "Just 10 million, and I'll let bygones be bygones." 10 million is enough? Yu Keming's eyes brightened. He had thought that Chen Zhao would bargain with him. He did not expect the man to be so straightforward and ask if 10 million was enough. "If you want me to break up with Ziqing completely, give me another 10 million. "You're not worth that much," Chen Zhao said, smiling. Chen Zhao realized that Yu Keming had turned on the recording function of his phone. Chuckling, he said, "I'll just find a random person and pay them 1 million. They'll probably be happy to kill you." Without realizing it, Chen Zhao was using the same tactics he used abroad to deal with Yu Keming. Yu Keming laughed. He felt that it was a wise decision to record Chen Zhao's words. If they were abroad, the foreigners would definitely be scared to death by Chen Zhao. But this was China. Everyone was used to good security. So, Yu Keming only thought that Chen Zhao must be out of his mind. Or maybe he had watched too many Xiangjiang movies. He felt that Chen Zhao's words were really stupid. But these stupid words were very useful to him. If Chen Zhao had a big company, he could use it as a threat. After all, Chen Zhao's words could easily affect the company's reputation. So, he had to get rid of the negative effects of Chen Zhao's words. "I want 50 million now," Yu Keming said confidently. At the same time, he took out his phone. "I recorded everything you said just now." Chen Zhao suddenly laughed. "Huh, are you joking? So what if I said it? What if I give the recording to your competitor? Then you'd better contact my company's competitor," Chen Zhao said mockingly. "Huh." Just like how Chen Zhao was used to using a foreigner's way of talking, Yu Keming was also using Chinese rules to guess Chen Zhao. Chapter 2665. The rich foreigners were much dirtier than the rich people in China. The so-called African hunting clubs were all on the surface. Some of the dirty ways to seek pleasure were unimaginable to bystanders. There were even some scary killing games. But even if people outside this class knew about it, it would be hard for it to be exposed. In a society dominated by capital, when people in this class didn't want outsiders to know certain information, it would be hard for it to be exposed. So, Chen Zhao didn't care about the recording at all. Let's not talk about whether Chen Zhao would really let him record it. Even if he did, it could only be spread in China. Because Chen Zhao was a giant capitalist. In order to defeat a capitalist, apart from using business methods, he could only use political methods. If Yu Keming could really beat Chen Zhao in business or politics, he wouldn't have come to blackmail Chen Zhao. Yu Keming's naive idea couldn't deal with Chen Zhao, a rich person whose assets were all abroad. It wouldn't work even in China. Extorting 20 million yuan for a recording? Even robbing a bank wasn't like that. You better watch a few more Xiangjiang police movies. Even blackmail is so unprofessional, Chen Zhao said mockingly. Being poor isn't scary, Chen Zhao said in a mocking tone. What's scary is being uneducated. Also, I'm very suspicious about Ms. Ye's boyfriend. How blind must she be to find someone like you? Yu Keming's face turned red. He glared at Chen Zhao. Yi Ziqing had said that living off a woman wasn't professional. Now, Chen Zhao said that blackmail wasn't professional. You bastard. Yu Keming finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He punched Chen Zhao's face. But could Chen Zhao be beaten by this mooch spinner? Dodging Yu Keming's fist, he almost lost his footing. Stumbling 2 steps, Chen Zhao secretly stuck out a foot and tripped him. Then, his head hit the corner of the table. Ah, blood. I'm bleeding. Help! I'm beaten to death. Just then, the receptionist ran over. Sir, what happened here? Nothing, Chen Zhao said calmly. You can call the police. Also, I think you should tell your manager to keep the surveillance footage because I need it. To Chen Zhao, this wasn't a problem at all. The Los Angeles Police Department had become his second home. This kind of situation was considered a fight in the country, which was a violation of public security regulations. Chen Zhao hadn't even been sent to the police station for such a minor issue. I've lost a lot of blood. I want to check the wound. The guard glanced at Chen Zhao again. He recognized that Chen Zhao was a guest of the hotel, while the one on the ground looked like a scoundrel. However, it was true that he had bled a lot. Call the police first, Chen Zhao said calmly. As for his situation, the police will decide. Although he had used one of his legs just now, he had already known the location of the surveillance camera. He would definitely not be discovered by the surveillance camera. Not long after, the police arrived. They were a man and a woman. The 2 policemen looked at Yu Keming, who was sitting on the ground and covering his forehead with a tissue. Then he glanced at Chen Zhao, who was sitting on the sofa and drinking hot tea. What's going on? The policeman asked. Officer. Seeing the police, Yu Keming immediately jumped up and grabbed the policeman's wrist. You have to help me. I was hit. He hit me. The 2 policemen looked at Chen Zhao. They realized that he was still as calm as ever. It was rare for them to see someone so calm. Tell me what's going on. He ran to me and said that I had an affair with his girlfriend and then asked me for 30 million. The thing on the table is his phone. There should be a recording of our conversation. Seeing that I didn't agree, he got angry and wanted to beat me up. In the end, he didn't even touch me and fell down. The hotel's surveillance camera recorded the scene, Chen Zhao said calmly. What's your relationship with his girlfriend? His girlfriend is a friend of my employee. They live upstairs now. If I'm related to Miss Yi, I wouldn't have been sitting here drinking tea the whole night. If it didn't involve Yi Ziqing, Chen Zhao couldn't be bothered to explain. After all, it wouldn't affect the outcome whether he explained or not. However, Chen Zhao didn't want to ruin a woman's reputation. So, it was better to be clear. If you're not related, why would he say that you're related? Shameless way of thinking. Also, I wonder if they're boyfriend and girlfriend. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, Ziqing and I wouldn't have broken up. She must have come to you because you're rich. So you broke up long ago. Chen Zhao sneered at Yu Keming. I just came back yesterday. Before yesterday, I didn't even know Miss Yi. Also, you'd better watch your words. Otherwise, I think I'll have to contact my lawyer and teach you what defamation is. Yu Qiming looked at Chen Zhao coldly. Actually, the matter was already very obvious, but the two policemen had never seen someone with such a good attitude. Fake foreigner. The policewoman snorted softly. Chen Zhao raised an eyebrow. Officer, your female colleague seems to have something against me. The male officer was clearly more experienced than the policewoman. He chuckled. She's not targeting anyone. Sir, you don't have to put yourself in her shoes. Plus, it's only your side of the story. So, I need you both to come back to the station with me to assist in the investigation. You still need to go back to the station? Isn't it obvious already? It's not up to you to decide, the policewoman said. Then can I call my lawyer? Chen Zhao asked. Sure. Although the policewoman didn't like Chen Zhao, he wasn't brought to the station as a suspect. Even she could only bring Chen Zhao in the name of assisting in the investigation. Moreover, the police in China were much gentler than abroad. Unless it was a serious crime or a special criminal, they would be restrained and not allowed to make a phone call. Officer, I need treatment. I need to check my injuries. Are you bringing him to the hospital, or should I? The male officer asked. You bring him to the hospital. I'll bring him to the station, the policewoman said. Chen Zhao glanced at Yu Qiming. Yu Qiming was holding his forehead, but when he looked at Chen Zhao, his eyes were filled with hatred. Just you wait. I'm going to sue you. Chapter 2666. Chen Zhao sat in the policewoman's police car. Put your feet down. The policewoman watched as Chen Zhao sat cross-legged in the back seat. Her expression darkened. Are you embarrassing Chinese like this when you're abroad? Huh. It's my car. I can sit however I want. This isn't your car. The policewoman stared at Chen Zhao with a dark expression. I'm helping the investigation, right? I'm not a suspect. Logically speaking, you should be the one begging me. Helping the investigation sounds nice, the policewoman said coldly. Actually, you know, different from suspect. Logically speaking, that has nothing to do with me. Even if I did, it would be self-defense. In China, you only know how to defend yourself. Why do I feel like you're filled with hostility toward me? Do we know each other? Or was there something between us? No, I just don't like you. As a policewoman, shouldn't you look at everyone objectively? My personal emotions do not affect my judgment of the case, nor do they affect my judgment of people. Then you have to tell me how I offended you, right? You didn't offend me. I just hate you. That's all. That's all. Before this, I didn't even know you. Chen Zhao was really confused. There had to be a reason why he was hated for no reason, right? Chen Zhao glanced at the policewoman. Is it because I've been abroad? The policewoman's expression changed instantly. Chen Zhao froze. Did I really guess it right? Don't tell me you were dumped by a guy who used going abroad as an excuse. Shut up. The policewoman flew into a rage out of humiliation. Huh, I really guessed it right. Chen Zhao laughed. I told you to shut up. He really used going abroad as an excuse to dump you. The policewoman's chest heaved up and down. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore and tears welled up in her eyes. However, she didn't want Chen Zhao to see it. She turned her head and secretly wiped away her tears. Seeing that the policewoman was crying, Chen Zhao immediately stopped joking. What's that guy's name? If I see him next time, I'll beat him up for you. The policewoman didn't say anything and just kept driving. After a few minutes, the policewoman finally said, We grew up together and confirmed our relationship in high school. 2 years ago, he wanted to study abroad. Before he left, he told me to wait for him. The policewoman choked and said, But last year he said he got married. In order to get a green card, he married a foreign woman. In the end, he only said sorry. Cough, cough. Who the fuck wants his apology? I don't need sorry. Do you need a tissue? The policewoman took the tissue and suddenly turned her head. Where did you get the tissue? I carry it with me. Is there a problem? Do you carry a box of tissues with you? The officer looked at Chen Zhao cautiously. Chen Zhao was holding a box of tissues. No matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem like it could fit on his body. Oh, I picked it up from the ground. Chen Zhao shrugged. It's just a box of tissues. Why are you so nervous? Don't you think you should look straight when you're driving? The policewoman's eyes flashed as she looked at Chen Zhao. She didn't find anything suspicious. You'd better behave yourself. How am I behaving? Chen Zhao didn't care. Oh, where did that guy go? California. I think it's Los Angeles. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm also in Los Angeles. What's he doing overseas? I don't know, but he's studying finance. Suddenly, the policewoman slammed on the brakes. What are you doing? I drove the wrong way, the policewoman said awkwardly. Chen Zhao was speechless. You're a local. How could you drive the wrong way? Do you know how to speak human language? I'm the people's police, not a local. Okay, people's police. Find the way quickly. Are you in a hurry to confess to the police? I don't want to waste too much time on the road. Your people will think that I ran away. Chen Zhao rolled down the window. Where are we? The policewoman also rolled down the window, also confused. Then she opened the navigation on her phone. Ha! People's police? Are you kidding me? Chen Zhao mocked her. Shut up. Shanghai is so big. Even if you're a local, you might not have been to every place. No need to explain. Explaining is covering up, and covering up is making up stories. The policewoman's face darkened. My phone doesn't have signal. Where's yours? Chen Zhao took out his phone and looked. Mine doesn't have signal either. That's weird. Look around. We should still be in the city. With the current coverage of signal bases in the country, almost every populated area had a signal base. Not to mention, there were no blind spots in the city. Don't tell me you got too excited and drove out of the city. This doesn't look like a city. It looks more like a demolished old city. The policewoman tried to restart the car, but it didn't respond at all. The policewoman glanced at Chen Zhao and opened the door to get out. Don't get out. Before she could finish, Chen Zhao had already gotten out. Are you ignoring my words? This place looks weird, Chen Zhao said. Haven't you realized? This doesn't look like a place for people to live. If it's not for people, then ghosts. The policewoman rolled her eyes. You've lived abroad for 2 years. Have you forgotten all about materialism? Huh. Foreigners are more superstitious than locals. Chen Zhao said, chuckling. However, he was also a little confused. This place didn't look normal, very abnormal. Had they accidentally barged in here? Or had someone dragged them here on purpose? I don't feel comfortable here. How about we go back to the car and see if it can start? Coward. The policewoman glanced at Chen Zhao. I'm not coward. I'm just cautious. If you're scared, then you're scared. Why find so many excuses? Do you watch horror movies? What are you trying to say? Don't you think this situation is very similar to a horror movie? 2 cannon fodder barged into some death zone and became real cannon fodder. Don't scare yourself. The policewoman wasn't scared at all. Chen Zhao couldn't persuade her at all. The policewoman glanced at Chen Zhao beside her. What? Aren't you afraid of death? Why are you here? It's a horror movie. If I want to go back to the car alone, something horrible will happen to me. Huh? The policewoman suddenly looked up at the abandoned building on the left. What's wrong? I think I heard someone scream in the building. Are you hallucinating? I didn't hear anything. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. No, I really heard it. Chen Zhao looked at the policewoman. His hearing was definitely much better than hers. But he didn't hear anything. Chapter 2667. Chen Zhao was sure that the policewoman didn't hear it. There was no reason she could hear it, but he couldn't. You must have heard it wrong. I didn't. How could I? I heard it very clearly, the policewoman said with certainty. Chen Zhao felt a little stifled. Chen Zhao felt a little stifled. He couldn't persuade the girl to come back. Don't you think that this is the plot of a supernatural movie? Shut up. The policewoman glared at Chen Zhao. Are you that scared of ghosts? Of course. You're not scared of ghosts? No, you're not because you've never seen one before. Oh, so you're scared of ghosts because you've seen one before? You wouldn't believe me even if I said I've seen one before. Clang. The policewoman kicked open the door on the first floor. She kicked a hole in the wooden door. The policewoman reached her hand in through the hole and unlocked the door. We're trespassing, right? There's a ghost living in this shitty place. Maybe it really is a ghost place. Are you done? There weren't houses on either side of the street. It was probably an abandoned commercial street. Chen Zhao followed the policewoman into the house and went up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor had probably been used as an indoor shop. There was a passageway with many compartments on both sides. These had all been used as small shops in the past. However, it was already empty now. All that was left was empty and the ground was littered with trash. Just then, Chen Zhao and the policewoman saw a figure at the end of the passageway. The figure was sitting on a chair. It was clearly in the dim passageway. However, the figure was very eye-catching. It was so eye-catching that it made one's hair stand on end. Chun Zhao frowned. He could see the figure, but he couldn't feel it. Moreover, Chun Zhao realized that he couldn't see it clearly at all. Was it a ghost from China? Chun Zhao wasn't sure, but the figure didn't give him a good feeling. Perhaps because he didn't know, Chun Zhao was very cautious. The policewoman didn't think too much. She strode forward. "Hey there," the policewoman called loudly. However, when she was less than 10 feet away from the figure became fainter and fainter. In the end, it disappeared. The policewoman was stunned. In that instant, she broke out in a cold sweat. "Puh!" The policewoman's shoulder was heavily padded, and she screamed in fear. "You know fear too?" Chun Zhao stood behind the policewoman. "Ghost! A ghost! I saw." Chun Zhao looked at the policewoman mockingly. "Weren't you not afraid earlier?" The policewoman's expression was very ugly. "Maybe I'm just seeing things." "I don't think I'm seeing things. I also saw that figure just now, and then it disappeared. I don't think it's possible that both of us are seeing things at the same time." The policewoman's expression became even more bitter. "You really saw it too. So, this is obviously the plot of a horror movie." The policewoman shivered. "Let's get out of here." How could he leave so casually after entering this place? When the two of them tried to leave, they realized that the road behind them had changed. Even Chun Zhao looked confused, because even he did not notice when the road behind him had changed. "Ghost hits the wall. This is ghost hits the wall. We can't get out." The policewoman sobbed. Her face was full of sadness. She was not as strong as she looked. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes and released his little world. But he did not feel anything. It was a desolate place. There seemed to be nothing. "Let's go," Chun Zhao said. "We can't just wait here. Let's walk around, and maybe we can find the way out." "What if we can't find the way? There are windows here. This is only the second floor. We won't die even if we jump down." The policewoman looked at a cubicle. "I don't think there are windows here. Is this an alternate space?" Chun Zhao was confused. To be honest, Chun Zhao was also very curious about Chinese spells. After all, Chun Zhao was also an expert in alternate spaces. But now he had actually been pulled into this area that seemed to be an alternate space without a sound. It was either that the person was extremely powerful, or that the person's spells were strange, and Chun Zhao was not familiar with them. But Chun Zhao did not mind trying. Chun Zhao walked into the cubicle and tried to push. Crash! The wall collapsed instantly, revealing a huge hole. The policewoman's eyeballs almost popped out. This wall is too loose." Chun Zhao pursed his lips. "It's a Jerry Bill project. Maybe that's why this place was demolished." The wall was not real. It was probably just a facade. There was some kind of energy inside, probably an earth spell. Chun Zhao did not use too much strength. He only used a bit more strength than breaking the wall. Chun Zhao had thought that the wall formed by this spell would be very hard. But that was not the case. It was indeed a bit harder than a wall made of bricks and soil. But it was only a bit harder. It was far from being invincible. It was also not strong enough to block Chun Zhao's strength. Just then, somewhere outside the area, a Taoist priest suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The priest's face paled. "Damn, that person is also a cultivator. That bastard Yukeming. He tricked me." Suddenly, the priest spat out another mouthful of blood. "Again. Fuck, that bastard wants to break my small world." Wah. As he spoke, the priest spat out another mouthful of blood. His mouth was like a water faucet. Large amounts of blood sprayed out like crazy. The small world was his unique spell. It opened up an alternate space that was neither too big nor too small. However, normally speaking, if one didn't have enough cultivation, they wouldn't be able to maintain a separate space. But his sect took a different approach. It fused one's natal primordial spirit with the alternate space. It was like a natal dharma treasure, which could be controlled at will. But the disadvantage was also obvious. It was not lethal enough. It would be easy to trap a normal person. It might not scare them to death, but it would at least prevent them from escaping. They could starve to death. But what about trapping a cultivator? Sorry, but no cultivator had a good temper. He could cause great destruction in the small world. It was almost as if he was being punched in the chest. Chen Zhao did not know that much, but this was his usual practice. Chen Zhao didn't have any other abilities, but he was good at destruction. Behind a wall or a wall. It did not matter. This was not a problem for Chen Zhao. He just had a punch. Chapter 2668. Chen Zhao didn't care too much. The policewoman tried to smash open the wall like Chen Zhao had. But reality proved that the wall was pretty hard. At least, she couldn't make the wall collapse with one push like Chen Zhao. This is the difference between men and women. The policewoman glared at Chen Zhao, somewhat annoyed, but she didn't say anything in the end. You're not scared now? Weren't you afraid of ghosts just now? If the ghost appears before me, why would I be scared if it doesn't? Actually, Chen Zhao was confused too. It didn't matter if the ghost was coming for him or the policewoman beside him. It should at least show its face and say some harsh words, right? Why didn't it show its face from beginning to end? It didn't even greet them. Apart from the scary ghost at the beginning, it didn't seem to do anything else. Was the ghost hoping to scare the two of them to death with that thing? Wasn't that too much of a joke? Bang! Chen Zhao pushed open another wall. The policewoman didn't think too much about it. She just felt that Chen Zhao was strong. Plus, he wasn't small either. At least, for Chinese people, 182 centimeters was already considered tall. Just then, a bright ray of light shone in from the hole. It was the light of dawn. It made one feel warm from the inside out. There were no people outside, and they were still in an abandoned street. But that kind of feeling made people feel comfortable. Chen Zhao was also confused. Who had done this? He didn't feel anything at all. Moreover, the ghost's actions seemed to be a bit anticlimactic. At the start, the atmosphere was already very good, but there was no actual action. It was like the two of them had been thrown into that strange space. Then it let them out easily. Chen Zhao jumped down from the hole first. Then, he looked back at the policewoman. Jump down. I'll catch you. No need. The policewoman's cold expression returned. But the height was only 3 meters. It wasn't much for her. The light of dawn dispelled the darkness and gave her courage. The policewoman was agile. She landed lightly on the ground. Her movements were very beautiful. Just then, the policewoman's phone rang. Roland, where are you? Did something happen? No. I got lost. I'll go back now. Are you sure? Where's that overseas returnee? He's beside me. Ahem. Do you want breakfast? No need. The phrase colleague was actually a secret code. If something really happened to her, she would answer yes. After hanging up, the two of them walked toward the police car. From afar, he saw a person standing beside the police car. The man was wearing a black hanfu, which was embroidered with an unknown beast pattern with golden thread. The man raised his head and stared at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao and the policewoman couldn't help but pause. The officer turned to look at him. You know him? I don't know him. At that moment, the man in the traditional Chinese attire suddenly opened his palm. There was a red powder in his palm. He put it to his mouth and blew at the two of them. Who? The instant the red powder flew out, it turned into a strange beast that pounced towards the two of them. Careful! Chen Zhao immediately pulled the officer away. The beast's target wasn't the policewoman. Instead, it pounced at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao raised his fist and punched at the pouncing beast. But Chen Zhao's fist missed. The beast didn't have a physical body at all. It dissipated directly. It was as if nothing had happened. The policewoman raised her head. What has happened? Where's that person? Chen Zhao was also surprised. Only after hearing the policewoman's words did he realize that the man in the traditional Chinese attire had disappeared. What kind of person was this strange fellow? Was he behind last night's incident too? But why did he end up like this again? The spell just now seemed extraordinary, but it actually didn't have any destructive power. The policewoman looked at Chen Zhao in shock. You saw it too, right? That guy blew out the powder, and it turned into a red beast. You saw it wrong. It didn't happen. Chen Zhao denied it directly. The policewoman frowned at him. You saw it clearly. You know what happened, right? I'm a firm atheist. Don't talk to me about supernatural things. The policewoman's face darkened. She stared at Chen Zhao. Be honest. Do you know that guy? Even if you point a gun at my head right now, I don't know what's going on, Chen Zhao said calmly. Humph. The policewoman couldn't do anything to someone like Chun Zhao. The police car could be started again. The policewoman quickly brought Chun Zhao back to the police station. Rolling, you're finally back. The male police officer from before quickly walked toward Rolling. At the same time, he saw Chun Zhao walking in unhurriedly. Why did you guys take 2 hours to get there? The male officer asked in a low voice. The car broke down on the way. Rolling answered calmly. We were delayed. Then why didn't you call? Also, when I called you earlier, your phone wasn't in the service area. There's no signal at that part of the city. There's no signal in the city? Okay, stop asking so many questions, Rolling said impatiently. Chun Zhao pulled a chair over and crossed his legs on the desk beside him. Rolling glared at Chun Zhao. Put your legs down. What procedure? Hurry up. I'm starving. Rolling wasn't happy with Chun Zhao's attitude. However, he still followed the procedure and made a statement for Chun Zhao. At the same time, they got the hotel surveillance footage. From the footage, Chun Zhao indeed didn't do anything. However, Rolling and her colleagues still saw something suspicious. Chun Zhao's legs seemed to have moved, but he was too fast. Yukiming happened to block the angle of the footage too. So, they didn't see what effect Chun Zhao's kick had. They noticed Chun Zhao's little action, but it couldn't be used as evidence. That guy isn't a good person, the male police officer said meaningfully. Look at his methods. He's clearly an expert. We can't help it. We can only detain him for 24 hours at most, Rolling said with a dark expression. She knew that the kick had caused Yukiming to lose his balance and smash his head, but she couldn't do anything to him. Thinking of Chun Zhao's annoying face, she was even more annoyed. I'm afraid we can't even do it for 24 hours, the male police officer said with a bitter smile. He saw a few people walk in. He knew one of them. It was the famous lawyer in the city, Wei Dan. They'd met a few times before, so they could be considered old acquaintances. There were a few women beside Wei Dan. One of them was a particularly beautiful foreign woman. Chapter 2669. Darling. Seeing Chun Zhao come out, Fei Lai went up and hugged him. Rolling pursed her lips, displeased. Darling, what's going on? Nothing, it's just a misunderstanding, Chun Zhao said with a smile. At the same time, he gave Fei Lai a look. This is Mr. Wei, Fei Lai said. Alex contacted him. He should be the best lawyer here. Hello, Mr. Chun. Wei Dan went up and shook hands with Chun Zhao. Hello. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Let me tell you. Rolling walked up and said, this guy tripped someone and injured them at the same time. Officer, do you have any evidence? Smiling, Chun Zhao turned to look at Rolling. It's hard to tell from the surveillance, Rolling said confidently. But I can tell. Chun Zhao laughed. Wei Dan laughed too. I'm taking my client away now. He can't leave yet. What? He's suspected of intentional injury. Excessive self-defense. Wei Dan shook her head. Unless you file a criminal lawsuit, I have the right to take my client away. Rolling, forget it. Her colleague pulled her back. She looked at Chun Zhao. You better not fall into my hands. If you can go to America, I'll be very happy, Chun Zhao said with a smile. Looking at Chun Zhao, Rolling gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. After leaving the police station, Yi Ziqing and Zhang Ting both had troubled expressions. Mr. Chun, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. It's not trouble. It's just a small matter. To Chun Zhao, it wasn't a big deal. Going to the police station was a common occurrence for him. Chun Zhao looked around and saw a breakfast stall in front of the station. Do you guys want breakfast? I've already eaten, Fei Lai said. Okay. Chun Zhao looked at the others. What about you guys? I don't eat breakfast, Wei Dan said with a professional smile. With a professional smile, Wei Dan said, Mr. Chun, if you have any legal problems in China, you can contact me at any time. Also, I have a lot of cooperation projects with Ms. Alex. Please send her my regards. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. I will. Goodbye. You guys go back to the car first. I'll go eat some breakfast. Chun Zhao was really hungry. One of them ran to the breakfast stall and took out a piece of paper. Boss, give me a few buns and a big bowl of wontons. Young man, I don't have the change. It's okay. I've eaten a lot. I'll get more later. Chun Zhao really did eat a lot. He ate a few buns in one bite and poured a big bowl of steaming wontons into his mouth. The breakfast stall owner's eyes widened. Young man, it's not hot. Hot and comfortable. Give me another bowl. Bring a basket of buns over. Chen Zhao ate happily. Soon, he stopped eating breakfast in China. This big bowl made him feel sincerely satisfied. However, this amount was not enough to fill his stomach. Then, Chen Zhao finished all the food in the entire breakfast stall. He gave him 10 pieces of paper. Then, under the shocked expression of the breakfast stall owner, Chen Zhao stood up and left as if nothing had happened. Boss, 2 buns and a bag of soy milk. When Rolling came out of the station, she realized that the breakfast stall owner was actually packing up. No, they're all sold out. Are you kidding? It's only 7. You're already sold out? Rolling was a regular customer of the breakfast stall. After all, it was right outside the police station. The people in the station would basically come here every morning. Usually, the owner would only pack up at around 8:30. It's not even 7:30 today. Why did the boss start to pack up? I'm not kidding. A young man just came out of your station and ate all my breakfast by himself. Our station? Who? How immoral. I don't think he's from your station. He doesn't look familiar, and there are a few girls with him. One of them is even a big girl. Rolling's face darkened. She knew who it was without guessing. He packed up the rest of them? No. He finished it all by himself at the stall, leaving nothing behind. I've never seen someone with such an appetite. I reckon he must have eaten a portion of 20 or 30 people's portions. Enchanting, are there any food streets in Shanghai? There are many. Boss, do you want to go? I'm just greedy, Chen Zhao said honestly. And I didn't eat enough from the breakfast stall. Then I'll take you there in the afternoon, Zhang Ting said. In the afternoon? It's not open in the morning. There's nothing to eat there. Okay. At noon, Chen Zhao made do with a meal in the hotel restaurant. I made do with a meal. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing watched as Chen Zhao wolfed down the food. They were really worried that his stomach would explode. Only Fei Lai looked indifferent. She and Portia took care of the kids while eating. Thankfully, Chen Zhao had booked the entire restaurant at this time, so no one saw his monstrous table manners. Waiter, hurry up and serve the food. Chen Zhao snapped his fingers. Just then, the restaurant manager ran over, sweating profusely. I'm sorry, sir. We don't have enough food. Not enough food? Didn't your restaurant prepare more ingredients? The manager wanted to cry. We did. But Chen Zhao ate enough food for dozens of people. We're not roadside stalls. We only prepared enough food for dozens of people. Darling, you still have to go to the food street in the afternoon, Fei Lai said. Don't eat too much, or you'll lose your appetite. Okay, that's it for now. Chen Zhao glanced at the manager. I'm booking the entire restaurant after 7. You better prepare more food. Okay, sir. The manager was speechless. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing were already dumbfounded. They followed Chen Zhao out of the restaurant. Boss, how about we rest in the hotel and go to the food street another time? No, I'm not full yet. Boss, how much did you eat just now? You're not full yet? Zhang Ting didn't know how much Chen Zhao had eaten. The waiters kept bringing more food, but Chen Zhao had finished most of it. I have a big appetite. Huaihai Ro Zhang Ting, Yi Ziqing, and Chen Zhao stood at the entrance. The first thing they saw was a Japanese ramen shop on the side of the road. There was a sign on the door of Jimmy's Japanese Ramen. There was a super appetite challenge on the sign. Whoever could finish a bowl of super ramen in 20 minutes would be free of charge for the rest of the meal. However, if they couldn't finish it in 20 minutes, they would have to pay the full price. Chapter 2670. 30 minutes later, the waiters of the Japanese ramen shop all stared at Chen Zhao, dumbfounded. The boss was about to cry. How much was super ramen? It was about the size of a regular person's basin. Then Chen Zhao finished it in 3 minutes. The time limit for the super condition was 20 minutes. Ever since the Japanese ramen shop started, no one had been able to complete this challenge. Each bowl of super ramen cost 1,288 yuan. And today, this challenge had met its greatest enemy. Finishing the challenge in 3 minutes already showed how powerful this person was. But in the next 30 minutes, he ordered 10 bowls of super ramen. Then Chen Zhao's stomach was like a bottomless pit. Every time Chen Zhao ate a bowl of super ramen, the owner would lose more than $1,000. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing didn't know what to say anymore. Boss, give me 3 more bowls. Chen Zhao was rich, but who wouldn't like free food? Chen Zhao didn't have the dignity of a billionaire at all. Free food was an insult to them. Bro, are you eating from a rich person? The boss couldn't help but say. Bro, I'm begging you. Go to another shop. Bro, I'm begging you. Go to another shop. No, your ramen has enough portions. It's really good. See that skewer shop across the street? If you can eat 300 skewers, not only will it be free, but you'll also get a lifetime membership. The boss's trick was very immoral, but he had no choice. If Chen Zhao ate more, his ramen shop would go bankrupt. They're having an event too? Chen Zhao raised his head and looked at the skewer shop across the street. Although it was only afternoon, the shop was already packed with people. I have to line up. I'll get someone to line up for you, the boss said hurriedly. The owner of the ramen shop fully demonstrated that it was better for him to die than for himself. Chen Zhao finally smiled in satisfaction. A while later, Chen Zhao changed his position. The waiters of the skewer shop clearly didn't know that the demon had arrived. They served Chen Zhao, Zhang Ting, and Yi Ziqing enthusiastically. But an hour later, the shop was in chaos. Even the original customers stopped eating. They surrounded Chen Zhao to see how much he could eat. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing lowered their heads. They were not used to such an atmosphere. They could no longer describe Chen Zhao's appetite. How much had Chen Zhao eaten since morning? Was his stomach a bottomless pit? Then Chen Zhao was asked out of the kebab shop. The temple was too small to accommodate such a great Buddha. Chen Zhao was here to ruin the store. After that, the news spread throughout the entire street. The stores that originally had big Eater King events all canceled their own events. If such a Demon King found his shop, would he still be able to open his shop? Although he didn't have the big Stomach King discount. However, Chen Zhao didn't plan to give up. He continued eating. If you two are bored, Chen Zhao said, you could go to my shop. I'll walk around here alone. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing didn't want to stay with him anymore. It was mainly because Chen Zhao's table manners gave them too much pressure. Chen Zhao found a restaurant and started stuffing himself with food again. By now, Chen Zhao had also discovered the problem with his body. He'd already eaten so much, but his hunger couldn't be satisfied. Chen Zhao couldn't calm down due to this strange hunger. He could only eat to ease it. Hey Zhang, I think there's something wrong with my body. What's wrong? I don't know, Chen Zhao said. I'm always hungry. Hungry? Zhang Tianyi didn't understand. Yes, Chen Zhao said. I've eaten enough food for a few hundred people since morning, but I'm still not satisfied. This has exceeded my maximum appetite. I have to compress the food before I eat. Otherwise, I'll be stuffed to death. That's right. Did you get hit by any spells in the past 2 days? Chen Zhao thought for a moment. I think I was hit by one this morning. I don't know if it worked. Chen Zhao roughly told them what had happened in the morning. Strange. You said you were trapped in a strange area. Why do I feel like it was a spell from the 7 Imperial sect? And the person you met after leaving the area is clearly different from the one who trapped you. Zhang Tianyi said, it feels like the dragon-tiger killing technique of the Naojin sect. However, although the dragon-tiger killing technique of the Naojin sect can imitate the shape of a beast with magic power, it is a method of fighting head-on. It doesn't have the ability to cast spells. Can you solve it? I don't know your exact situation yet. You're not in a good condition right now. You better come to Dragon Tiger Mountain quickly. I'll check and dispel the spell for you. Chen Zhao fell into deep thought. He'd been very unwilling at first, but now there was something wrong with his body. Then Zhang Tianyi would have a chance to control him. And now, Chen Zhao could clearly feel it. His body wasn't in a good condition. The hunger was gradually intensifying. Okay, I'll go to Dragon Tiger Mountain. Chen Zhao took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. He was worried that the hunger would make him lose his mind. He was worried that he'd lose control and hurt his family. In the afternoon, Chen Zhao went through the entire street. As for how much he'd eaten in the afternoon, he didn't know either. Anyway, he'd spent a few $1,000s in each store. Zhang Ding, it's done. Done? That easy? Zhang Ding was surprised. He'd thought that he'd have to spend some effort to find this person. He didn't think that it'd be done in one night. He knew how terrifying that person's strength was. You should know the methods of the Mountain sect. How is he now? He's been hit by my dirty technique. In 3 days, he'll go crazy and lose control. Then, you and I won't need to do anything. Someone will naturally take care of him for you. Can your dirty technique really take care of him? He's not weak. If he survives this, with his personality, both you and I will be in big trouble. Dirty technique can't be cured. Are you sure? If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself, but I can't guarantee your safety. Okay, I believe you. I'll transfer the rest of the money to your account. Thanks. Chapter 2671. To be honest, he really regretted coming back. Originally, he thought that no matter what identity he used to return, it could be said to be foolproof. With his current wealth, he could go anywhere he wanted. As for his strength, there were only a few people in the world who could defeat him. This time, he even came back with some curiosity. He wanted to see what was so special about the Huasha spirit world. Then, when he came back, he found that what he was confident in had been trampled underfoot. Chun Zhao had originally thought that apart from Zhang Tianyi, there was no one else in China. Almost no one could hurt him with magic. But now he had been tricked. Chun Zhao hadn't left the hotel since that night. He didn't let Fei Lai and the others worry. He didn't intend to tell them about this either. If Fei Lai couldn't solve her own problem, it would only make her worry more. The next day, Chun Zhao started overeating again. The waiters in the hotel restaurant were already used to it. Chun Zhao didn't choose a mealtime either. To avoid trouble, Chun Zhao gave everyone in the restaurant a large sum of money. At this moment, an uninvited guest entered the restaurant. "Waiter, I told you not to let a dog enter my sight when I'm eating," Chun Zhao yelled. Yu Kimming, who had just entered the restaurant, froze. At this moment, the waiter had already walked over. "Sir, our restaurant has been booked. It's not convenient for us to receive guests. Please understand." Yu Kimming looked at Chun Zhao. He had been waiting outside the hotel for 2 days. However, he realized that Chun Zhao hadn't left the hotel in the past 2 days. He thought that Chun Zhao must have been scared out of his wits, which was why he hadn't left the hotel. The person he hired must have succeeded. "Mr. Chun, don't you want to talk? Otherwise, it'll be easy to run into ghosts again." Yu Kimming shouted at Chun Zhao's back without hiding anything. Chun Zhao had been gluttonous. He suddenly stopped eating. "Let him come," Chun Zhao said. Yu Kimming straightened his collar. If it weren't for the bandage on his forehead, he would be in a good mood. Yu Kimming walked to Chun Zhao's seat. He noticed that Chun Zhao's mental state wasn't right. Chun Zhao's eyes were bloodshot. There were dark circles around his eyes. Seeing Chun Zhao's current state, Yu Kimming smiled even more happily. "Looks like this bastard is really scared." "Mr. Chun, have you heard of this saying? What is it?" "Never do anything shameful." "What's the next sentence?" Yu Kimming looked at Chun Zhao proudly. "I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking at night," Chun Zhao added. "Trust me, you won't meet someone who has done too many shameful things just once." "Who is that person?" Chun Zhao asked directly, not wanting to beat around the bush with Yu Kimming. "Hee. There are some things that you'd better not know. There are some people that people like you can't come into contact with." Yu Kimming sneered. Chun Zhao lowered his head and started eating the chicken again. Yu Kimming frowned at him. Was this guy scared silly? From just now until now, his behavior had been a little strange. He kept eating. How much had he eaten since then? "Aren't you afraid of bursting to death?" After a long while, Chun Zhao said again, "If I don't have the right to come into contact with people like that, you have even less right." At this moment, Yu Kimming's patience had almost run out. He roared in a low voice, "Do you want to live or die?" Chun Zhao raised his head slowly and stared at Yu Kimming with his bloodshot eyes. Chun Zhao snapped his fingers and a waiter came to him. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Chun Zhao stuffed a check into the waiter's hand. "It's yours." Seeing the amount on the check, the waiter trembled all over. "Sir, this is too much. I have money, but I don't like being threatened. I can give it to whoever I want." Chun Zhao glanced at the waiter. "If you don't want it, you can tear it up." "Sir, this 1 million is really for me." Chun Zhao ignored the waiter's trembling voice. He just stared at Yu Kimming with an aggressive gaze. "No one can take it away if I don't want to give it to them. It's useless to force me or threaten me." "Sir, do you want me to beat him up?" The waiter suddenly glared at Yu Kimming. At this moment, He had completely become Chun Zhao's lackey. In this day and age, whoever had a woman was a mother, and whoever had money was a lord. He was very willing to beat Yu Kiming up for Chun Zhao. No need. The bank isn't closed yet. Go and exchange it. It's not safe to keep this check on you, huh? Chun Zhao stood up, laughing. You'll regret it. Yu Kiming gritted his teeth and stared at Chun Zhao. It seemed that the guy wouldn't know fear if he didn't teach him a lesson. Yu Kiming left angrily. After leaving the hotel, he took out his phone. However, when he dialed the number, there was no answer. Fuck, what does that D*Ned Cow mean by this? He's not picking up my call? Do you think you can avoid me like this? Yu Kiming knew where the Taoist lived. In fact, their relationship wasn't as simple as an employee. In his early years, Yu Kiming had a good family background. He could be considered a descendant of an influential family. His elders had relied on their relationship with the Seven Imperial School to obtain power and wealth later on. Yu Kiming had also known at that time that there were still some unknown secrets in this world. In order to deepen their relationship, the flourishing Yu family had even chosen a talented child from the family and sent him to the Seven Imperial School. This child was Yu Kiming's cousin, Yu Kai, the Taoist he'd found to attack Xin Zhao. But later, the Yu family declined. Yu Kai wanted to regain his wealth, but he was a good-for-nothing with high ambitions. Yu Kiming met his cousin, Yu Kai, again. At that time, Yu Kai had helped Yu Kiming solve a problem. From then on, whenever Yu Kiming had any trouble, he'd ask Yu Kai for help. As time went by, the two of them became employers and employees. However, Yu Kiming's only thought was how to get rich. However, getting rich wasn't something that could be achieved just by relying on crooked means. Yu Kai and Yu Kiming were similar in temperament. Birds of a feather flocked together. Moreover, the Seven Imperial School wasn't a proper sect. They'd been influenced since they were young. Yu Kai hadn't learned well since he was young. Over the years, he'd helped Yu Kiming a few times. He'd even gotten someone killed. But Yu Kai's methods weren't ordinary. He'd never been caught. Plus, he had the Seven Imperial School's protection, so everything had been smooth for him. He lived a carefree life. Chapter 2672. Yu Kai was currently healing at home. This was because the alternate dimension that had fused with his primordial spirit was in a mess. As a result, his mind was in a mess. His soul was injured, which made it difficult for him to even focus. His mana was greatly reduced too. Thus, Yu Kai had been in seclusion for the past 2 days. He hid in this remote house to rest. Actually, Yu Kai's injuries seemed serious, but they weren't actually that bad. As long as Yu Kai focused on healing, he would be fine in 3 to 5 months. After all, the injuries weren't fatal and there wouldn't be any side effects. However, Yu Kai still felt uneasy these past 2 days. It was as if something was about to happen. Yu Kai was from a spiritual world. Something was bound to happen when one felt something. To put it bluntly, spiritualists both at home and abroad all believed in heavenly perception. That flash of spiritual light seemed illusory, but it could affect a person's decision. Thankfully, the Seven Imperial School was in the suburbs of Shanghai. It wasn't far from where he lived. Right now, Yu Kai, who was healing, suddenly stopped and frowned. That uneasy feeling came back to him again. This time, the feeling was much stronger than the previous few times. Yu Kai immediately stood up. He picked up his phone and dialed his teacher's number. Master, are you in the sect? Yes, what's up? I need to go back. Can you open the gate for me? Why aren't you having fun outside? Why are you back? Did you get into trouble outside? I got injured outside. I need to go back and hide for a while. Yu Kai didn't hide it. Okay, we'll talk when you get back. After hanging up, Yu Kai drove to the gate. On the way, Yu Kai's phone rang again. Yu Kai, where are you? I can't get through to you. You're not home either. Yu Kiming was furious. He'd been bullied by Chun Zhao earlier, and now he was venting all of it on Yu Kai. In his eyes, Yu Kai was still the little brat who followed behind him. Yu Kai thought about how Yu Kiming had tricked him earlier and was instantly infuriated. However, after thinking about it for the past few days, he felt that Yu Kiming probably didn't know that person was a spiritualist. But that didn't mean he wasn't angry. He didn't intend to bother with Yu Kiming in the first place. On one hand, Yu Kiming didn't have much money on hand. Moreover, Yu Kiming's attitude towards him had always been that of a follower. I'm going back to the sect, Yukui said calmly. Don't go back to the sect. I still need you to help me kill that Shingai, Yukeming said. I don't have the time. Yuki thought to himself. As expected, this fool did not know that the other party was a cultivator. What do you mean you're not free? I'm giving you money, and you're telling me you're not free? Have you forgotten who you are? I've already returned to my sect. I don't have time. Yuki felt that it was necessary to make Yukeming suffer a little. Therefore, he deliberately didn't tell Yukeming about that person's identity as a cultivator. That person is very rich. As long as you help me deal with that person, his money will be mine. I told you, I'm busy. Yuki said angrily. He got angry whenever money was mentioned. Yukeming completely treated him like a beggar. Every time he helped him solve a big problem, the money he gave him was only enough for him to eat and wear. Not to mention going out and having fun. It was only enough for his living expenses. And every time, Yukeming would spend lavishly. Yuki had long been dissatisfied. It was just that Yukai had never exploded before. Now, Yuki realized that he didn't even need to do anything. There was already someone who could do it for him. Of course, he was happy to watch the show from the side. He wanted to see Yukeming suffer and then come to him to ask for help. That scene would definitely be very beautiful. Oomph. If you don't want to help me, then forget it. I'll find someone from your sect to help. Yukeming heard Yuki's evasions. He was even more displeased. As expected, they were all a bunch of ungrateful bastards. The education that Yukeming received from a young age was incompatible with his current status. Naturally, his thoughts were extreme. He never thought about how he treated others. He only thought about why others didn't help him. Yukeming knew where the 7 Imperial School was. In the past, when his family chose people to send to the 7 Imperial School, he was one of them. But at that time, he wasn't the one chosen, but Yukai. Thus, Yukeming was familiar with the 7 Imperial School. Yukeming headed straight for the 7 Imperial School. The 7 Imperial School wasn't really remote. It was less than 100 kilometers away from the city. But after leaving the city, he needed to go around a country road. After a few turns, Yukeming arrived in front of a mountain valley. Yukeming got out of the car and didn't continue forward. Yuki, I'm at the entrance of your sect. Come out and pick me up. What? You ran to the entrance of our 7 Imperial School? Yuki asked in shock. That's right, hurry up. Yukeming urged. Weren't you at my house earlier? Why did you get to the 7 Imperial School faster than me? Yukai was very confused. Had Yukeming been speeding the entire time? With his driving skills, if he really did that, the car would have crashed and he would have died. You aren't back yet? Yukeming was a little surprised. Logically speaking, Yukai had set off earlier than him, so he should have returned earlier. Moreover, Yukeming didn't feel like he was driving very fast. Wait for me, I'll be there soon, Yukai said. Hurry up. Yukeming clearly still maintained his identity and continued to act arrogantly towards Yukai. Yukai was getting more and more annoyed. He felt that he needed to teach him a lesson. Soon, I'll be there soon. Yuki sped up and rushed back to the 7 Imperial School. Not long after, Yuki saw his cousin. Yuki's car had just stopped when he saw Yukeming run over impatiently. Do you fucking dare to slow down any further? Do you know how long I've been waiting for you here? After Yuki got out of the car, he looked at his cousin coldly. It seemed that a little lesson was far from enough. Yuki had already decided to teach him a lesson that he would never forget. Yuki glanced at Yukeming from the corner of his eye and took out his phone. Master, I'm at the entrance of a sect. Open the gate. Just then, Yukeming heard an ear-piercing sound in the air. It sounded like something hard was scratching against glass. Then, the air in front of him seemed to have been cut open with a pair of scissors, revealing a hole. The scene inside the hole was completely different from the outside. This wasn't the first time Yukeming had seen such a scene, but he had to admit that it was unbelievable. Come, let's go in. Yuki called out and stepped into the hole first. Master! Yuki was the first to see his master. Wait a moment. I'll close the gate first. Yuki's master was about to close the array formation of the gate. Suddenly, a hand reached in from outside the hole. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 2673. The moment the hand reached out from the hole, Lin Fan's eyes widened. A feeling that made Yukai and his disciples' hearts race rose up. Immediately after, The clear skies of the entire 7 Imperial School suddenly turned blood red. "Who is it? Get out!" Yuki's master, Taoist Tianluo, shot out a green light. It was a morning door nail stained with poison. But when a morning door nail hit the hand, there was only a clang. The nail fell to the ground. The hand and its owner were unharmed. Then, the person outside reached out with another hand. The two hands started tearing at the crack in the space. The entire 7 Imperial School was shaking violently. The crack grew larger and larger, even larger than the one Taoist Tianluo had opened earlier. Taoist Tianluo felt his scalp go numb. Using a pair of hands made of flesh and blood to forcefully tear open a crack in the space, this was simply unimaginable. Yu Keming's pupils suddenly contracted, because he saw the person standing outside the crack. Chun Zhao. But Chun Zhao didn't look normal at the moment. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body seemed a bit skinny. He looked like a hungry ghost. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my 7 Imperial School?" Taoist Tianluo didn't attack directly. Instead, he stared at Chun Zhao, wanting to use the name of the 7 Imperial School to temporarily scare off the attacker. Chun Zhao stepped into the mountain gate of the 7 Imperial School and looked around. His small world seemed to be experiencing the same thing because he was hungry. When he was outside, nothing had happened. But here, his small world was like a wild beast that had barged in, crazily gnawing and devouring this abnormal space that was not stable and powerful to begin with. So, it wouldn't be long before this space was completely devoured by Chun Zhao's small world. Chun Zhao glared at Yu Keming with bloodshot eyes. "Who did you find to ambush me that day? Him or him?" Chun Zhao pointed at Yu Kai and then at Taoist Tianluo. Yu Keming was so scared that he fell on his butt. He kept retreating with his back facing Chun Zhao. "Quick, kill him. I'll pay as much as you want." But right now, Yuki didn't have any desire to attack. At this moment, he already knew who the other party was. That was the prey that Yu Keming had his eyes on. However, how was his prey? It was clearly a monster. He dared to kill his way into the 7 Imperial Gates. Disregarding his strength, at the very least, his courage was extraordinary. At this moment, more than 10 people ran out of the 7 Imperial Gates. Suddenly, a giant tiger with 7 heads and a pair of wings on its back descended from the sky. The guardian divine beasts of the 7 Imperial School, the Imperial 7 Spirits. However, in Chun Zhao's eyes, it was just a beast. "How dare you? How dare you disturb my sect? Unforgivable! Unforgivable!" The dozen or so people were the upper echelons of the 7 Imperial School. They were either sect masters or elders. Every single one of them had an impressive cultivation base. In the Huasha spirit world, they would be considered top-notch experts. Seeing that an outsider had barged in, these people started yelling at Chun Zhao without any explanation. Of course, their reactions were completely normal. After all, if someone barged into Chun Zhao's house, they would definitely be killed. Chun Zhao would have the same reaction. But right now, Chun Zhao didn't seem to hear them. Instead, he looked at the 7-headed tiger demon. Everyone saw that Chun Zhao's open mouth was dripping with saliva. It was like a starving ghost discovering a delicious meal. Roar! No one liked this kind of look, not even the 7-headed tiger demon. It really didn't like it. So, after roaring, it pounced at Chun Zhao. At the same time, Chun Zhao also pounced at it. Everyone thought that Chun Zhao would be eaten alive by the 7-headed tiger demon. However, that wasn't the case. It was pressed to the ground by Chun Zhao's backhand. Then, Chun Zhao opened his mouth and bit the 7-headed tiger demon's neck. Roar! The 7-headed tiger demon let out a heart-wrenching howl. Chun Zhao tore off a piece of flesh from the 7-headed tiger demon's neck. Then he swallowed it whole. Everyone's scalps went numb. Yu Keming, in particular, was trembling all over. Was he trying to deal with this guy earlier? He was more like a monster than a monster. The 7-headed tiger demon wanted to get up and resist. However, Chun Zhao's strength was too great. It couldn't resist Chun Zhao's monstrous strength at all. "How dare you? Let go of the divine beast of our sect." Seeing this, the people of the 7 Imperial School immediately attacked Chun Zhao. They threw all kinds of spells at Chun Zhao as if they were free. However, Chun Zhao wasn't moved by the spells at all. Right now, Chun Zhao only had appetite. A crazy appetite. Chun Zhao casually tore off a tiger's head. In an instant, blood splattered 10 feet. Chun Zhao tore off another piece of flesh and stuffed it into his mouth. Demon, this guy's been bewitched. Kill him now. In reality, there were no such things as evil in this era. Because of the flow of information, the evil in people's eyes had long been transparent. But now, everyone felt that the man before them was a demon. His crazed look was even more ferocious than the demons in the legends. Stop! Stop it! The seven-headed tiger demon had been tortured to the point where it only had one breath left. It couldn't even move, let alone resist Chun Zhao. There were pieces of flesh and a large patch of blood on the ground. Chun Zhao was still madly devouring the seven-headed tiger demon's flesh. A Taoist from the Seven Imperial School descended from the sky with a sharp blade and slashed at Chun Zhao's neck. Clang! The Taoist from the Seven Imperial Gate was sent flying. The blade in his hand was also missing a corner. On the other hand, Chun Zhao was unscathed. Finally, Chun Zhao took out the seven-headed tiger demon's monster core. Everyone's pupils constricted, because if the monster core was taken out, it meant that the seven-headed tiger demon had no chance of survival. However, just when everyone thought that Chun Zhao would swallow the monster core, but Chun Zhao crushed it. Although Chun Zhao was full of appetite. However, Chun Zhao could still differentiate between edible and edible ones. In Chun Zhao's eyes, the monster core clearly belonged to the non-food category. Chun Zhao's appetite was only for food. However, in everyone's eyes, Chun Zhao was a real demon. Chun Zhao turned to look at Yukeming. Yukeming had already peed his pants. He really peed his pants. Who was the person you found that day? But Chun Zhao's words were interrupted again. It seems that you don't know what the Seven Imperial School does. How dare you be so presumptuous here? Do you think you can leave here alive today? Not just you, but also your family. An elder of the Seven Imperial School snorted. Actually, anyone with a bit of rationality would choose to remain silent. Provoking a madman at a time like this was clearly very irrational. Chapter 2674. Every member of the Seven Emperors School took jobs. But the job depended on who they took. Even if they became enemies, they had to consider the other party's identity first. For example, those with great influence in the political world wouldn't move, or those with deep or powerful backgrounds would take a detour. But the person in front of them was a complete madman, and a terrifyingly powerful madman. Facing him head-on at a time like this was clearly a very unwise choice. The Seven Emperors School elder seemed to be overconfident. He didn't realize what consequences his stupid actions would bring him. A black ball appeared beside Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao didn't even look at it. The black ball shot toward the Seven Emperors School elder. The Seven Emperors School elder thought that with his skills and cultivation, he could easily block this unknown spell. But when the black ball pierced through his body, he realized he was wrong. Crack! When everyone saw the Seven Emperors School elder suddenly explode, they all jumped in fright. Apart from Yukeming, everyone took the initiative to cast a few defensive spells on themselves. Yukeming sprawled on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Don't kill me, I'll count to 3. If you don't answer my question, then it won't be a question of whether you'll die or not. To be honest, I haven't tasted human flesh yet. It's him. He encouraged me. Yukeming wasn't the type to sacrifice himself for others. Right now, he just wanted to push the blame onto Yu Kai. He didn't want to face this fiend for a second longer. Fiendish was no longer enough to describe the person before him. Was the seven-headed tiger demon fierce enough? It was over 10 meters long and weighed dozens of tons. It had been swallowed by this person bite by bite, especially when he heard that this person wanted to taste human flesh. Yukeming was almost scared to death. Chun Zhao turned to Yukai. Yuki's heart was also pounding, but at least he had cultivation, so he didn't lose his composure. Yuki instantly felt a terrifying aura rush toward him. Not daring to hesitate, he spread his arms. An alternate dimension enveloped Chun Zhao. Last time, he could envelop Chun Zhao without making a sound. But this time, he wanted to put Chun Zhao into an alternate dimension right in front of him. Hundreds of black balls suddenly appeared around Chun Zhao. It shot directly into Yu Qi's alternate dimension. Boom, boom, boom. Yu Qi's alternate dimension was instantly riddled with holes. At the same time, Yu Qi's mind was also greatly shaken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to one knee on the ground, his face devoid of life. Chun Zhao walked up to Yu Qi step by step and looked down at him. "Where's your partner?" "What? What accomplices? Don't play dumb in front of me." Chun Zhao stared coldly at Yu Qi. "The person who cast the spell on me." I don't know what you're talking about." Yu Qi broke out in a cold sweat. Chun Zhao raised his arm. Yu Qi's body floated up uncontrollably. "Wait, I really don't have an accomplice." Yu Qi shouted in horror. It's him. You must have hired someone else." Chun Zhao looked at Yu Qi. "No, don't listen to his nonsense. He's the only one I know," Yu Qi denied in panic. Chun Zhao had really wronged him this time. Apart from Yu Qi, he didn't know a second spiritualist. Moreover, Yu Qi was cheap and good. Why would Chun Zhao find another one? "So one of you is lying?" Chun Zhao smiled cruelly. His smile was bone-chilling. In fact, Chun Zhao's face and body were both scarlet red. No matter what expression he made, it would still be bone-chilling. "I need someone to give me an answer," Chun Zhao said coldly. "An accurate answer that satisfies me. The other person will die." "Who is that man in the black Han costume?" "Who is he?" Chun Zhao's eyes widened. Yu Qi froze for a moment, then suddenly yelled, I know who that man is." "Who is he?" "Imo Han," Yu Qi said loudly. "He's a top-notch cultivator and a swindler in the top 3 assassin rankings. Yu Qi can't afford to hire Imo Han at all. Not to mention Yu Qi. Even the sum of all the people in the 7 Imperial School couldn't be higher than Imo Han. The person with the highest commission in the 7 Imperial Schools was their sect leader, who took 500,000 each time. For someone like Yu Qi, it was already not bad if he took 100,000. If he met someone like Yu Qi, he might not even get 10 or 20,000. But Swindler Imo Han was a true top-notch assassin in the industry. His single commission was no less than 10 million. And Swindler Imo Han's trademark was that every time he appeared before his target, he wore a black hanfu. Chun Zhao was not interested in these so-called top-notch cultivators and rankings. He was already used to this kind of ranking when he was overseas. "Where can I find him?" I don't know." Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes. "You don't know? If you didn't know, how could you two have cooperated so well that day?" "What cooperation? I didn't even know that his target was you two." Yu Qi wanted to cry. If he'd known that such a high-level assassin would come, he wouldn't have intervened. Now, it seemed that something had indeed happened. Chun Zhao wasn't the only one who'd come. He'd also implicated the sect. Just then, a dozen more people came in through the spatial crack that Chun Zhao had torn open earlier. When the people of the 7 Imperial School saw the newcomers, their faces lit up. But when they saw the situation inside the 7 Imperial School, they were a bit scared. They'd heard that the 7 Imperial School had been attacked and thought that they'd come to help. But now, they looked at the situation inside the 7 Imperial School. It was like the sky had changed color. "Old Huang, Old Wei, you're finally here. Help me subdue this murderer." "Sani, what's going on? Who's that guy?" "This guy barged into my 7 Imperial School and killed my divine mountain protector. Now, he even wants to kill my disciple." The leader of the 7 Imperial School, Sun Yin, clearly didn't plan on telling the truth. "Help me subdue him. The 7 Imperial School, and I will thank you greatly in the future." "Huh? What are you talking about? We've known each other for so many years." The people who'd come to help weren't good people either. After all, the people Sun Yin invited were all sects that advanced and retreated with the 7 Imperial School. The group of people who'd suddenly arrived quickly reached an agreement with the people of the 7 Imperial School. They clearly planned to attack together and kill Chun Zhao. Chapter 2675. Yu Qiming's expression immediately improved. He was about to open his mouth and say a few harsh words. Suddenly, he remembered that he seemed to have caused great trouble for the 7 Imperial School. If they thought about it in the future, they probably wouldn't have a good time either. Thus, he shut his mouth decisively. Keeping a low profile was more important than anything else. Yuki's face was filled with joy. He recognized these people who had come to help. None of them were simple. They were all allies of the Seven Imperial School. They were almost all top cultivators in the spiritual world. Chen Zhao's gaze hardened. Since you're here, don't leave. Madman, who do you think you are? Quickly surrender, and I'll leave your corpse intact. You're young, but you talk big. A few older cultivators used their status and seniority as if they thought that they could make Chen Zhao submit with a few words. But I might not leave your corpses intact. Chen Zhao's eyes were cold. How dare you? How dare you? All of them were filled with murderous intent. They didn't take Chen Zhao seriously at all. It was as if Chen Zhao didn't take them seriously at all. After the verbal exchange was over, it was time for the real fight. Every cultivator used their special skills. All sorts of beautiful spells were thrown at Chen Zhao. However, most of these spells disappeared within a few meters of Chen Zhao. Only a few landed on Chen Zhao. After a round of attacks, everyone was shocked to find that the field was riddled with holes. But Chen Zhao was unharmed. Chen Zhao raised a hand. Tens of thousands of small black balls appeared around him. It's my turn, right? The expressions of the people from the Seven Imperial School changed drastically. Quick, defend. His spells are powerful. Don't be careless. In an instant, countless small black balls shot out. The power of each little black ball was exceptionally shocking. Each of the small black balls had the power of several to dozens of grenades. Tens of thousands of black balls exploded at the same time. It was like an arsenal exploding. Moreover, their weight and flying speed had already been determined. Even if they were not released, they would still produce extremely terrifying destructive power. The entire Seven Imperial School was already in pieces. Compared to the destruction of the Mountain Gate, what really made people despair was the people in the Seven Imperial School. Apart from Yu Kui, who was in front of Chen Zhao, no one else had a corpse left. At the very least, Yu Kui was the only one left in the Seven Imperial School. As for those who came to help, not a single one of them was alive. Can't even last one round. Trash. Chen Zhao glanced around. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. Devil, I'll kill you. She was a sword-wielding woman who was extremely skilled. Just when Chen Zhao thought that there would be no survivors, the woman was actually unharmed. However, Chen Zhao didn't even turn his head. To put it simply, in Chen Zhao's little world, Chen Zhao was God. In this world, no one had a more comprehensive control of the pocket world than Chen Zhao. No one had a deeper understanding of the pocket world than him. The woman thought that her attack would definitely succeed. However, in the next instant, a mysterious force erupted without any warning. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the sword in her hand, which instantly shattered into pieces. After that was her flesh and blood body. Even weapons made of special materials disintegrated in an instant, not to mention a body of flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, the woman turned into a puddle of blood that splattered everywhere. Her death was more tragic than the others. Yu Kai and Yu Keming, the two cousins, were the only two lucky survivors. However, they were already scared out of their wits. The two finally realized the man before them was a true demon. He was completely different from the enemies or troubles they'd faced in the past. He was a bloodthirsty butcher who would kill at the slightest provocation. The entire Seven Imperial School was already in pieces. Not just the ground, but the sky as well. The scene was like the end of the world. Chen Zhao stood in front of them like a demon. The two felt fear and despair. I have a way. Yu Keming shouted almost at the speed of light. He didn't know what would happen if he was 1 second late, but he knew that it wasn't something he could endure. What way? What are you talking about? I have a way to find him. The person who cast a spell on you. Yu Keming explained as briefly as possible. Oh, you know how to find him? Chen Zhao stared at Yu Keming with his blood-red eyes. Could it be the Mo Han he'd hired? I heard from Yu Kai that people like them have a common organization and their contact person. If we could find their contact person, we might be able to find Mo Han, Yu Keming said. Actually, Yu Keming's method was a common method used by the police of various countries. It was very difficult to find a criminal. After all, there wasn't really any organization or power that could monitor everyone like in movies and TV shows. Therefore, they had to use the clues. Just like the saying, in reality, 7 people could contact the President of the United States. Therefore, by using one clue to lead to another, after 2 or 3 times, one would basically be able to find most of the people. Chen Zhao's gaze fell on Yukai. I can contact my contact person, Yukai said hurriedly, but I've never met him. Every time there's a mission, he calls me. So you're useless? Chen Zhao's eyes were fierce. No, I'm useful. I'm useful, Yukai said hurriedly. Yukai quickly said, I have transfer records. I've checked the other party's identity through the account that transferred the money to me, but I'm not sure if the other party is my contact. That's right. You can live for now, but before I find that person, it doesn't mean you're safe. Yukai and Yu Kiming wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Hello, who's this? Gao Kun picked up the phone and looked at the unfamiliar caller ID. He didn't know that when he picked up the phone, a few pairs of eyes were staring at him. Just then, there was a car horn in the distance, but there was also a car horn on the other side of the phone. Instantly, Gao Kun's expression changed drastically. The person on the phone was nearby. Gao Kun immediately hung up and turned across the road. Gao Kun's brain spun rapidly. The person might still be following him. He had to think of a way to get rid of him. After thinking for a while, Gao Kun finally decided to go to the subway. There was a lot of traffic there. It was most likely to get rid of him. Gao Kun immediately went to the subway. After passing through the crowd, he got on a random train. Then, he got off at a random stop and got on another train. After standing up and down a few times in this manner, Lin Fan's expression changed. Only then did Gao Kun get out of the subway. However, Gao Kun didn't relax. He went to a nearby mall and walked around. After making sure that he got rid of the person following him, he took a taxi home. Chapter 2676. Gao Kun had always been single. He always went in and out alone. After all, his line of work was a high-risk one. His family was a burden to him. The moment Gao Kun opened the door, a hand suddenly grabbed the back of his neck from behind and pressed him into the room. Who? Gao Kun wasn't a spiritualist, but he was quite skilled. If he caught someone off guard, even a spiritualist could be killed by him. Before this, he had such a battle record. He lifted his heel and kicked backward. He felt his heel kick the person's chest. However, the person didn't move at all. Gao Kun, the hitman's contact? I don't know what you're talking about. Gao Kun clenched his teeth and refused to admit it. However, his answer was met with more strength from the hand squeezing his neck. In the movies, people like you would rather die than submit. I wonder if you're the same. Gao Kun couldn't turn his head, but he could feel the owner of the hand approaching him. He smelled blood on the person. It was very, very heavy. The person had definitely killed someone before, and not long ago at that. What do you want? Gao Kun really didn't plan on dying for worldly possessions. Do you know him, Mohan? I know him. He's top 3 on the hitman list. Do you have his contact number? How can I have a Mohan's contact number? I'm just a low-level contact. So you're useless to me? Wait, I don't have a Mohan's contact number, but I know a high-level contact. I hope it won't be too complicated. If I go around in circles like you, I'll have a headache. No, I know where he lives. Good. Let's start now. Can you let go of me? Gao Kun finally saw Chen Zhao's face clearly. Hey, Mr. Deng, I have a bottle of good wine. Oh, where's it from? People buried it in the Northeast before the founding of the People's Republic. It was dug up last year, and I spent $300,000 at an auction to get it. But it's boring to drink alone. How about it? Do you want to come to my place or your place? Come to my house. I'm the only one here. All right, prepare some dishes to go with the wine. I like spicy food, so prepare some spicy dishes. I'll bring the wine over now. After Deng Xianying hung up the phone, his face couldn't help but change. He and Gao Kun had already made a secret agreement. If they were drinking, they would not go to each other's house. If the other party said that they were going to his house, then something must have happened. And the so-called dishes to go with the wine were, of course, for him to prepare. As for spicy, it meant that the target was tricky and he needed to be fully prepared. Deng Xianying immediately picked up the phone again. Hello? Old Meng, something happened at home. Come over. Not long after, Deng Xinying's contractor arrived. Old Meng, real name Meng Qi, nickname Bengal Tiger. He was the top assassin under Deng Xinying. It was different from the model of an ordinary assassin and a contractor who would never meet each other. Deng Xinying and Elder Meng often contacted each other in daily life. Elder Meng was a killer in secret. However, on the surface, he was the head of the Meng family who was responsible for slaying demons. Not only in Huaxia, but also internationally. The first thing Elder Meng did when he entered the door was ask bluntly, "Old Deng, what's the situation?" "I just received a call from a friend." Deng Xinying told Elder Meng about the situation. "That is to say, Gao Kun will bring trouble later, right?" "Yes, that's the situation." "I see." Elder Meng nodded. "At present, we don't know who it is." Gao Kun couldn't explain the opponent's strength on the phone. "So later, you directly take the opponent down. Don't give him any chance to fight back. If you can't take him down in a short time, kill him directly." "Yes, I know what to do." Elder Meng nodded. In this regard, he was much more experienced than Elder Deng. He might not be the top spiritualist, but when it came to killing, almost no one could beat him. He was one of the very few spiritualists of the strengthening department. The strengthening department had almost no future in China. However, Elder Meng combined Eastern and Western fighting skills and integrated them into his own system. In the end, it evolved into an ultimate killing skill that belonged to him. However, his most brilliant achievement was a failed mission. He was given the task of assassinating Zhang Tianshi, and that mission ended in failure. But it was affirmed by Zhang Tianshi. Afterward, Zhang Tianshi said that if Elder Meng had not been so eager to take action at that time and entered within 10 steps, it would have been him, Zhang Tianyi, who would have died. Because of this evaluation, Elder Meng's reputation in the industry and the entire Huaxia spiritual world soared. Top cultivation, coupled with the ultimate killing skill, made him the top killer. Of course, there was also the top reputation. As one of the top 3 killers in Huaxia, he was the only one with a failed mission. But even so, no one would accuse him of being unworthy. After all, the target of his assassination was the world's top man, Zhang Tianyi, and he escaped unscathed. Even if the mission failed in the end, it was still enough for him to brag for the rest of his life. Of course, Elder Meng knew himself well. At that time, he was indeed a little young and frivolous. It was indeed as Zhang Tianshi said. Within 10 steps, it would be Zhang Tianshi who would die. But the key problem was, how could he get within 10 steps? In addition, although his face had been temporarily disguised through a spell, it had not been for a long time. But Zhang Tianshi's eyes seemed to have seen through his disguise. At that time, he did not escape unscathed at all. It was Zhang Tianshi who let him go. As a result, the outside world mistakenly thought that he retreated with his own strength. Since then, Elder Meng basically did not mention what happened that year. And the name of Zhang Tianshi was like a taboo to him. "Do you have food at home?" "In the fridge. Take it yourself." With Elder Meng by his side, Deng Xinying was much more relaxed. He knew how strong Elder Meng was. Unless a tactical missile was used to destroy a block in an instant. Otherwise, it was almost impossible to kill Elder Meng. Elder Meng was also very relaxed, as if he did not care about the upcoming battle at all. Years of experience in the industry taught him that he needed to relax at all times. Only by relaxing could his muscles be more flexible. He could also make more reactions and movements in an instant. At this time, the sound of a car parking came from downstairs. Because it was night, the sound was quite obvious. Deng Xinying glanced at Elder Meng, who was eating cold food. "They're here. Get ready." "Okay, got it." Elder Meng put down the chopsticks in his hand and just casually shook his arms. "I'm ready." Chapter 2677. Ding dong. Deng Xinying glanced at Elder Meng. Elder Meng nodded and stood behind the door. Deng Xinying opened the door. He saw Gao Kun and an unfamiliar man standing behind her. Elder Meng winked at Gao Kun. Gao Kun understood and said calmly, "Elder Meng, look what I brought you. Come on, come in first." Elder Meng warmly invited them into the house. The moment Qin Zhao stepped into the room, Old Meng launched a sneak attack at him. The corners of Elder Meng's mouth curved. Within 10 steps, no one could escape. Chen Zhao had long known about Old Meng's existence. Therefore, he just raised his right arm slightly and grabbed Elder Meng's face. Elder Meng grabbed Chen Zhao's wrist with a backhand. A dagger popped out of his sleeve, trying to cut Chen Zhao's wrist. However, the dagger did not feel like it was cutting his wrist. Chen Zhao pressed his palm down slightly, and Old Meng's body bent backward. However, Elder Meng's body was quite flexible. At least he didn't break his back. However, this position was still very uncomfortable. Chen Zhao casually tossed Old Meng away like he was trash. Using the wall, Old Meng kicked off with both feet and shot toward Chen Zhao again. It seemed that he was not satisfied with that momentary loss. He felt that he had been careless. Or perhaps he had fallen into the opponent's trap. The other party must have sensed him hiding behind the door. Therefore, this time, Elder Meng intended to go all out. Void-breaking claw. In 1/100th of a second, Old Meng was less than a meter away from Chen Zhao. At this moment, Elder Meng's hands suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared before Chen Zhao and clawed at his face. His palms seemed to have pierced through space. However, the next moment, Chen Zhao reached out and grabbed both of Elder Meng's hands in an instant. Chen Zhao twisted Old Meng's hands like a fried dough twist. Once again, Chen Zhao abandoned Old Meng like trash. Both Deng Xianying and Gao Kun were shocked. Elder Meng lost? He actually lost? Wasn't he invincible within 10 meters? Even Celestial Master Zhang did not dare to let Elder Meng get within 10 meters of him. But now, he was actually defeated by someone within 10 meters. Moreover, he had lost so miserably and so quickly. Before they could react, Elder Meng had already been defeated. As if nothing had happened, Chen Zhao walked to the sofa and sat down. "I hope you can bring me some useful information," Chen Zhao said indifferently. "Otherwise, there's no value in your existence." Deng Xianying glanced at Elder Meng on the ground. At this moment, Elder Meng's arms were curled up like fried dough twists. But for an assassin like him, as long as he wasn't dead, he was in mortal danger. However, Elder Meng shook his head at Deng Xianying. Elder Meng endured the pain and did not make a sound. For Elder Meng at this moment, the external injuries were far inferior to the internal injuries he had suffered. Or rather, it was a blow to his heart. He had never lost so badly before. So direct, so straightforward. "I don't have Mohan's contact information, but I know someone who definitely has it." Deng Xianying tried to remain calm. "Who?" "My boss, the founder and leader of the Thousand Run Association, the Serpent. Almost all the cultivator assassins in China are his subordinates," Deng Xianying said. "He's an earth serpent that has cultivated for 1,000 years. He's a peerless demon. Not only does he have thousands of cultivator assassins, but he also controls hundreds of shape-shifted demons. Where can I find him?" Chen Zhao had already filtered out Deng Xianying's introduction of the serpent. "You're really going to find him? Where can I find him?" Chen Zhao asked again. "North Island," Deng Xianying said. "Location." Deng Xianying did not waste any time and gave him the exact location. Chen Zhao glanced at Deng Xianying. "I hope a location is accurate. Otherwise, I'll come back for you." Then, Chen Zhao turned and left. Deng Xianying and Gao Kun did not expect Chen Zhao to let them go just like that. It was so straightforward that they could not get used to it. "Deng, is he really gone?" Gao Kun asked worriedly. Deng Xianying looked at Gao Kun with an ugly expression. After all, Gao Kun was the one who had brought trouble. Deng Xianying helped Elder Meng up. "Elder Meng, how are you?" "I'm badly injured," Elder Meng said in a low voice. "I won't be able to fight for a few years." Deng Xianying looked at Gao Kun. "Who exactly is that person?" "I don't know. He suddenly appeared at my door and subdued me." Gao Kun gave a simple explanation. However, he could vaguely guess who had exposed him. "No matter who he is, he's dead," Deng Xianying said with a gloomy expression. Gao Kun glanced at Elder Meng. "That person is probably as strong as a top assassin." "So what?" "North Island is the serpent's nest. Not only are there hundreds of demons, but there are also thousands of trained assassins. Moreover, the serpent has 1,000 years of cultivation. Even Celestial Master Zhang might not be able to win, let alone a nameless person. It's not an exaggeration to say that North Island is a dragon's lair and a tiger's lair. Aren't you afraid that the serpent will come after you for causing trouble? Gao Kun asked, Is this trouble for the serpent? Ha! Deng Xianyang sneered. Does the serpent really have Mo Han's contact information? Gao Kun looked at Deng Xianyang. After all, the rules of the Wan Rin Association were set by the serpent. Assassins would only contact their contact information. Even the serpent could not force the contact information of the assassin. Gao Kun did not know if the serpent had Mo Han's contact information. However, he knew that Deng Xianyang definitely had it, because Deng Xianyang used to be Mo Han's contact information. Maybe, but as the leader of the Wan Rin Association, he naturally has the obligation to solve some extraordinary problems for us. Elder Meng remained silent. Deng Xianyang treated Elder Meng and asked, What's wrong, Elder Meng? That person give me a very uncomfortable feeling, Elder Meng said. What uncomfortable feeling? I don't know. All right, don't think too much. We just need to wait for the good news. If that guy is not dead, I will ask the serpent to bring him over. When that time comes, you can personally take revenge. What you need to do now is to recuperate. Otherwise, even if he is tied up in front of you, you won't be able to kill him. I hope so. Elder Meng sighed. I'll go home first. If there's any news, inform me immediately. That's good too. You can wait for the good news at home. Elder Meng stood up and was about to leave. Suddenly, he felt suffocated. He almost lost his balance and fell on the sofa. Elder Meng, what's wrong? Chapter 2678. Elder Meng tremblingly reached into his pocket and searched for something. He took out a blood jade that was covered in cracks. What is this? A life-returning stone. My teacher and I gave one to each other. Elder Meng's face became solemn. What is this life-returning stone for? As long as a trace of essence is injected into the life-returning stone, no matter where it is, as long as the owner of the essence is abnormal, it will be reflected on the life-returning stone at the same time. Back then, my teacher and I had a good relationship, so we gave each other a life-returning stone. If we were in danger, the other could find out in time and help us. Elder Meng's face became more and more unsightly. Help me dial a number. Deng Xianyang immediately dialed the phone number for Elder Meng. It's off. Deng Xianyang looked up at Elder Meng. Where is your teacher? He's on the Great North Island. Elder Meng's face was full of worry. What could it be? It's impossible. The Great North Island is more than 3,000 kilometers away from here. It's on the high seas. No matter how fast that person is, it's impossible for him to reach the Great North Island in just a few minutes. It should be a coincidence. Your teacher might be sick or some other accident. At this moment, the life-returning stone in Elder Meng's palm exploded without warning. Everyone was stunned and looked up at Elder Meng. Elder Meng was silent for a while. He's dead. Elder Deng, do you know anyone on the Great North Island? Or someone's contact number? Wait. Elder Meng took out an old phone book. This phone book was obviously a little old. After all, almost no one would use a phone book nowadays. Deng Xianyang flipped through the phone book, then picked up the phone and dialed. However, there was also a notification that the phone was turned off. Deng Xianyang frowned and flipped through another phone number. He dialed again, but there was still a notification that the phone was turned off. Deng Xianyang flipped through another phone number. This time, someone finally picked up. However, the first thing that came was a loud noise. It was not the sound of an explosion, but more like the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. No matter who you are, come to the Great North Island immediately to support. I repeat, support the Great North Island. There's a strong enemy attacking the Great North Island. The voice on the other end of the phone sounded very anxious and panicked. Chief, the king has come out. We're saved. Roared. A loud dragon roar came from the other end of the line. Then there was a series of explosions. Patriarch, even the king can't stop that person. The king is injured. Patriarch, what do we do now? That person is eating the king. He's not human. He's not human. He's a demon. Don't shout. Hurry up and organize people to save the king. Hurry, Your Majesty. At this moment, the person on the other end of the phone suddenly let out a hysterical scream. It was obvious that something very bad had happened. The three people on the other end of the phone didn't look too good. Bang. I don't know. I really don't know him, Mohan. I don't have his contact information. Screams and wails could be heard from the other end of the line. It was like a call to hell. The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with despair and fear. I know who knows how to contact Mohan. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I don't want to die. Deng Xianyang threw the phone on the table. It felt as if he was throwing out some big trouble. No, we can't stay here. Deng Xianyang suddenly stood up and shouted in horror. That man. He will come back. We must leave here now. We have to hide in a place where no one can find us. However, Elder Meng didn't move. Elder Meng, did you hear what I said? Let's go quickly. Gao Kun was trembling. He also didn't want to leave. Elder Meng shook his head. We can't escape. That person has left a mark on our bodies. Even if we escape to the ends of the earth, we can't escape from his hands. Then what should we do? By the way, we will set up a trap. You find a few people to go with you. You're a top killer. If you sneak attack, you can definitely kill him. At this moment, Deng Xianyang was a little scared out of his wits. He was like holding on to the last life-saving straw, panicking and helpless. Elder Meng slowly raised his head and looked at Deng Xianyang. I'm afraid that the strength of that person is beyond our understanding. The Flood Dragon, the trained killers of the Great North Island, and the demon tribe of the Great North Island. None of them could stop that person. Do you think the people I found can stop him? Then what should we do? I don't want to die. I don't want to wait for death here. We can't do anything, Elder Meng said calmly. For a moment, the three fell into silence. The atmosphere in the room became deathly silent. Time passed by minute by minute. The three seemed to be waiting for the judgment of fate. Although they looked calm, they couldn't calm down inside. The morning light of dawn shone into the living room, but the morning light didn't bring them any warmth. It was because a figure covered in sticky blood had come with the morning light. The three stood up immediately as if their hair stood on end. The entire living room was filled with the smell of blood. The three looked at Chen Zhao. They didn't know how many people he had killed, but it must be a frightening number. Do you mind taking a shower here? Chen Zhao glanced at Deng Xianyang, but he clearly wasn't asking Deng Xianyang. 10 minutes later, Chen Zhao came out of the bathroom. He was much more spirited now. He wasn't as hungry as before. His hunger hadn't been completely eliminated, but he wasn't tormented by it anymore. After all, he just swallowed a 1,000-year-old dragon. Chen Zhao also changed his clothes. Relaxed, he sat before the three of them. Go out and buy some breakfast. Chen Zhao looked at Gao Kun. The more, the better. Huh? Gao Kun was shocked, not understanding Chen Zhao's intentions. If you can't even buy breakfast, then you're too worthless. Gao Kun ran out as if she was running for her life. Chen Zhao looked at Deng Xianyang. Do you need me to explain my intentions again? Deng Xianyang's face was pale. If I help you contact Mo Han, can you let me go? That depends on how much you can help me contact him. Deng Xianyang swallowed. I'll try my best to find out where he is. If you can help me find out where he is, then you'll be spared. Elder Meng's eyes flashed as he looked at Chen Zhao. Can I ask, what's the situation on North Island now? Most of the people and demons on the island are dead, Chen Zhao said indifferently. Chapter 2679. On a private plane that was crossing the border, and Mohan and the contact were drinking wine face to face. Something happened to the Bei Dao, the contact said. Oh, what happened? I heard they were attacked. The government. And Mohan's first thought was that it was an attack from the government. After all, with the size of the Bei Dao and the power of the Wan Ren Association, even a sect of the same level wouldn't attack the Bei Dao. No one had absolute strength that could crush the Bei Dao. Even the Supreme Celestial Master Zhang and the Celestial Master sect couldn't do it. Only the government had such power. I don't know. My friend at the Bei Dao told me last night. What's the current situation? I can't get in touch with him. But the Bei Dao has the serpent. Even if it's an attack from the government, it's enough to make them suffer. Forget it. No matter what happens to the Bei Dao, it has nothing to do with us, and Mohan said indifferently. Yes, since you've decided to leave the Wan Run Association, the Bei Dao and the serpent have nothing to do with you anymore. The contact smiled and said, "The alliance of 10,000 evil spent so much money to invite a great god like you over. They don't want you to be half-hearted. I just agreed to be their coach for 5 years." And Mohan said disapprovingly. And Mohan disapprovingly said, "If they think that I will become their slave from now on, then they are thinking too much. If necessary, I don't mind giving them a show of strength. Then you have to be merciful. After all, they're your sugar daddy now. Don't go too far with them," the contact said with a smile. "All right, I know what I'm doing." At that moment, Mohan's phone rang. "Hey, old dang, what's up? Where are you now?" "I'm on a plane. I just crossed the border." "You went abroad?" "Yes, a foreign organization invited me to be a coach," Mohan said. In the past, he and Deng Xianying had a good time working together. Even when they separated, it was considered a peaceful breakup. So, they still contacted each other occasionally. "What organization?" "The Alliance of Evil," Mohan replied. He didn't hide it. After all, it wasn't the first time. "Italy's Alliance of Evil?" "That's it," Mohan replied. "What's the matter?" "I just wanted to have a drink with you, but it seems like I won't have the chance." "It doesn't matter. I will only go abroad for a few years. Moreover, you can also come to Italy. I will be the host," Mohan said straightforwardly. "All right then, there's nothing else. Let me know when you've decided. I'll contact you if I have plans to go abroad." "No problem." Mohan hung up the phone. The person on the other end of the line looked at Mohan and asked, "Is it old Deng?" "Yes." Mohan did not hide anything and directly nodded. The contact person didn't say much. This was their tacit understanding. At that time, the person who had contacted Deng Xianying had taken away Mohan's representative rights. He and Deng Xianying could be considered to have formed a grudge. However, Mohan had never fallen out with Deng Xianying. This made him a little disappointed. After all, if Mohan and Deng Xianying fell out, then it would be impossible for them to cooperate again. But Deng Xianying was smarter than most people. Even if he was unhappy, he still kept in touch with Mohan. Just like Mohan's big brother, Mohan would also give Deng Xianying warmth from time to time. At this time, the phone of the person on the other end of the line rang. "Hello, old Monster Gung. What's the situation on the Great North Island now? Are there any losses?" "Dead. All dead." Old Monster Gung's voice was filled with fear. The entire Great North Island was annihilated. The giant serpent, the 2 great monster clans, and more than 1,000 trained killers were all killed. What happened?" "I don't know. Last night, a person broke into the Great North Island and started a massacre. He even said that he was looking for Mohan." "Looking for Mohan?" "Yes, of course. The giant serpent was not happy, so it fought with the devil. In just a few rounds, the giant serpent was killed by the devil. Even its monster core was crushed by the devil. And that devil actually skinned the giant serpent's body and swallowed it alive." You mean, the giant serpent is also dead? Are you kidding me? When you called me last night, you seemed quite relaxed." Mohan frowned, but he did not interrupt. Instead, he waited for the person on the other end of the line. My fucking brain. I'm joking with you?" Old Monster Gung's tone suddenly became agitated. Who did Mohan offend? The entire Great North Island was destroyed by him. There are less than 20 people alive, including the monster clans. Half of the Great North Island was destroyed, and the other half is also a river of blood. Can you believe that this was done by one person? Is what you said true? That devil seemed to have obtained some information before the giant serpent died. At that time, he did not force me to tell him. Otherwise, I might have sold you out. You and Mohan better be careful. Run as far as you can, and do not return to the Great North Island for the time being. That's all I have to say. You guys are on your own now." Old Monster Gung hung up after saying that. The person on the other end did not speak for a long time. After a long time, he turned to look at Mohan. "Mohan, did you offend any enemies recently?" "What are you talking about? In our line of work, we always offend enemies every time we do a mission." "Mohan, I'm not joking with you. The giant serpent is dead, and the entire Great North Island is a river of blood. Old Monster Gung said that it was done by one person, and that person is looking for you." "Are you joking?" "I'm not joking. Think about it carefully. Are you sure you didn't offend anyone you shouldn't have? You know all my missions? Even if there is someone with a terrifying background, I don't know. You have seen every mission, and if anyone knows, you would know it better than me. That person is not only powerful, but also cruel. His behavior is also creepy. He actually ate the giant serpent alive. Emohan was shocked when he heard the words of the person on the other end. Eating the flesh and blood of a living creature? Why does this sound like the symptoms of someone who has been hit by the 9 Viscera techniques? Emohan suddenly had a very bad feeling. The person on the other end looked at Emohan's face and felt nervous. Emohan, did you remember something? A few days ago, Zhongding asked me to do a private thing. What private thing? He seems to have lost a lot of face because of some strong person, and then asked me to trick the other party. Emohan's complexion was very ugly to look at. I don't know the strength of that person, but the other party was hit by my magic. Chapter 2680. Hit by your spell? Then he shouldn't be very strong, right? The man asked hopefully. What will happen if he's hit by your spell? He'll become very hungry, as if he can't eat his fill. Soon, he'll even eat raw food, even living things. Emohan's expression was solemn. He was already regretting his decision. He even hated Zhongding. Zhongding had brought him a huge problem. A monster that had raised a bay island to the ground and eaten the serpents like snacks. It was very dangerous to fight against such a monster. Suddenly, the plane shook violently. Then the man and Emohan both came to the cabin door and made a strange sound. The sound wasn't loud, but it made people's hair stand on end. Emohan felt like his scalp was going to explode. He'd just seen something fly across the window. But the thing was too fast, so he couldn't see it clearly. The next moment, the air pressure in the cabin plummeted, followed by a huge airflow. The man grabbed his seat and screamed in fear. The cabin door had been pulled open by something, or rather someone. At this moment, a large amount of air was escaping outwards. A figure finally jumped in through the open cabin door. When Chun Zhao saw Emohan, he immediately grinned. We meet again. I've never missed a man so much. You're the first. You should feel honored. Emohan couldn't keep his cool anymore. He couldn't keep his cool either. After all, the strong airflow made it hard for people to stand still, let alone face a terrifying enemy. Emohan finally steadied himself. He cast a spell without hesitation. But this time, Chun Zhao wouldn't give him the chance to do it. Chun Zhao instantly appeared before Emohan. Ah! Emohan screamed in agony. His palms were crushed by Chun Zhao. Then, Emohan felt like his scalp was about to be torn apart. He and a man were dragged out of the plane by Chun Zhao by the hair. While the two were in a panic, they also saw Emohan's private plane falling from the sky, emitting black smoke. Soon, Chun Zhao threw the two into the pure, white snow on the ground. This was the border of China, near Changbai Mountain. The temperature here was below zero all year round. Especially at this time of the year, the temperature could reach minus 20 degrees Celsius. Moreover, the altitude here was high, and the lack of oxygen, low temperature, and strong cold air were fatal threats to any living creature that came close. Even humans at the top of the food chain would find it hard to adapt to the environment here. However, Chun Zhao was not the only one who found it hard to adapt. This was a territory that no human had ever occupied. The heaven and earth spiritual chi here was much denser than in other places. However, as a cultivator, it was very difficult for Emohan to enjoy the heaven and earth spiritual chi here. Before he could enjoy the heaven and earth spiritual chi here, he first had to overcome the harsh environment here. How do I undo the spell? Chun Zhao asked directly. Emohan looked at Chun Zhao. Unless you can guarantee my safety, you'll never be able to undo the spell. Chun Zhao stepped forward and put his hand on Emohan's shoulder. Emohan thought Chun Zhao was going to attack him, but in the next moment, a warm current flowed into his body. Mohan was delighted in his heart. It seems like his threat had worked. Emohan rolled his eyes, seeing the other party compromise so easily he might be able to get more benefits from him. Soon, Emohan discovered that his destroyed palms had miraculously regrown. Emohan raised his head and looked at Chun Zhao. He was about to ask for more. Chun Zhao said with a smile, Compared to undo the spell, I want to torture you and destroy you. Ah, in the midst of Chun Zhao's cruel laughter, Imo Han screamed again, and this time it was even more intense than before. Imo Han's whole arm was crushed by Chun Zhao. You won't die so easily. You will enjoy all the torture I know, all the torture I can think of. Chun Zhao looked at Imo Han with a ferocious face. When the blood splashed out, it directly froze. Imo Han was rolling around in the snow, wailing in pain. But when he was about to freeze to death, Chun Zhao gave him a life force. Chun Zhao looked at the contact person. He was curled up, not daring to make a sound, even if he was about to freeze to death. He didn't dare to attract the attention of the devil. Just by looking at Imo Han's miserable state, one could feel the fear of the contact person at this moment. How much do you know? Chun Zhao asked. It's Zhang Ding. Zhang Ding found him. Before today, I didn't know anything. He didn't attack you because he got the mission from me. The contact person answered truthfully. Chun Zhao closed his eyes silently. This answer was not out of his expectations. Chun Zhao had already guessed it before. Only Zhang Ding had enough power and money. He could hire a top assassin to assassinate him. But now, the contact person had turned his guess into reality. Walk east from here. There's a village about 15 kilometers away. If you can walk out alive, it's your luck. The contact person opened his mouth. He wanted to beg. In this snowy environment, and with the clothes he was wearing, he couldn't even walk 5 kilometers. Not to mention 15 kilometers, he couldn't even walk 5 kilometers. But when he met Chun Zhao's cold gaze, he understood. He understood that Chun Zhao wouldn't care about his life or death. Chun Zhao was already being merciful by not killing him on the spot. And Chun Zhao didn't care whether the contact person lived or died. He was more interested in torturing Imo Han. In the past, Imo Han's image had always been unfathomable and pretentious. Coupled with his identity as a top assassin, every time he appeared, people would feel a chill down their spines. But now, his image no longer existed. No one could maintain their cold and aloof image after being tortured again and again. Plus, Imo Han wasn't that kind of person at all. The image he had in the past was just his persona. Ha! Assassins needed personas too. If a top assassin didn't have his own identity and persona, then what was the difference between him and ordinary assassins? Torturing one's enemy was very satisfying. Chun Zhao was almost addicted. Over and over again, he repeated the same thing tirelessly. Of course, Chun Zhao would still innovate. He would change his methods to torture Imo Han, until Imo Han begged Chun Zhao to free him. And he told Chun Zhao a truth. Previously, he'd resisted and wasn't willing to let go because he still had a sliver of hope. But as Chun Zhao's torture methods became more and more inhuman, he finally realized he definitely couldn't continue under Chun Zhao's inhuman methods. The 9 steps of the Viscera technique were unsolvable. Chapter 2681. Mao Mountain, the sacred land of Taoism for thousands of years. The Maoshan Taoist sect was also known as the Maoshan Celestial Master Sect. The Celestial Master Sect did not just refer to the Celestial Master Sect of Longhu Mountain. It was the inheritance of the Celestial Master Path. The sage sect had a total of 4 major orthodoxies. They were the legacies left behind by Zhang Daoling, Gohong, Su Sun, and Sa Shoujin. Among them, Mount Longhu's Celestial Master Sect inherited Zhang Daoling's teachings and developed to this day. Their foundation, power, and influence were the best. Next was the Maoshan Celestial Master Sect, which used to be Gu Hong's Taoist site. Later on, when the emperor conferred the title of Celestial Master at the beginning of the Song dynasty, Gu Hong was given the title of Celestial Master and was bestowed with many Taoist classics. After 1,000 years of development, it became a Taoist holy land that was on par with Mount Longhu. The second was the Celestial Master Orthodoxy of Su Sun and Sa Shou. They did not leave behind a sect. Although they also had their own Taoist legacies, their reputation was far inferior to that of Mount Longhu and Mount Mao. Just like Dragon Tiger Mountain, Mao Mountain was divided into inner and outer sections. The Maoshan sect was also a national tourist attraction, but ordinary tourists could only come into contact with outer sections. Only the inner sect was the core of the Mao Mountain Sage sect. The cold wind at the beginning of the year had yet to pass. Then came the heavy rain, making the air even colder and more humid. Even Mao Mountain, which was always full of incense offerings, was now sparsely populated. However, today the cold wind brought two uninvited guests. A well-dressed man in a suit and tie. Behind him was a figure wrapped in thick black clothes. Chen Zhao didn't like this weather. The humid air made his breath sticky. After crossing the 9 Melodies Sky ascending stairs, he passed by the Return Heaven Cave and the Treasure Pavilion of High Heaven. Chen Zhao was stopped by two young Taoists. "Gentlemen, this place is not open to the public. Please stay here." "Little brother, we're here to visit an old friend. We know Tao Lord Zhongding," Chen Zhao said with a smile. "A friend of the Taoist Lord?" The two Taoist priests hesitated. "Please wait a moment. We need to confirm." A Taoist priest took out a phone. "Hey, master, there are two gentlemen at the door. They say they are friends of the Tao Lord and are here to visit him." "What's your name? Where did he come from? Could you please leave your names?" "My surname is Chun. I'm good friends with Celestial Master Zhang of Mount Longhu. If it's inconvenient for you to contact Tao Lord Zhongding, you can contact him." Hearing that Chen Zhao knew Zhang Qiani, the two Taoist priests were filled with deep respect. "Please come in. Although the Tao Lord is not at the mountain gate, he should be back in less than half a day." The two young Taoist priests felt that since the two dared to use Zhang Tiany's name, their identities could not be faked. Moreover, they did not believe that the two of them would dare to cause trouble at Mao Mountain. Moreover, Chen Zhao looked very friendly and gave off a feeling of closeness. Of course, it was also possible that they didn't think that Chen Zhao was a bad person. As for the person behind Chen Zhao, who was covered by a black cloth, his face couldn't be seen. They knew that there were always some people in the spirit world who dressed strangely or were unwilling to show their faces to others. Chen Zhao entered the inner sect of Mao Mountain as he wished. If the outer sect was said to be picturesque, then the inner sect would be a paradise. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the bell spirit of heaven and earth. It was almost as good as Chen Zhao's Mirror Lake Manor. After all, there was a super internal alchemy in Mirror Lake. It was a treasure left by Old Turtle. Rich spiritual energy was released at all times and blended with heaven and earth, making the Mirror Lake Manor seem like a heavenly paradise. Even the water of Mirror Lake had undergone incredible changes. Because of this, Dash and Beer used the water of Mirror Lake to brew beer of such high quality. The Mao Mountain inner sect's spiritual chi was slightly inferior to Mirror Lake. However, the area here was more than 10 times larger than Mirror Lake. The two Taoist priests led the way and explained the various attractions in the inner sect to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao had to admit that they were qualified tour guides. They introduced the various attractions in great detail. That's the Yao Ceiling Tower. Since ancient times, countless monsters, demon kings, and demons have been suppressed under it. One of the young Taoist priests pointed at a 70% pagoda not far away. His tone was somewhat proud. "Yao Ceiling Tower? Isn't that from Shu Mountain?" "Ha! There's no Shu Mountain in China's spirit world. In the spirit world, Shu Mountain is the three-sword sects of Amei, Qingcheng, and Wawa Mountain," the young Taoist priest said. The three-sword sects can't compare to Mao Mountain's Celestial Masters sect. Also, the three-sword sects of Shu Mountain don't have a Yao Ceiling Tower either. It's just something made up in movies. They're the monsters in the Yao Ceiling Tower still alive? Is it still called suppressing if they're dead? That's true. Chen Zhao chuckled and rubbed his nose. "Sir, you seem to be unfamiliar with the situation of the spirit world in China." "Yes, I just came back from abroad." "No wonder. By the way, why are you only suppressing these monsters? Why don't you just get rid of them? Won't there be future problems?" "Sir, there's something you don't understand." The young Taoist priest spoke like an expert. Although the cultivation results of monsters and humans are different, the cultivation process of monsters is actually very similar to that of humans. They both use the spiritual chi of heaven and earth as a supplement. When a monster cultivates a monster core, It can be converted into spiritual chi of heaven and earth through the Chi Refinement Rejuvenation Array. The reason why Mao Mountain has such spiritual chi of heaven and earth is because of the Chi Refinement Rejuvenation Array, which is provided by the many monsters in the Yao Ceiling Tower. That's the cloud observation platform. Apparently, the first Taoist master Guhong comprehended the Tao on that platform. Although Guhong was from the Jin dynasty, he was conferred the title of Taoist master in the early Song dynasty. Not only was he conferred the title of Taoist master, but he was also conferred the title of God. Of course, ancient emperors liked to play this game. They conferred the title of some famous religious figures in the past to show their orthodoxy. In the eyes of emperors, as long as they conferred the title of God on someone, they seemed to have obtained the authority of God. Of course, giving themselves the authority of God seemed to be a bit self-deceiving. However, ancient people liked to play this game. Not only did they confer the title of God on others, but they also liked to confer the title of God on themselves. Throughout the ages, many people were conferred the title of God or Taoist master. However, those who were truly recognized and passed down to the present day were few and far between. At that moment, an old Taoist priest came from the opposite side. When the old Taoist priest saw Chen Zhao also made eye contact with him. This old Taoist priest was the goateed old Taoist priest who had gotten into a conflict with him at Hanwang Mountain. The goateed Taoist priest's expression changed as soon as he saw Chen Zhao. "It's you. Why are you here?" "I'm here to visit Taoist Master Zhang, of course." Chen Zhao had a faint smile on his face. "The Maoshan sect is not that close to you. Get out of the Maoshan sect right now, or you'll be in trouble." The two young Taoist priests who had been welcoming the tour guide warmly could not help but have strange expressions on their faces when they saw the attitude of their seniors toward Chen Zhao. "Come on, show me," Chen Zhao said with a smile. Chapter 2682. The goatee's expression was extremely dark, but he didn't make a move. After all, he had suffered at Chen Zhao's hand a few days ago. Even Zhang Ding was pressed to the ground by Chen Zhao. The goatee took out a talisman and threw it into the sky. The talisman flew into the sky as if it defied the laws of physics. When it reached 100 meters in the air, it turned into a beautiful firework with a boom. The two young Taoist priests saw the goatee take out an emergency talisman and immediately backed away from Chen Zhao. They looked at Chen Zhao and the person behind him warily. Soon, the inner sect disciples of the Maoshan sect arrived one after another. "Hunyang, why did you use an emergency talisman?" an older Taoist priest asked. "Master, this person is a great enemy of our sect. We had a conflict a few days ago, and he humiliated the Maoshan sect and the Taoist lord in public," the goatee said selectively. The old Taoist frowned and turned to look at Chen Zhao, then at the man in black behind him. "Sir, why have you trespassed on the Maoshan sect? If you can't explain yourself today, I'm afraid neither of us will have a good time." The white-clothed old Taoist's tone seemed to be impartial, but in reality, it was somewhat aggressive. "I've never thought about a good time," Chen Zhao said coolly. "If you can't give me an answer today, I'm afraid I'll have to end your lineage today." "You! How dare you?" The old Taoist was so angry that he glared at Chen Zhao. "I'd like to see how you're going to end the lineage of Maoshan." The old Taoist pulled out his sword. It was a long sword that seemed to be made of iron and wood. The blade was dark red, but it had a metallic sheen to it. Both sides of the blade were engraved with indecipherable runes. "Heaven and earth are infinite. Borrow the power of heaven and earth. Above is the sky, below is the thick earth. Follow me, pardon." The old Taoist used a killing move right off the bat, the Nine Heavens Thunder Mantra. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning fell from the sky, but it didn't land on Chen Zhao's head. Instead, it was attracted by the old Taoist's long sword and landed on the tip. The old Taoist was unharmed, but the dark red long sword flashed with lightning. Chen Zhao suddenly moved and appeared before the old Taoist in a flash. The old Taoist widened his eyes and swung his sword at Chen Zhao's head. Chen Zhao raised his fist and swung it at the dark red sword. A terrifying electric current surged into his body. However, Chun Zhao was least afraid of thunder spells. Therefore, the fist momentum did not stop at all, and the terrifying force directly penetrated the dark red longsword. The dark red long sword broke. At the same time, the force did not completely dissipate. It flowed along the sword and into the old Taoist's palm. The white-clothed old Taoist screamed miserably. His palms had already been destroyed by this power. The white-robed old Taoist hurriedly retreated and shouted, "Heavenly venerable demon, subduing array. Activate." 9 elderly Taoist priests immediately stepped forward and set up a large formation. The Celestial Lord Demon Subduing Formation was the great protective formation of the Maoshan sect. It was called Subduing Demons, but in reality, regardless of whether one was a demon or a ghost, good or evil, as long as they entered this formation, they would most likely die. Chun Zhao condensed a small black ball between his fingers. He randomly chose a Taoist priest in the formation and shot it out. Heaven and Earth Reversal. Stars Reversal. The Taoist priest flicked his long sword, and the small black ball that was as heavy as 10,000 caddies was actually lifted up by him, changing its trajectory. The Taoist priest could only see the Taoist priest deflecting 1,000 caddies with little effort. He turned his body, and with a flick of his long sword, the small black ball actually flew back to him. Chun Zhao tilted his head slightly, and the black ball flew past his side. Unorthodox demon. The Taoist priest in the center of the formation shouted, full of vigor, "Today, you won't be able to return alive." Chun Zhao sneered. He lifted a finger and another black ball condensed. This one was 100 times heavier than the previous one. Chun Zhao threw it at the Taoist priest again. The Taoist priest responded with the same move. But as soon as the blade touched the black ball, it felt a terrifying force. The blade was slightly bent. Clearly, it was too strong. Brothers and sisters, help me subdue the demon. The heavenly venerable demon subduing array was a combination of offense and defense. It combined the strength of 9 people and applied it to one body. Moreover, all 9 of them had extraordinary cultivation. Any one of them would be a top cultivator outside, let alone 9 of them working together. However, the difference between their cultivation and Chun Zhao's was too huge. It was so huge that it couldn't be calculated. The Taoist priest combined the strength of 9 people, but still couldn't return the black ball to Chun Zhao. He could only barely change the trajectory of the black ball. But just when he thought that the black ball had changed its trajectory, the black ball suddenly exploded. Boom! The 9 Taoist priests were sent flying at the same time. Even the Maoshan Taoist priests outside were knocked down by the shockwave. "Pick up a sword and cut off the hands of those 9 cow noses," Chun Zhao said fiercely. In reality, he had been rather restrained. So far, no one had died. After all, the Maoshan sect was different from the Wanren Society. No matter how many connections the Wanren Society had, they couldn't escape from being an evil organization. But the Maoshan sect was different. No matter how many dirty things they had done behind the scenes, at least on the surface, they were a religious organization recognized by the government and the people. Even Chun Zhao had to think about the consequences of going on a killing spree. If Chun Zhao went too far and stirred up some people's nerves by then, Chun Zhao would have to face more than just the Maoshan sect. If everyone was a martial artist and used the rules of the martial world to decide life and death, Chun Zhao would dare to make the Maoshan sect disappear. But when it came to the country and the government, no matter how tough Chun Zhao was, he had to think about it first. It had nothing to do with right or wrong, good or evil. It was just a matter of tolerance. No matter how reasonable Chun Zhao was, he wouldn't allow a killing spree in a place like the Maoshan sect. When the government felt that you affected the political situation or social stability, the government would directly suppress you and then reason with you. The person behind Chun Zhao picked up a sword from the ground and walked forward step by step. He was about to slash at the first Taoist priest on the ground. "How dare you!" A loud rebuke was heard. The man in black seemed to be frozen. He couldn't bring his sword down no matter how hard he tried. A green shadow attacked, and the black-clothed man let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. It was a seemingly young, female Taoist priest, Qingping Jinren. The old Taoist priest in white went forward and bowed. "What's going on?" the female Taoist priest asked sternly. "These two dare to offend the Mao Shan holy ground. They must be evil." Qingping Jinren's eyes were like a hawk's as he looked at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao didn't plan to explain. He suddenly attacked Qingping Jinren. This time, Chun Zhao used his full strength the moment he attacked. This female Taoist priest was worthy of his full strength. She was a Shangqing realm cultivator. Qingping Jinren's expression changed drastically in an instant. They were both in the Shangqing realm, but she felt an unprecedented danger.